one can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. Who will emerge as the ultimate winner? New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Gold Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
You are now the proud owner of a Pagani.
They standing, let's go. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Let's go. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Hey, I said the hunt is on. Time to make it happen, time to get in the zone.
S2G stand for what? Stay to stay. Stay to stay.
Bence bu sene diğer seneye göre daha kolay geçecek.
We will smash you in PMGC.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS. Gue Zuxi dari Persija EVOS.
Herkese merhaba, ben S2G'den Saylas, yanımda Kalsever. Bugün
E aí galera, meu nome é Carrilho e sou jogador da Foresight Sports.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Revo e hoje a gente vai fazer o PMGC Power Ranking.
Pertama ada Yudo Alliance. Karena dia baru kayaknya sih. Racing Star lah.
Tipo assim, é um time que já jogou a PMWL, né? Mas eu acho que coloca o New Challenge ou o Dark Horse.
Guarde New Challenge, bota aí.
Colocar ele aqui, tamo junto.
IAC cukup senior juga di PUBG Mobile.
yani Moğolistanlılar güçlü, sence?
Değiller. Dark aynen.
IAC tuh dari kayak kelas yang kemarin tuh dari bawah, tiba-tiba kayak orang nggak expect langsung bisa masuk ke top 5. Kayaknya kita bakal naruh di ini sih. Dark Horses.
FaZe.
Pô, fez também um time bom, mano, mas eu acho que também é Dark Horse.
É, acho que não seja um time pra ser campeão.
Né?
Não acredito nisso.
Bence de koy en alta.
Şey olsun.
Luxi bayağı iyi, tecrübeli.
Bu duolar gider diyorsun.
Aynen, koy buraya.
Ah, PGV é um time antigo, né,
Sim.
mano?
Colocar ele no Top Gun.
Top Gun, né? Um time muito bom.
Kita harus pede di grand final ini, tim kita sendiri ya. Taruh di Top Guns. Salah ya. Taruh Top Guns. Oke.
DX.
Sanok'la iyi fight'ımız var kardeşlerimizle. Zamanında da fight'lamıştık. Yani ne olduklarını biliyoruz.
DX ya. Dark Horses juga. Dark Horses.
DX.
DX acho que é Rising Stars, né?
Weibo.
É Top Gun, hein, mano?
Tem muito o que falar não.
Pô, você é doido.
Esse cara é bom mesmo.
Çinliler iyi kardeşim. Çinlileri seviyoruz. Bizim Rice çok
Özellikle
sever.
Akif abi çok sever.
WBG. Weibo Gaming. Ada dia. MRPX. Ya menurut gue sih Dark Horses sih. Tapi kalau misalnya secara overall untuk ada di tim-tim di PMGC, kayaknya Racing Star sih ya. New Challenger lebih ini sih. Enggak lah, kita kan udah sering ketemu. Racing Star sih. Dark Horses bukan sih Racing Star ya.
Onlar bayağı iyi.
Top Guns ikincisi bence olmalı.
Rising Star'a koy.
Ciddi mi diyorsun?
Ya da şöyle koyamaz mıyız yani?
New Challenge ou Dark Horse?
Challenge.
Fraquinho demais, Giva do meu spot.
Star Wars.
Top Gun também.
Ah, vamos dar essa moral pra eles, vamos deixar eles ir.
Deixar eles felizes.
Stalwart.
Yani deneyecek bir şey yok yani. O yüzden iyiler. Haklarını vermek lazım. Koyuyorum buraya. Zorlayacaklar bizi.
Semua orang tahu ini orang tim jago banget. Jadi kita taruh di ST Top Guns.
4MV.
Porra, mano, é um time, tipo assim, é novo na PMGC, mas é um time que vem jogando muito bem.
Acho que é Rising Stars, hein?
É, mas é um time,
Eles aí.
tipo assim, é entre Rising Stars e Top Gun, né?
Ben YouTube'dan izliyorum kendilerini. Bayağı iyiler. Bunlar da
ST, China. Rising Stars também.
Rising Stars também.
São muito bons.
Pá.
Tapi menurut gua nih sih di New Challenger sih. Iya, New Challenger. Kita ketemunya di PMRC doang kalau nggak salah. Tapi performa dia bagus banget di pas di ini group stage.
Aqui é nós, né? Nem
Isso daí não precisa nem discutir, só coloca, então já era.
Alpha 7 juga, ya semua orang tahu lah Alpha 7 jago banget. Kita akan taruh di Top Gun.
Alpha 7 bence direkt.
Alpha 7 very good team. Nice.
Major Pride.
É um time bom também. Mas acho que eles é
Tá
novo
eles
também.
no Challenger.
É.
Bota embaixo aí.
Major Pride menurut gue sih New Challenger sih. Buat semua orang yang ada di sini, ini contender terbaru sih.
NSI. Dark Horse. Não gostei desse cara não. Deixa eles ir no time deles.
Jago soalnya. Mereka juara grup. Ya, mereka konsisten Racing Star ini. Racing Star.
Loops.
Brezilyalılar iyi. Hello Mythic.
Bunu nereye koyarız? Buraya mı?
Ya, juara grup green di hari pertama yang agak turu, pada kurang bagus, sisanya juarai 3-4. Konsisten banget green.
Deixa eles aqui embaixo. E a Lux é porque é New Challenge mesmo. É primeira vez jogando uma final, não tem muito o que falar.
Ada TEC. Kita bukan yang ngerendahin sih, cuman di sini jago semua, tapi kita taruh New Challenger sih.
Vou deixar até aqui no Dark Horse, hein?
Terakhir ada S2G.
S2G,
Time da casa.
sobrou.
S2G stand for what? Stay to stay. Stay to stay. World Champion Lasir ya. Udah jelas kita taruh sini.
Deixar eles aqui, Rising Stars.
Bence bu sene diğer seneye göre daha kolay geçecek. Yani diğer sene bence daha güçlü takımlar vardı.
We will smash you in PMGC.
A gente em primeiro, com certeza, né?
STI, Havo 7, Loops, For Miracle Vibes, sama kita. Satu lagi tim Cina sih. Kayaknya kita nomor 1. Kurang lebih seperti itu dulu power ranking dari kita, Persija Pos.
Então esse foi o nosso power ranking e a gente se vê na grande final agora.
PMGC finallerinde desteklemeyi unutmayın. Hepinizi seviyoruz.
Dukung kita terus di PMGC Grand Final.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye semuanya. Bye.
The all-new PMGC Road to Glory event is available now. Come and support your favorite team and stand a chance to win the rare esports supporter title, champion lobby theme, exclusive commemorative team cards, and more. You can choose a team participating in the PMGC finals that you wish to support at the start of the event. Once chosen, you can carry the team flag towards the 2023 PMGC finals venue. Each advance requires a PMGC memento. Don't worry, we'll explain how to get them in a moment. While advancing, you have a chance to trigger a Q&A challenge when you advance to a special space. If you win, you can advance one more time for free. During the event, each player has up to 5 free chances. Don't miss out. Please note that the likes you receive from friends will increase your chances of advancing more than one space per day. In this event, there are 2 main ways of getting PMGC mementos. First, there's a chance to pick them up in the Frozen Kingdom themed mode. You can get 1 per match and up to 5 per day. We heard that it's easier to find them in Snowy Village. Second, you can get 1 free PMGC memento by using 50 UC on the PMGC Lucky Spin. Every time you reach the destination, you'll earn points. Tap the gift box on the left to enter the event shop. You can use points to redeem PMGC-themed space gifts, a time-limited lobby theme, and more. Most importantly, when the event ends, the top 100 players on the flag contribution ranking will be awarded with the Esports Supporter 60D title. Upon reaching the destination, the carried flag will be contributed to the supported team, and there's a chance to collect signed commemorative team cards. Come and cheer for your favorite team. Based on the total number of flags contributed by players across the server, a team prize of up to $80,000 can be unlocked. The prize will be distributed according to the team ranking, which is based on the number of contributed flags. The higher the ranking, the greater the share of the prize. That's it for the 2023 Road to Glory event tutorial. So what are you waiting for? Hurry and participate now.
Ladies and gentlemen, 200 players, 50 teams, $3 million, and 1 trophy. That has been the journey up to this point of this competition in 2023. And just 6 maps remain until we crown our champion. So, welcome to Championship Sunday. Merhaba İstanbul!
200 takım, 200 oyuncu, 50 takım, $3 milyon ödül ve 1 kupa. PUBG Mobile 2023 İstanbul Dünya Şampiyonası'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz bir kez daha.
My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my incredible co-host Deniz. And let me tell you, this competition in this arena has been one of the most incredible experiences for myself and for many of the players here today.
Ben Deniz Satar, Barney Banks'le birlikte çok heyecanlıyız. Bugün son gün, muhteşem bir 6 karşılaşmanın sonrasında şampiyonu belirleyeceğiz. Hakikaten muhteşem bir gün yaşayacağız. Hazır mıyız bugüne?
So, speaking of the players, we would like to show them how many of you are out there supporting them. So, if you could all please get your phones out of your pockets, and if you could put your torch into the sky and show them all how many of you are here right now today.
Arkadaşlar, oyuncularımızı ve takımları biraz coşturmaya ne dersiniz? Hadi hep birlikte telefonunuzun flaşlarını açın ve bu muhteşem anı hep birlikte kaydedelim.
Players, this is how many people you inspire and bring joy to. And this is just one city. You should all be so proud of everything that you have achieved up to this point. But the journey does not stop here.
Takımlar buraya gerçekten büyük bir çaba ve büyük bir mücadeleyle geldiler. Hepsi birbirinden değerli, hepsi birbirinden güzel mücadele eden isimlerden, oyunculardan oluşuyordu. Bu 3. günün sonunda biz artık bugün şampiyonu belirleyeceğiz. Keyifli bir gün bizi bekliyor. Ne dersiniz?
And so, for one final time, 6 maps, $3 million on the line, one champion. But which team will be the one? Let's find out.
Be the one, yani bizim sloganımız. Bugün o zaferi elde edecek takımı biz de sizler gibi merak ediyoruz. 6 maçımız kaldı. 6 maçın sonunda bir kupaya ve 3 milyon dolarlık ödüle hak kazanacak takımı heyecanla bekliyoruz.
Is left to go. You can hear the crowd cheering and chanting S2G. But honestly, I feel like Brazil are the ones who are able to take this home. They are so close to doing so here, Max. But I'm not going to go to you. I have to go to you first, Seven, because like, you got to be happy about this. Alpha 7 looking flawless this event. And it almost has to make you transform into an Alpha 7 fan.
I mean, let's be honest. They're currently playing like champions. If there was ever a time for me to be an Alpha 7 fan, it would be right now. The way they're being able to adjust, the way they're learning from mistakes, and the way that everybody in their team is currently being able to frag out or clutch up whenever the team needs them to clutch up. Alpha 7 are currently looking like champions, but we'll have to wait and see. They have history of choking on the last day.
You know, have to wait. Very persuasive. I might jump on the Alpha 7.
No, don't jump on the Alpha 7 train.
Well, didn't Stalwarts Esports tell you about that?
They did. They reached out to me, sent me a cease and desist, said, don't talk about me anymore, don't talk about the team, and start supporting Alpha 7. So we'll see how that goes.
And you can support Alpha 7 on TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 to find out things happening behind the scenes, some interviews, and some footage as well. And of course, if you do post about it, make sure you use that hashtag as well. Not to mention, you can do that on your lovely Infinix GT10 Pro, the little thing right in front of me. It's born for Alpha 7 to win titles. I think they're going to pick up a new sponsorship for themselves as well here after this event if they take home the title.
One of many to come.
Okay, all right. Okay, calm down. Calm down. I don't know. You're jumping ahead of yourself.
He's really excited.
I mean, if this is the Alpha 7 we're going to get going into 2024, maybe we're going to have a non-Chinese team defend things in back-to-back PMGCs.
That would be fun.
Yeah, with PMGO especially, it would be cool to have Brazil doing well over there. So 2024 is going to be an interesting year, that's for sure.
Next global event is going to be in Brazil, as it was announced in day one. So
exactly.
Well, as we obviously need to talk about a couple of other teams out there. If we look and draw our attention back to what happened yesterday, we did have the rise of a couple of different teams. Xavier, first of all, this team coming out of almost want to say nowhere have been able to massively step up here. And of course, if you guys missed in the last 2 days of action, you can see what's all going down today. But Xavier, man, this team has been putting in the work.
They love those placement points, Jason. They just love it. And there's a really big contrast when we're looking at it, right, 7 for Xavier, looking at the league stage, playing edge, trying to find those good entry points into circle. Now they shifted their playstyle. They adapted to the grand finals lobby here for PMGC 2023, where they center up so damn quickly that teams are struggling to try and catch up to those strong positions in the center for Xavier. And we saw that Lamborghini, Chua, even Levi's, every single player is able to perform at such a high level that right now they are the biggest threat over to Alpha 7.
And the main thing we've been talking about, right, it's teams, are they going to be able to be consistent? How are they going to be able to adjust? And I feel like with Xavier, that's one of the teams that has been able to adjust in a big, big way. So we're looking at the overall here. Day one, especially in Erangel, Xavier ended up with 24 eliminations and only 4 placement points. On day 2, yesterday, they ended up with 23 eliminations, which is good for them to be consistent in that in the eliminations. But they made a huge jump up in regards to placement point, all the way up to 21 from 4 in day 1. So that's quite impressive for me. Also, the way we were kind of talking about this too, the way this team is being able to transition towards the middle of the circle, focusing a little bit more towards the later fights, stuff that we were kind of hoping that IHC would be able to do with how big of fragging power IHC has been, especially in this tournament. Yeah. They haven't been able to do it, and Xavier heard that. He was like, you know what? They might be right.
It might work out. We'll see how it goes. But looking, of course, at the leaderboards, I think that we can all agree here, 7. It's a race for top 6.
It is.
No, top 6, WBG, 4 Miracle Vibe, Star Wars, IHC, Xavier, Alpha 7 is between, in my opinion, all of those teams, unless FaZe or STG do some of the best games in the world out there. Bruno, STG, still the best team in the world, 7. Just no world I live in.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Max, STG, they should be celebrated.
I think you need to get out of here, Max. I think you need to get off right at the desk right now.
I'm in trouble, I think.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. S2G, you cannot afford any team, obviously below 6, as you're saying, they cannot have one bad match, or that title is going to be completely taken away from them, and hurts a little bit more for S2G as well, losing potentially in your hometown, with your home crowd supporting you. They've not stopped cheering S2G this entire day, and if I'm not mistaken, we did hear a rumor. I'll let you say it, Seven, because you're the one that brought the information to light.
There's no rumor. I don't know if we're thinking about the same one, but all the SG fans that used to be in front of us, at least the ones that were having all the drums, they decided to move towards where Alpha 7 is. And the funny thing is that while Max and I were making the rounds earlier during the rehearsal, it's not just Alpha 7 that's within the range. It's also the Xavier, so they're going to be affected if there is going to be a lot of noise. And boy, I expect it to be a lot of noise because we have already heard them. Every single time Alpha 7 ends up being on the screen or anybody that's currently challenging to be a champion, they start booing. Honestly, I'm all for it. I love the passion from the fans right now.
I think Alpha 7 are going to be strengthened by that almost. They're going to become more powerful. It's just like, hey, carrillo. Nothing. just try and really bother them as much as possible. But Alpha 7 is going to take a lot for them to not perform. Though, we are starting on Sanhok. They won both of those battlegrounds, right, 7. And I do wonder if we have a Western Island finish here, which they tend to always have Eastern Circles. They drop in Kampong Lakawi, which is a very easy rotation path for them. I want to see if we have a Western Circle on Phase 1, how is the rest of the day going to go? Because Alpha 7 that doesn't have a good start can fumble a little bit at the end.
I'm with you on that, and that's kind of what I was hinting at too. This team does rely a lot on momentum, does rely a lot on how their mental is going to be right now. We're talking with the team. They are in high spirits. They are looking to become that champion. I feel like they're feeling it. Even with the organization, they brought a lot of family members to just watch them, so I think they have a lot of belief. I got a chance to talk with Mafioso too, and the main difference, he said, is how much they've been training this year. They've been training anywhere from 12 to 14 hours a day. And that's a big improvement from before. And you can hear all the boos from the team, and it's because they were showing a little bit of Alpha 7.
No. That's what you get. That's what you get for bringing up the topic Alpha 7. You're immediately going to get boos. So that jacket that you put on was very brave, considering all the S2G fans in here.
I'm ready to pull.
He's not with us. He's not with us. He's NA. You know, we can let that one slide. But obviously, looking up ahead, as we do have before we kick off our games, of course, a show match. It's going to be over on Livik. And I think it's a nice way to get things started, get some sweet action, hopefully some Panzer Faust thrown in here as well, here or there, something going on. And it's going to be thrown on over to John and Blink to bring us all the action.
Don't know about you, Blink. I'm feeling a little bit chilly. Oh, I think we're going over to some winter action.
Yes! I love Livik. I live for Livik.
Oh, yeah.
It is the best map in the game by far. A beautiful map. A brilliant map. One that will be brought to you by the one and only. It's not Jason, unfortunately. We wish it was, but it's me and John. We're here to run you through this. 16 solos dropping in towards the snowy village, John.
Oh, that winter village is looking pretty good. The snow, maybe not so favorable for some of these players, but we'll have to wait and see. 16 of them, and they're all going to have to drop there, of course. In the snowy village, you do get a respawn. The Frozen Kingdom is the theme of today's arena, apparently, because it's pretty chilly for anyone who isn't S2G. We're not dropping in with them just yet, though. We have got some representatives from a couple of different teams from the region, though.
Here we are in the Frozen Kingdom. Obviously, you can find yourself here in a captivating new scene. The Snowy Village, it's got a vast area, a wealth of building clusters, the quick-moving snow rail, it's blindingly fast. The stunning aurora combined with the snowy scenery. It's a definite must-see, must-visit location this season. So get yourself in to PUBG Mobile at home and grasp the Snowy Village in your hands before it melts.
A name you're going to be used to seeing on your screens if you're a PUBG Mobile fan. We've got Realm on for the first. Very, very close by. It's free for all. 16 players on in. Realm, shots up the top. Looking for the spray, waiting for it. The drop down, that's bold. You're not going to last long in the sights around there. With the M249 and the P90 in hand already, it's going to be pretty difficult to do anything in the face of that one.
We got Bunny here, nade in hand, looking up towards Realm himself, but a nade. Little Molotov burns away at the icy railings. And Bunny will stay alive for now, hopping away from the danger.
Staying safe. Duran going down first. Bunny suppressing Realm off the angle, but the nades might give the game away. Need to be careful. There's another familiar face. Solke from Fireflux, still repping the FF in the name there, upstairs with the M114. A favourite weapon of ours. The shotgun, there's close range. Solke uncharacteristically missing his shots there and actually goes very low. Realm not going to be phased by his engagement either. Will be able to take down Bunny.
Ooh, Solke wants to dodge out of the way. There is a little bit of utility sent upstairs. Nice shot from him. Will take down one, but it's Realm off in the distance to get those final shots in. Looking very cozy right now. His current outfit.
Looking at those snow rails, maybe able to reposition faster than you would normally. Quick transfers available when you hop on board with them. I'm sure we'll see that being utilized. Nades in hand for Realm. Looking for a shot. Oh, breaks out wide. That's difficult. Kairos has to be careful. There's a nade in through the window. Realm repositions wide, drops down outside of the viewing angle of the windows. But Loxy's ready. Maybe able to find something for the Regnum Kaya representative.
Ooh, passing back downstairs right now. And there's the snow rail. Oh, it's beautiful. Sliding along. Heat pad on the soles for slippery carnage.
Nice and fast. That was very fast reposition from Loxy. Wasn't on it for too long, but valuable nonetheless. Solke taking shots, taking a fight upstairs and goes down. That is unfortunate. Realm now dropping out. He's sneaky. He's on the balcony. This snowy village. Looking to put him on ice, and Realm repositions onto the ground floor. Loxy nade on in. Knows there's a player upstairs as well, so Realm has to be careful. Three-way on the engagement, and there's Loxy getting taken down. Remember, you have one respawn available in the snowy village when you're playing on this game mode.
A little bit of an automatic recall, but not quite automatic. You do have to manually request the recall. Okay, it's a bit misleading, but don't worry. All you need to know is dropping in the snowy village at the start gives you a second chance at things.
So you might as well.
We all want a second chance at the end of the day. All right.
It's true.
I know Max does.
Certainly. I know that S2G seem to want to today. We'll see if they're able to make that one happen. S2G repping for Barris at the moment as well. Trying to keep it nice and tidy for them. Maybe they can find one win today. We'll have to wait and see.
Not very believable. Boang downstairs. Looking to take nades upwards, blows the door out the way. A little bit of renovations on the home. Ooh, he's been spotted from a distance. This is not ideal on the outside, but Egoist taking his time with this one.
Quite able to land the shot. A little bit of a standoff going on right now. Boang eats a couple of bullets through the window. A nice strafe coming on through. Repositions a little bit too bold. Goes wide. And it's back and forth through these windows. Spots the windowsill and it just tucks away in time. But from the outside, there was a third party coming into that one. Boang doesn't have to hold off on his own. Not any longer.
Truly legendary engagement there through the windows.
Something special.
A tough battle, to say the least.
Well fought.
You know, with the amount of windows in there, I assume most of those bullets actually just whiz straight through the building onto the other side. Perhaps could have gotten elimination on the other edge of the map, maybe. We don't know. These players, they do have ulterior motives in mind. Here's the Snow Blaster in play. You can create your own little bunkers with this one. Everybody remembers those snow forts from back in the day when we all used to play outside, but now we only play PUBG Mobile. That's all we've got time for.
You had vehicles as cover before, but now you've got those snow mounds from the Snow Blaster. You're right, you are getting those bunkers down. Oof. And that is going to need more than a bunker to save you from that shot from the M1014. Jumping out the door like that, it's going to be bad for the health.
You see on your screen as well, the Arctic Wolf companion. Available until the 7th of January next year, of course.
Got time.
You know, not 2025, 2024. It's a limited time available. Get yourself on it. The Arctic Wolf will be returning with 2 new outfits. We are generous here at PUBG Mobile. Jump into the Hola Buddy spin. Get your Dark Lupus buddy set and Golden Guardian to protect your friends with that set as well and showcase your bravery on the front line with the Arctic Wolf in the Snowy Village.
And if you're on the front line, you're going to want those bunkers created as well, again, by the Snowball Blaster, being demonstrated here by Egoist. Making sure he's got the cover to move on past, move around, see if they can leverage that realm again into a fight with Loxy. Nades in through the window, trying to burn out the Molotovs, the fire, creating a little bit of treacherous terrain for Loxy to try and navigate, and Realm's controlling this one. You've got to be worried about those third parties sitting on the outside, though, because there's a lot of players in the area. Everyone dropping into this Snowy Village.
What are we doing here? Setting up the firewall, apparently, but there's no virus on the net. You don't need the firewall, okay? It's all clean carnage here on the screen, but a nice shot comes through from Loxy. And what's this, John?
Oh, it's the Reindeer, the new vehicle that supports two-player driving, in fact. It's quite some legs on it as well. You can get pretty high on the hops there. You can try it in-game with your friends, both of you controlling it. S2G have walked out, if you're wondering what's happening, for all of these cheers to go through. They're proud today. No bit of silence, the competition.
Whoa. They've got some control of the crowd. I'll give them that. But Kairos, he needs to have some control over the M4 into the future. He's coming into an engagement very shortly, I'd imagine.
Looking for the shots through the top and maybe able to find a peak, able to find an angle. I think they're aware of each other's presence. Certainly Kairos seems to be. Wants the vault up onto the rooftop. Will he be able to find the angle? The player hiding out for the time being. Just staying on in the building. There's 6 players left. Blank, you've got to be a little bit bolder than that. You could see the Snow Blaster bunkers holding on for a while there on the side of those buildings, covering off angles and covering off sightlines as well.
Yeah, just properly doing them windows in with the snow. Icing things up, fogging up those view lines. Cruel, really, but necessary in a game like this where it can all come down to the line in the future. Boing here, though, will continue to move on through. Does have his little Snow Rascal buddy here on the screen, presented to you now. That's also available to the 1st of January. Again, generosity abounds.
The 7th of January. You've still got plenty more time. It's even longer.
That's right. That's what I said.
You said the 1st. I heard you. That's all right. Don't worry.
7th of January?
Yeah, still the 7th of January.
Legends.
I know, surprising. But you can jump into that Ola Buddy spin, bringing the Snow Rascal along and have fun in Snowy Village.
Have the most fun in Snowy Village that you can. It's all about fun here in the crowd. We've got the T-shirt blaster in the background as well.
It's not quite the Snowball Blaster.
If you were wondering what that noise was, it's not the Snowball Blaster, but it is quite loud. Come on. Right
in my ear.
Right on the mic.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
There it is. Lovely. We love it here. Fun in the Snowy Village, fun on the stage.
Absolutely. Shots back and forth. 5 players now remaining as well. Realm and Loxy with a bit of a standoff going on between these 2 players. Looking for that first aid, looking for those bandages. He's all out of first aids, in fact. Still has 2 stims left in pocket. Don't think you want to take this trade just yet. Loxy not quite going to peek the angle, sees the player on the window. Realm has to hop out the tower. Going to be back on around this floor side. This Snowy Village has been chock-a-block with legendary action, Blank.
Just 5 more players remaining. Snow didn't do too much. Getting in the building, locking that poor lass in. That is mean. Cruelty, I would say. But Boing has been having a right time of it today. Looking extremely good, John.
Spray down for Boing and hits the deck.
Reactions.
Nice little drop there. You're right. Quick on the reactions there to hit the deck, Boing. Going to be peeking the angle again, and it's just up and down. Whack-a-mole here for the Snowy Village. And again, just missing the shot there. Really close by, but no cigar.
Looking to take the shots backwards over towards Boing. Right now, don't have too many players remaining. Just 5 here. It's becoming quite the lonely Snowy Village. Not too many neighbours to say hello to, but here's a neighbour right in front of Ural. Great little shot there from the M114. We'll take it down and Boang locks in.
Almost immediately we're down to 3, so only 3 players now left remaining. The Vural, Boang, and Loxy. Trying to survive it on out. You can see the circles starting to close, but I think they might find each other a little bit sooner than that. The Blues are not really a major factor when they're all dropping in this snowy village. Obviously, they're going to be in much closer proximity. And with those recalls as well, got a little bit more time to play with.
The Panthera Prime set. It's the all-new RPA4 available from the 14th of November, which has just come and been. But don't you worry, you still got time as well. We're dropping this one all the way through to 2024 on the 13th of January. It's a little bit longer this time. It's a new custom color outfit. Panthera Prime set does await you in particular, at home. You can equip your favorite RPA4 outfit and go and take a picture of the snowy village. Make sure you do that. We want to see just what kind of colors, combinations, creativity that you can come out with. Let us know over on socials.
Loxy looking for the spray over towards one of the 2 other remaining opponents now. Looks like no one's rocking that snowball blaster anymore. I mean, if you keep that snowball blaster, you can turn your enemies into snowmen, Blank. But oh, hang on a minute. We are getting a little bit more frosty action with it seems. Boang around the edge, looking to try and make Loxy a little frosty. Lands the shot on it, but there's a response. Look at that. He's covered in snow, but it's not going to matter. He's got his winter coat on.
Oh, he's very frosty right now. Feeling the bite of it. But Loxy, we know this guy. We know he's a champion. We know that he can get stuff done here on the main stage, as well as in the snowy village. Loxy stepping in for us right now. Beautiful stuff. And he's moving on out. I have a very sneaking suspicion that Loxy might just have this on Loxy towards the end here.
All right, okay, I see what you did there. That's a based Blank take right there for you. See if he can hold this outside. You can see the circle now starting to become a factor in this 1v1, in this duel of the ages, Blank. The snowball blaster on the shoulder of Loxy. He's locked in. Look at it. Pop the carrot on the nose of Vural. The pipe in the mouth. The cold buttons down the middle.
Smokes out. The loot crate down in the middle. No one's going for it though. No one wants the loot. Everyone knows the loot's still available through to the 7th of January and the 13th of January. We don't need to get that too soon. We've got time to watch the conclusion of the PMGC and the conclusion of this momentous moment in the show match of Livik. Never mind, Vural, he's on the ticket early. I respect that, you know. He's gone in there with the pre-order. Fair play to him.
This thrilling standoff between Vural and Loxy. As we wait for this one to conclude, Loxy has your vote. I'm beginning to believe as well he's got the circle. Look at that shift all the way over. There's no way Vural makes this through, right? Not with the snowball blaster in Loxy's arsenal.
Oh, the tension. You can feel it in the air of the snowy village. Palpable, honestly. Locking eyes from across the field like lightning bolts, striking mid-air. The smoke blooms. That's a bad snowball. We'll give him that, you know, you got to fail on a couple of them. Maybe it had some rocks in it. He didn't want to play unfairly, got rid of it too soon.
That's true, you can't be adding those rocks in. But there go the smokes, and Vural tries to make the cross. I think he's been spotted. Loxy knows exactly where he is. Shooting up, trying to lob that snowball in on through, and hits the tree instead. Vural gets a little bit closer,
He's
tagged on through the smoke there, and Loxy looking to go for the 1v1 victory here. Blank, Vural still on the deck, right on the edge of the circle. Trying to get tagged up here again by the snowball blaster. 2 more snowballs now left in the pocket. Gets the reload, able to refresh that. And Vural, he's using the cover created by that snowball blaster that is being fired at him as cover for himself, Blank. With the M1014, he's going to be looking to push on up as Loxy maybe just building an impenetrable barrier with the snow.
Loxy's put man in an igloo. He's trying to get out. blow on the walls of all the hot breath he can muster to escape, potentially. Nade over the top now into the smoke, desperately trying to find it, but it's the last bit of util in the pocket. M4 and the M1 are 1-4. Now Loxy round the sides, sprays in. It's an easy finish for Loxy. We felt it in our blood, in our bones. And he does us all proud.
Excellent performance in that 1v1. Incredible stuff from Loxy to be able to close that one down. The champion of the Winter Village. Look at him, ice cool in the veins. He's ready for it. Regnum Kaya going to be happy with their representative here.
Absolutely, but we're going to head back over to the analyst desk right now. Loxy, the living legend of Livid, closes things out with a chicken dinner. But anyways, back to the real action here at PMGC, live from Istanbul, as we're going to head into our first of 6 matches coming your way. I'm sure you can hear through the caster's mic all the boos now towards probably a specific team out there.
It's not us.
I don't see you wearing your jersey right now, Seven.
Yeah, he's scared right
now. I don't want to get stuff thrown at me.
He says he'll put it on at some point.
I will. Nah, I'm gonna wave it at
during PMGO.
I'm hoping you get on the stage with it behind you and run around like it's a flag on your back. You won't.
I won't.
You won't
do that.
But I will wave it at them.
Okay. Well, we'll get
you guys
be
ready to jump
after the last game.
Yeah,
no, I'm gonna say I'm not with you. I'm gonna push you away from me and be like,
I'm the shortest one. All I have to do is just pretty much do this, and then we're good.
it
went away. It went away.
Let's focus up here. Overall ranking, Dry Alpha 7 currently in the lead by 14 points over DX Xavier, and they have looked phenomenal this entire event so far. However, DX Xavier, IHC, Stalwart on the hunt for that first place position. IHC, Max, the only team without a chicken dinner, and they have the most eliminations out of this entire lobby.
Yeah, by a significant margin too, and we were talking about it, right, Seven? What is going to be the approach for IHC today? Are they still going to continue that playstyle of do or die, go for high elimination games, but still take the risk of losing players, and then your odds of a chicken dinner, as you can see, they haven't got a single one this tournament, is going to go down significantly? Or are we going to see adaptations? Are they going to try, maybe pull a DX Xavier and just center up a little bit faster and maybe get themselves the high elimination chicken dinner? Because right now, I feel like without placement points and Alpha 7, how they were looking these last 2 days, it's going to be so hard to catch up.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about a little bit more about IHC in a bit, but this is the main matchup for me, I feel like, especially for today. It's going to be between Alpha 7 and DX Xavier. We were talking about it earlier, too, with DX Xavier, the way they've been able to kind of adjust, just not being that fragging power, right? We were kind of joking about them being the IHC from Vietnam. Well, that's not the case anymore because they are able to back it up with those placement points as well. And with Alpha 7, I mean, there's so much stuff that they're doing right.
Look at that damage, by the way.
Yeah, not only that, especially the adjustment that they've been able to do as well.
1337. Hello? What? Are you guys here?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You guys disappointed the hell out of me there. How do you not know 1337? Whatever, move on. Let's take a look here at IHC up against Stalwart and a head-to-head as well. 2 other teams on the chase, and you can see the average eliminations for IHC has just been phenomenal, with Gioa being the lead in the charge. However, the top 4 rate is almost abysmal.
Yeah, it's a rough time, Jason, right now for them. But when you're looking at it, Mongolia here, 7 has been just so dominant at this international stage in the grand finals. Though we talk quite a bit about IHC more extensively. For Stalwart, and this is a point that you were bringing up, 7, is that they're not being given those kind of good circles that they can easily rotate into, which has been hindering them throughout yesterday.
And I felt like it was something that we've been pointing out with them, especially since day one. We saw them whenever they are able to position themselves, they are just such a strong team, and they are so good at being able to actually position themselves, but it kind of has been backfiring for them because they haven't been able to position themselves. They have been forced to make those hard shifts. They have been forced to rotate late. And with this team, with Stalwart, I just don't see them being able to push towards the top. They are truly within range, so that is a good thing, but I just don't see them being able to push towards the top. And I want to talk a little bit more about IHC because we keep talking about them with the placement points, and you were hinting at, okay, are they going to be able to adjust? I feel like we saw a little bit of it yesterday of them maybe trying to focus a little bit more towards the late play, towards the placement points, but then it ended up kind of backfiring for them because they weren't able to just frag out as much as they're used to. So at what point does this team realize, okay, you know what, let's stick with the game plan that we currently have. We are top 3 for a reason, and let's just stick to fragging out. I don't think it's gonna work though. So many variables at play too, and you were hinting at it earlier too with Alpha 7. What's gonna happen with Alpha 7 if they don't end up getting the circle right off the bat?
It's going to be
especially in Sandhawk.
Yeah, I'm really unsure how things are going to be going throughout today. It's very unpredictable. Alpha 7 sure were looking very scary, but if they don't get that momentum you mentioned earlier, other teams are going to have that huge opportunity to catch up and hopefully overtake first place.
I mean, gentlemen, let's take a look just quickly at what we have on the screen here as you were talking about IHC. To go from day 1 to day 2, which as we know, which was said extensively yesterday by your boy Blank, that day 2 is really the day 1 of PMGC. They got 11 more eliminations on the second day than the day prior and 700 more average damage. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that average damage, Jason, is just mental. To almost reach over 1.7k damage a match right here, it is just ludicrous for them to be able to achieve that. And when you look at their average eliminations per match, they're not even really reaching that far into the game. They get 8 eliminations, 5, 4, 8, 14 eliminations with that second place to wrap up the day. Exactly, those elimination points are going to be a major threat. But we still mentioned the elimination points and the placement points. It's just I really want to see in these first few matches what the mental game, what the strat is going to be for some teams, especially IHC and Star Wars.
And to give us a prop, they were able to improve a little bit in regards to the placement points yesterday. Day 1, they ended up with just 8 placement points for the whole day. Yesterday, they were able to at least put up 13 placement points. It might not seem like a lot, but for a team
them
that's,
it is.
for a team that's just so focused on being able to get those eliminations, that is a lot for this team. And that's kind of what we were talking about in regards to this team trying to adjust a little bit more, trying to do what this Xavier was able to do yesterday, which was focus more on those placement points.
And we're looking at this Erangel game in particular in the highlights, and now it's Miramar. But before that one, it was some of the best display of terrain knowledge from the Xavier that they put in full display. They know which fights make sense, and they can, even when they're not playing center, they were playing edge a lot of the time back in the league stage, and they can easily pivot between these two kind of approaches, which makes them such an issue for these teams that still reach the late game. We know the Xavier have a chance to still be lingering in the background for those placement points.
I mean, the thing is, our battlegrounds are going to play such an important factor into today's matches as well, considering if we think back to yesterday with our triple Erangels, going into that first one, we saw Xavier and IHC had the most eliminations by far on that map, almost doubling the second, or I guess the team behind them, right? Then you go over to Miramar, where I guess they would typically fall off and you would see more of a normality in terms of elimination. So they would see like 30 plus on Erangel for those matches, and then when we got to Miramar, you'd see like 15 or less. So when we get to Erangel, if IHC and Xavier, in my opinion, want to have a decent chance of taking this title, they have to perform on those maps, and they have to gain somewhat of a lead going into Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Xavier is looking really good on Erangel. When you look at yesterday's performance here, Chicken Dinner with 13 eliminations, third place with 3 limbs, a little bit of a lower match here on their side. I think it was Chua trying to just swim across the water. That was a horrendous circle, by the way. Let's just forget that game ever happened. And then followed up with a second place with 7 limbs, and then a Chicken Dinner to wrap up the day. This is my big question for Xavier. Are we going to see a repeat of day 1, or are we going to see that continuation of day 2? Because I feel like that mental game is going to be at play for Xavier, that if they play even slightly close to what they've done, and Alpha 7 maybe don't have the start they expect, like, it could be a complete change in the leaderboards.
And for me, the biggest question for Alpha 7, I mean, not only is it the Sandhawk, if they do end up getting the circle, is actually the first Erangel, because the first Erangel on both days, they just have not been able to get those elimination points. And if for this team, if for some reason they have a bad Sandhawk, and on top of that they continue to have a bad Erangel, that mental state is just going to start messing with them. The one thing that I do have to give them some props is how much they were able to improve in their Miramar from day 1 to day 2. And this is something we were kind of looking whenever we were watching the map feed, whenever we were looking at the review of day 1, is Mafioso learned from S2G. He ended up getting eliminated on day 1. On the second Miramar, he got eliminated by S2G. He learned from that. They decided to not ego fight. They decided to back off, especially in day 2, not take those early fights. And it ended up working out for them wonders, because they ended up with the 3rd place finish on the first and second Miramar yesterday.
I mean, Mafioso got eliminated by Titan, I think it was, in the first one, and then S2G in the second. So definitely for them, the mental state is very important. But I will say this, though, 7, in my opinion, Alpha 7 had the strongest mental state they've ever had, period. Because we've seen them pulling back the aggression where normally they would get aggressive and look for fights or look for a finish. They are playing much more methodical, much calmer. That honestly, bars someone hitting them in the head with something from the stands, I don't think their mental state's going to be broken.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think with this team, they've just been so good at being able to keep themselves. They trust in the training that they've been able to do, and with everybody the way they're currently playing, I see them as champions.
Trust the process. And we're going to trust our commentators here, because it is time to finally kick off our final day at PMGC 2023 Grand Finals. John Allen and Blaine, take it away.
We've only got one edition of Sanhok remaining, Blank. We're going over to the jungle first, of course, to settle all these disputes. The hot drops coming through in Paradise Resort, over in Painan. They haven't been going well so far. Are they going to continue to rage on now?
Yeah, honestly, I thought the cheers were for us, man. Come on, I really did.
They were.
Oh, but no.
Every cheer I've
It's
ever
always
heard.
S2G.
It's all me.
It could be indeed. But yeah, we're going to be settling a lot today. We'll be settling the score between a few of these teams towards that top side of the lobby. Who's going to be coming out, smelling the roses and lifting their trophy? Because that is the main thing that we are trying to figure out, is who deserves to be the champion here at the PMGC. You got FaZe on your screen at the moment. They did very well to get into this tournament. In fact, squeaking in right at those final seconds. However, here it's been a bit different story. Still killing it on the eliminations, but in terms of placement points, not as good.
Stalwart started off very, very strong day one. Their day two not quite as illustrious, but they are still very much in contest for the glamorous, glittering trophy that sits at the center of this stage here in Istanbul. A really solid performance is necessary for them to try and raise it, but we're looking at plenty of other contenders to it as well.
Shining off in the distance. Looks gorgeous, that thing. I'd love to get my hands on it, but I'll tell you right now, I do not deserve it. And there are much more deserving teams here in the lobby. Stalwart, see if they can have a bit of a reclaim to that glory today. Wasn't
S2G.
looking too hot yesterday, unfortunately. S2G not looking too hot yesterday, unfortunately.
They've changed their jerseys, Blank. They were in the white, they're in the black and gold now. Let's hope that that's going to lend them a little bit of power.
That is hard-hitting analysis, John.
That's what they've done.
It's factually true.
That's I've seen it. I've said
You're
it.
hitting them with the facts.
Absolutely. That's what we do here.
That's all we do here on the PUBG mobile stage.
Say what DXaver's been hitting this lobby with, though. Hella aggression, hella strong rotations.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think that for DXavier, it's kind of a bit of a difference maker for them in this lobby. Is the case that, when we were looking at before, very much a controlling team, like to take a lot of terrain, go for some wide splits, pick up those positions of the map, which were very important. I mean, Max has spoken to this effect a fair few times alongside with Seven, where that terrain gameplay is so important to them. They understand, however, they need to be more aggressive here at the PMGC, otherwise they're just not going to be able to accrue those points the same way that they were able to in the last chance, when perhaps the teams were slightly easier to manipulate.
Slightly. Given that opening, you can't be denied it. Oh, Alpha 7 have come on the screen. And there is a response from the crowd. They're not happy about it, that bright orange jersey. You can see them from a mile off. That might not do them any favors with this crowd, but it's certainly working wonders on these battlefields.
I think for Alpha 7, there is something to be said about those circles yesterday. Looked a little bit magnetic over towards Alpha 7's position a fair few times. However, what can be said is that the players were actually hitting their shots, right? They were making decent rotations from that position. They were controlling ground, and they're a team that have, quite frankly, picked up points time and time again. I think their top 4% is something like 50%, which is honestly insane. And you love to see it. And I think Jason made a good point as well, in the sense that this is the first time in a long time we've actually seen Carrillo do quite well in these matches on a global stage. So I think for Alpha 7, everything's going right here. This is the mix for success.
It's like Seven was highlighting, it's a drop of the ego from Alpha 7 to increase that performance, for not going super aggressive, chasing things that they shouldn't do. They have gotten rid of that mad dog in them, and they are an old, seasoned hound now on the hunt for that title.
Yeah, that's
trying to make it work.
Oh, it's nice to see new fans here, old and young.
Waving the S2G flag.
Oh, that is cute.
And that's something to be said for the crowd, is that despite S2G's lackluster performance yesterday, they are absolutely performing for this home crowd who have got their backs, even if they aren't going to be the ones to lift this trophy. I'm sure they'll be running with them all the way, Blank. We're going to head over to Sanhok. The jungle awaits the last time we'll see it here on the stage in Istanbul. Match number 1 of the day. We're into the closing stages now, Blank. There's not much more left for these teams. They need to put up a good performance here and now and they'll have their first chance as we fly over the west side of Sandhawk.
The playing path is on your screens, and there's only one team that can take home the victory. But here on Sandhawk, there's only one team in particular that consistently does well, and that's Alpha 7 with a staggering 21-point average. That is nutty, it is unbelievable, yet there it is. Like we said earlier, all we do is hit you with the facts, and there they are.
10 eliminations, top spot for Revo, Carrillo in second. It's great to see. We've seen a lot of representatives of various different teams starting to stand up in these tables. I mean, obviously IHC started off very, very strong. They had that little dip again yesterday. Xavier kind of took up that mantle in day number 2. So both of those teams going to be looking to try and pump those numbers, try and stand up and contest with Alpha 7 at the top there. The drop fairly disparate. We're looking for those hot drops. Remember, Painan seems to have been agreed upon. S2G might still have a little bit of trouble with Xavier, though, over in Paradise Resort.
Xavier not giving up the ghost. They decide to face their haunting memories. With the circle heading all the way up towards that northern edge of the map, so much water still in play. The winner of this engagement between S2G and Xavier gets a nice little branching point outwards to the rest of the map. But last time we seen this went off, both times, in fact, both teams did take some casualties from this position.
I think maximum 2 players escaped per team out of this engagement. A forwards position being taken up right now for Xavier, a little bit more aggressive towards that S2G position. You can see Lamborghini trying to find something, the rest of them playing that backstop line. There have been third parties onto this area before as well. Loop's pretty close by with Mythic as their outpost. Titan probably going to be moving north from Quarry fairly soon. You've also got Udo Alliance, who have gone to the east side of this Paradise Resort position before on the Sandhawks that we've seen, but with the circle as it is, the dynamics are going to change a little bit. Paradise Resort, whilst it's a good launching point, isn't that central. It is still going to be a sanctuary, I'm sure, for at least one team moving forward, but areas near Tapmok, those hills to the northwest side of it, going to be a little bit more priority for a couple of these teams moving through.
Yeah, it's sort of nice in a way for S2G as well as Xavier in the sense that all the teams that are surrounding them, like Titans, Udo Alliance, Donkshan Red Force, Loops, are all teams that I would personally say wouldn't go for this engagement over towards Paradise Resort. Udo Alliance, they prefer to stay out of the commotion until much later in the game. Titans understand they need to keep putting up consistent points today, so going out early on Sandhawk, that's not the ideal play. Loops have been trying to find their footing on this mountainous terrain of PMGC quite a few times, but just has not tied the rope in just yet to able to lock themselves into those railings. And lastly, Nongshim Red Force, central team, they've already got it in count, they're going to hold on to it.
A good central spot for them as well. Likely that a team will rock up to that east side of it. Obviously, that lumberyard that sits down to the south, Tapmok, is a little bit more central in terms of the landmass, but in terms of the actual circle right now, Cal, you're right, is close to that center area. We'll have to see which part of this land the circle goes to next, because with such a dramatic north shift cutting out probably about 50% of this current circle, teams are going to have to make compromises in terms of their positional holding, in terms of their rotation paths as well. It's going to be a little bit more jam-packed with traffic in their way. And they've just met the rush hour, so they do not want to come into too much conflict too early, or if they do, they want to finish it quickly.
6-8. Moving over on that northwest edge, straight through Loops' compounds. All 3 players jump out the vehicle. Mythic first to face here, takes a bunch of damage, but there is a lot of firepower coming back here from Loops themselves. 33Z does go down, just 1 player still up and kicking with the DPS, goes in through the window, and it's too easy here for Mythic.
Popping in through that window, the vault is there, but 628, Falter in their final Sandhawk hero. Last to stand for them. I would be very surprised if he goes in and continues this engagement. He's in a position where he's going to be safe for the next 2 phases. However, these placement points are not going to come quickly. They're not going to come easily. And maybe he just wants to get a little bit more on the elimination count to secure a slightly higher placing, because this team from China has not been performing to the level that we come to expect from them, from their group stage, from their performances over in PEL.
Yeah, they're probably aggro team, right? They're so aggressive. It's a little bit silly the way they play, and it worked out in their group stage, mainly because a lot of teams couldn't handle the firepower, the force bearing down on them. But it's the teams here, strong like Atlas, able to hold on. IHC, though, getting the cheers from the crowd as they take down Alpha 7.
Another nade over the top. They're looking for the rares, sticking it. Could be important here. Mafioso back up and the nade is there. It's right on top of Revo. Is he going to go down? No. He evades it. A dash across from Mafioso to get some new cover now. And Alpha 7 looking to keep themselves up as 4. A good bouncer and a follow-up nade as well might be able to do the trick. Revo in danger, but he's able to weather it yet again. Popping that first aid off, and now Alpha 7 have the chance to take the momentum of this fight back into control. Ziol rolling around now, trying to get an off angle. Godless spotted in the smoke by Senab. Mafioso forwards, Revo with him, and they are surviving for Alpha 7.
Holding on by a thread at this point in time. Gets a heal through too, stitching up the wounds in the process. Nice stuff from Alpha 7. Hang on here. Ziol in the distance behind the hillside. But I can't believe that Alpha 7's been able to actually hang on this long in this engagement. But IHC, they lose one in Godless. Alex is there to get him back up on his feet.
Revo holding his nerve behind the rock has been able to bring it out now against IHC. In comes the crash. Alpha 7 moving 2 forwards. They left 2 on the backstop to handle Ziol and Demo, but Carrillo has the DBS around the door frame. He's taken both of them low. Now they just need to put the final blow through, and IHC get the trade. Senab is there, Carrillo is down, and both of Alpha 7 have fallen in that engagement. Are they going to be looking for the reses, or are they going to try and confirm the flushes with Godless? The first falls, the first flush is confirmed. Senab is still there. Ziol pulls back, and IHC looking to take Brazil downtown.
Is the worst team, the last team that you want to get yourself into a fight with. Because IHC, they know the golden rule. You don't talk about Fight Club, and Fight Club is very much situated on the east side of the map at the moment.
What have Alpha 7 got in the back pocket with 2? On this northern side, there's a chance that they can get further, but they'll have to fight through IHC, a demonic force to be certain. The team from Mongolia currently in 3rd place, and the crowd might be cheering for Alpha 7's demise, but IHC just as much of a threat to S2G's position at the top. I think there's a bit of bad blood here because Mafioso is ringing it out towards Godless. Won't be for long though, because Demo has the shot, has the shutdown. And cacophonous applause to Alpha 7's falling.
IHC has some of the most entertaining gameplay we have seen in a PMGC in a long, long time. 21 placement points they started out with today. They have the same placement points as Procedure Evos in 13th place, yet stand tall right now in 3rd place. At the top of the lobby, standing proud with their gun skill, the ammo falling around them.
Major Pride have managed to get themselves into a fairly strong high ground compound here on the coast side, Blank, close to Stalwart, who weren't able to stop them getting in, neither were FaZe. So Major Pride with this area under control a little bit. Going to be a force to be reckoned with on this west side, but Stalwart sitting in the foothills underneath them, going to slow their roll when it comes to leaving this area.
Yeah, for FaZe, honestly, from this type of position where Major Pride is sat, you need to, as FaZe, either go for a little loop-de-loop up towards cow side, or you go for the very aggressive push up towards Major Pride's compound. There is a possibility to make that one happen. As you come up the hill, you deny sight lines, you can get up there. A lot of times, that is a possibility to take the fight. And I think for FaZe, who are, to be honest with you, fairly decent at taking engagements. They're currently 7th place. They're not doing too badly at all in the grand scheme of things. They can take those fights with other teams. Major Pride certainly needs to be careful of that aggressive push pulling up towards their spot. Stalwart on your screens right now, over towards the western side. A team that has now had a door open up for them. Alpha 7 are in 15th place, which is extremely surprising considering this is the team that's taken 1st place 2 days running.
But if you're going to go down to a team, I mean, it's most likely IHC, right? These guys are brutal in the fight, and they demonstrated that against Alpha 7. For a minute, it looked like Alpha 7 were going to take command of that engagement, but both of them going down with a nice breakout wide from IHC was good news for them. And they've racked up those 4 points. They've pushed up to that 100-point mark now, Blank, with those 4 elimination points that they've been able to accrue. And now they're 15 points behind Alpha 7. So the chase is very much on for them, for DXavier, for Stalwart, down to, as the desk highlighted, the top 6. They're really in that main contest right now for that top spot, with Weibo Gaming bringing up the rear there on the 89 points that they've gotten so far. Currently sat on the southeast side, a little bit to the east of Paradise Resort, which is still occupied on the east by DXavier.
It is slightly concerning. Maybe not for Mongolian fans, they're probably hugely happy about it, but certainly for the other teams in the lobby, that there is 3 Mongolian squads clearly at the top of the lobby right now. IHC, Stalwart, 4MV all doing fantastically well for themselves and their home region. Real flashbacks to Zeus back in the day, except now it's 3 of them, apparently. Really developing some unbelievable talent over in that region.
Zeus had a lot of kids, you know, and apparently he has developed that family over in Mongolia to be such a powerhouse. Look at that, 3-4-5, the flags lining up. It's nice. It's nice to see. Expecting more from this region in 2024.
But what if the first, second, and third place?
Oh, that would be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think we would be going to Mongolia next year for PMGC.
We'll cancel that.
Scrap UK.
I mean, I only have to get a train if it's in London or one of the other major cities of the UK. But I have to get on the plane. You're right.
I could see it. I could understand it if that was the case.
Uh-oh.
IHC though. I mean, they've had their first initial engagement. Sort of makes sense that, you know, they get the beast out of them. And they get taken down by another team. Nongshim Red Force versus Godless, who has had a very lovely run yesterday. They will be taken out in 3rd place. Only 4 eliminations on the match. Not enough to catch up to DXavier.
But it certainly closes the gap. And the crowd flips on a dime for cheering for IHC's demise after they take down Alpha 7. And to be honest, that's probably one of the better situations for S2G fans in the audience. Because, of course, now that's 2 teams that they're going to be less worried about this match. We'll see if they can go the distance, because the Circle has given them a little bit of their blessing so far, but it's still going to be a very hard-fought victory for them should they be looking for that chicken dinner. DXavier, they've got company on the south side of Paradise Resort now, blanking Pasija Evos, who have managed to find their way on through. Pasija Evos playing with 3, though, so a little bit down in force. They've lost Luxie already. They were not so fortunate as to keep that one together, with Titan out to their west as well. It's going to be a little bit tricky to get through on past Paradise Resort.
Yeah, that position's a bit awkward right now. The rocks over towards the western side. I mean, DXavier will be leaving. S2G took their chances. They took the northwest side of Paradise, held in that building, expected DXavier to move a little bit sooner, but instead they just say, you know what, this is not worth it anymore. Let's move out towards that western compound alongside the road. It's actually a very good compound to play around. Right now, Loops have a good spot as well on the other side of the road, but it is Nongshim Red Force with that hefty cluster of buildings to keep them very safe for a very long time. My big players in this match at the moment. On our screens, though, it's going down between FaZe and Major Pride. Expect this to happen sooner or later. Nice initial shot with the DBS.
Looking for more through the smoke. Vittorious can't quite find the last shot there. Does finally put it to bed. And Major Pride will fall down 13th place. Not going to be able to do anything in this match. And that might draw any hopes of them getting towards the top. To a close with their first match going poorly. Pasija Evos still as 3. Having to hold out for MV right now, who are approaching on the south side. Lynx with the first crack at it. Apex is behind the rocket. I think he knows it. They're going to be aware of each other's position. East, a lot closer by. It was East and Doc who were really standing tall for 4MV yesterday. And hopefully they can pull it back together here. Doc making his way out of the blue. Morph over on the east side. They've taken the knock onto Rocky, but they've got the smoke cover there that's just about to fade. Now they've got the rocks to cover them off. They'll try and stay as 4. As U2 Alliance have got a cheeky little angle, and Weibo Gaming down to the south side of them as well. Going to slow them up on their approach to the west, because the circle has gone all the way north, Blank. It's only encircling Loops and Nongshim Red Force.
U2 Alliance, backstab from behind here. Pepenk starts things off. Beside the rest of his squad, Pasija Evos Gonna rattle on through. They hear the fighting over towards that eastern side, but there is S2G taking a shot over towards Stalwart. On the outside of the blue, should be a possible res here for Stalwart though. But S2G's got a great spot to just start taking shots at a lot of different teams down towards the west and the east. Good nade there from Cluck though, dear me.
Udo Alliance will suffer to the S12K there. Yoru able to empty the magazine and looks for the flush with it as well. Another player further over the hill for Udo Alliance, and they are split up now, a 1-1 for them. Loops have been doing bits over in Tapmock in the meantime, Blank in that area. Stalwart continue to be suppressed. Yoru forced out of position on the rock as Iftar launches a Molotov to it. Repositions, gets the healing done, and the regroup for Udo Alliance can start to come through. Might even be able to enact the res.
Drive-by Molotov, I like that a lot. Here's East versus Titans. There is shots coming through from his side though. That's 97 here. Supporting his teammate, but a nice double knockdown onto East and Doc. The two main players in that squad, the Xavier, hungry animals underneath, waiting for the scraps to come through that they can pick up towards the end. Stalwart still taking knocks here, but as are S2G.
Oh, it's going back and forth over there, and Razy down and out in the blue. Flush is coming through, and it looks like Stalwart are a little bit more cohesive in their position. Again, up north, you have to move. The Xavier starting to extend there, and they could third party this engagement between Stalwart and S2G. Stalwart still with all four players alive. S2G down to 2 firm, and there's another knock sent over to Hamzy G. Kelsey trying to keep things together for them, but he's low already. Has to make his way forwards, and that is curtains for S2G on their Sandhawk. Stalwart fighting now. 6 eliminations, Blank. They want to push up towards the top of the tables, but they're right next door to the Xavier, who want to do exactly the same.
Paragin in a really awkward spot here, crossing the road. For the Xavier, this is a difficult one. For Stalwart, I like the play they made. It is difficult to make your way through whilst S2G's taking shots at you, but the mistake that S2G made was just focusing way too much on harassing teams surrounding them, as opposed to playing the main game, which is getting in the circle and being number 1.
We're looking at really 2 of this chasing pack as Weibo Gaming do go down. The Xavier, Stalwart, south side fight to decide who gets that crack towards the circle. Loop's pretty happy with this one, all things considered. 5 eliminations at the cost of a player. Top into a scrap. Has to hop back into the vehicle as action is very low as well as Icy. And they move on forwards, trying to keep themselves together. I think there is a knock on side for Stalwart as they try and make their way into the lumberyard to a volley of ammo sent their way. Loop's not going to allow them in. Entry denied for Stalwart.
Man, what a nice little play there coming through from Lamborghini. He'd been up there that whole time waiting for a movement like that to come through. And the Xavier survive a bit longer. For them, this is a great game, honestly, overall. 5 eliminations found, securing their position. Still potential for more. They would have to wrap up towards Nongshim Red Force, who have that excellent compound cover available. But Lamborghini, on a streak yesterday, looking to put some more work in today. Clocking in nice and early.
Nongshim Red Force have the circle now. The compound out to the east, a stronghold for them. The teams on the south and the northeast, DX Xavier and Udo Alliance going to have to move their way. Pasija Evos having to move south. And really the secondary battle here between FaZe and Loops to take the east side of the lumberyard, to try and control that area on the west side of this circle. FaZe playing with 3 players, as are Loops, so it's even Stevens there, but DX Xavier might have a third-party angle from the top of the hill.
FaZe now in position, do have to push through. Loops ahead of them. Difficult task, but certainly possible with the way Loops has been playing recently. Just not up to scratch at all. DX Xavier playing the same game that Stalwart could have done. Stalwart were looking for a chicken dinner here, and they took their chances with a crash over into Lumber. Didn't work out. Nice Molotov there from Cardozin, but do have a cheeky insertion on the eastern side here in Mormon.
Mormon tries to get through, but he's been spotted from some direction or other. Loops going to be aware of this. Mythic cooking the nades, as is Ayala, but a knock through the cage at the back of the truck there really heads up and the push can come through. This is the third party I was talking about from DXavier to maybe take a shot out their way, and Loops not able to stand up in the face of FaZe seemingly. That's 2 knocks. Cardozo and Ayala both down, looking to try and trade, but around the side of this tire, looking to slow FaZe down. They've taken a knock, they've taken a second. One player from Loops is all it's going to take, but there's a third party, and both of them are wiped out. That gives Persija Evos the chance to take the east side.
Cardozo holding on right at the end there. Fingers and palms thoroughly burnt by the rope that he was hanging to. Really, really difficult ending for him, but you know what? Gets Loops a little bit further, making up for past woes in earlier games. DXavier attempting to go from hard cover to hard cover. Difficult though from the position they're currently in. They're able to get at least 2 players down here. CG Evos, they make a send for Lumber, quickly ripped to pieces.
Only that one elimination point. Yudo Alliance mounting their assault onto the side of the Nongshim Red Force hold. They go straight on through. Flax has managed to get on into a building there, but I don't think that's going to last long. DXavier taking the opportunity to move now as well. Try and get down with the players that they have remaining. 2 of them up and active. They'll need a res to get back into it. Yudo Alliance playing with 2 as Nongshim Red Force have taken a knock. It's a 2 versus 3. Olio low, trying to get across here, but thinks better of it. Doesn't want to get out into the open just yet. XZY looking to try and take down the remaining player of Yudo Alliance as they are just down to 1. Paragent's out of it, but Yudo Alliance are out of it first. DXavier play on with 2.
There's a chance now, but Nongshim Red Force down to 3, but no flush came through. And they're up to the building now. And Levi's got 2 nades. Start sending them in. The blue will push in Nongshim Red Force towards the boys from DX. DX equally have to leave. Nice shot from Lamborghini on the side inside the blue. A 2v3 now begins to ensue.
They got the shot under the stilts as well, and Lamborghini up to the building. The Molotov to send him off the cover, and a close range push. Levi steps out wide, and he gets completely torn to pieces. Lamborghini's next, and it's Nongshim Red Force. From the center of their compound, they held strong. And the South Korean team with a chicken dinner on the final Sanhok of the grand final stage.
It's nice to see that pan out as well, because honestly, you think back to what Max was talking about on that start of the second day, which is a case of Nongshim Red Force, they want the center of the circle, right? However, they weren't able to get it over this past day, just purely because so many other teams were there much, much quicker than them. They're given the center at the start of the game, purely by chance. They're able to do so much with that. And it just shows you that they are a good team, but those rotations, the fights to acquire those compounds, that's what's lacking on this side. And it's not something that you can be lacking here at PMGC.
Certainly not. Given the opportunity, they know how to play it, but you've got to have more in the back pocket. You've got to have a little bit more versatility to be able to bring to the table if you want to take that top spot. However, that will see them a lot further up the tables. We also saw DXavier getting in late to that match blank. That's going to be great for their chase for the top spots. Towards the top of the tables. Remember, they are one of the few teams. Sorry?
That frightened you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Me too, bro.
We got a little bit there by the... Smoke cannons? Let's go with that.
It's a nice win for Nongshim Red Force, so either way. But a lot of those top teams still really need to win it. The major talking point, though, Alpha 7 going out as early as they did really opens things up. It is a massive battle towards the top side of the lobby. Really, no one has moved that far ahead.
No major moves, but as I said, DXavier getting in late, getting that second place, maybe a chance to get closer. But you're right, there is no clear top of the tables right now. It is still very muddy waters. Everybody still looking for something, looking for anything really that they can find. And what a way to kick things off to deny all of them really that major glory that would come with a chicken dinner early in the day. The last day of these grand finals.
S2G doing something a bit weird though, I'm not sure I completely agree with, which is this case of sacrificing position for elimination points. I think you can see the difference between them and Stalwart quite clearly, in the sense that Stalwart is at least attempting to cross into the circle, which allows them to win that fight against S2G in the end, whereas S2G is just so focused on taking the shot and not on what the Blue's doing. It's a little bit of short-sightedness there from that team, who right now does look good. They have good players on the team. They might just be a little bit in their own heads.
Maybe just a little bit. It wasn't enough to give them the power to win this one out. Nongshim Red Force hold the center of the circle, and for it, get a chicken dinner.
For a team in 9th place, this might have been exactly what Nongshim Red Force and South Korea needed to get themselves in reach of potentially taking home that trophy and getting themselves into 1st place. But obviously, still a while to go, still a long ways to go for them, and still 5 matches left to play. But honestly, Maxman, this had a lot of drama in this match right off the get-go.
Yeah, I think the Mian 7 are very critical.
We're going to be very, very critical.
critical in this game, and we talked about, of course, some of the teams that we're looking at in this tournament and in the start of the day, Alpha 7 in particular. Not the easiest circle for Kampong and Drop do they typically go for on the eastern side of the map, right 7, and here going right into IHC with a minimal amount of scouting and losing players as fast as they did when all the other teams got some eliminations on board. It does set a scary prospect for the rest of the day for Brazil.
Yeah, and even when I was watching that fight, I was like, okay, this could be the championship fight for Alpha 7 right here, depending on if they're going to be able to win it against IHC or not. And it didn't end up happening. Actually, it got me a little bit worried with what we were talking about earlier. Okay, if they do have a bad match here in Sandhog, the first Erangel, they usually don't get any eliminations, at least from the past 2 days. How is this team going to be able to react? But with Alpha 7, we've been praising them in regards to not ego fighting, being able to back off from fights. I felt like this was a fight that they needed to back off. They got a knock on IHC, and they ended up sending it with 2 players. Not sure why they decided to be a little bit more aggressive there. I wonder if maybe the championship is going to start getting to them, and that's something that I'm a little bit worried for.
Yeah.
But and on top of that, whenever they did end up going on a 2v2 there against IHC, the players were lining up for him, and it made it super easy there for the last player of IHC to be able to pick him off. So overall, just things that we've been kind of highlighting for Alpha 7 that they've been doing good, that in this first match, they did not do good.
Gentlemen, Xavier, 13 points.
Yep.
Maxman, how many points were they behind our 1st place team at the start of the day?
Oh, you're asking me to calculate right now? They were 13 points behind.
So that means we have a tie for 1st place at the moment. That was the worst case scenario for Alpha 7 with them going out early. Luckily, IHC went out a little bit early, but for Xavier to hold on and survive that long is their worst case scenario. And Xavier, honestly, Max, as you were saying to me, getting a little bit lucky with the rotate off of Paradise.
Yeah, I feel like they waited way too long in Paradise as well, and they got actually backfilled by Titan Esports Club and also the side of 4MV when they could have very easily jumped ahead of the road and have that high ground position that allows them to get extra intel and hopefully also eliminations of teams going for that late rotation. Unfortunately, they don't quite do that. Luckily enough, they do still get a 2nd place, but I think there's a lot of scenarios here, 7, where that could have gone way, way worse than what it did in this match. So I just don't want to see that happen too often today.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone horrible. And then we have 6-8, right? It's nice to be able to see top here, but you were kind of mentioning this to me as well. and we're going to have to bring it up because we do need to point out the flaws that some of these teams are currently showing. Even if it is Sandhawk, these are teams that are currently trying to challenge for that championship. And with 6-8, I mean, with SD, with Star Wars Esports, what we were able to see there in the last match, I was not too happy.
Yeah, Star Wars, I mean, I can talk about them in a negative sense. That's okay. I'm allowed to do that. I don't know what that rotation was in the late game, 7. They are on the southern side of Tapmok, across the road, on that high ground position. They don't fight Xavier, send it down. Not too sure why.
No, okay, actually, this reminds me, I was looking at, why does Alpha 7 have 1 more point? Actually, I forgot to mention at the top of the show, there was a miscalculation in the total points Alpha 7 did have. They got 1 additional point from an elimination that Koryo got. So they got added on. So Alpha 7 still technically in the lead right now by that 1 point. However, it is too close to call for now.
It is. But something I do want to point out with IHC is we were kind of intrigued what was going to happen after they won the fight with Alpha 7, right? But then, for some reason, a team that had a perfect chance to actually be able to scout and see where they were going to be going with how much space they had to work with, they decide to end up sending it into Nongshim Red Force, which is a team that's set up, which is a team that was waiting for somebody to try to crash on them. And Nongshim Red Force just made easy practice of them, easy eliminations.
That compound was taken over, as you said, by Nongshim Red Force. Get what was open at the time. Guess what was available? Gao, Tapmok. And you have an easy scouting spot on the northeast of the Nongshim Red Force compound. They could have easily made that transition, played it safe, played it for the long game, and hopefully get himself at least a podium finish, but it didn't work out.
Look at this, though. This is insane. Xavier, 47 eliminations when it comes to Erangel. IHC at 42. Stalwart only sitting at 23, but obviously the placement points could be a big deciding factor for IHC that if they can't remedy that today, that I don't think they're going to have a chance to take home that 1st place. However, I mean, Xavier, for Miracle Vibes as well, has been able to step up massively yesterday.
Yeah, you know who we're currently not seeing here?
Alpha 7.
Alpha 7, and that's what I'm worried for. What's going to happen with this team here in the first Erangel? We need to see some eliminations out of them. We need to see Alpha 7 that we've been seeing in the previous 2 days. No ego fighting. If you don't have to take a fight early on, just feel free to back off from that fight, set up for the later circles as they've been able to do. Not what we saw in this N-Hawk.
Yeah, and actually at Xavier, when you're looking back on their angles, even though they are typically really strong on that map, even when we had that horrendous circle on the second angle of yesterday, they keep Chua alive, they make it to the podium. They still are able to just keep surviving in these matches while maybe Alpha 7 or IHC or Stalwart get a good game. That gap is not going to close too significantly because Xavier just keep surviving every single match. So they're going to be a real pain for these top teams.
You know, honestly, I was probably, I was definitely critical of Xavier in survival stage, last chance, everything like that. But they've definitely shown to be such a dominating team and a team with a lot of potential. I don't think this is even their final form just yet. I still think they have a lot to show. And the thing for me is, right, if you look at like Mongolia, Stalwart Esports, the most prominent team in Mongolia, the first time we saw rise out of that region in particular. Now we're seeing Xavier out of Vietnam. I'm curious, are we going to start to see more teams as well shine up through Vietnam to really kind of compete at this top level?
No, it feels like it. It's so cool to see different regions stand out in such a way. Like Mongolia, I mean, even going back, right, you had Zeus back in the day that were there, and then Stalwart came up, and you had so many teams. I feel like when you have some teams in your region that start performing well at the international level, they bring that back over into your, well, previously PMPL, now your PMSLs, and it just helps the entire region step up so significantly that Vietnam, with now how Xavier are playing, they might bring that back to their region, and the whole region will just birth
Loops
new
with
talent.
Brazil,
That's
BTR
exactly what I was
with Indonesia.
thinking.
North America, we're still waiting.
In Hyper.
PMSL might help out, you know?
It might help out. It might help out indeed.
Let's come back.
You know, one team we haven't mentioned that apparently we're not critical enough of, and we're not talking badly enough of, according to some sources out there. PMPL updates. S2G, 11th place. What happened?
What are we supposed to say about them? I mean, we
they
are
are
being
not
critical.
playing well. They are not playing well, unfortunately. They're right behind us, so I'm trying to be a little bit extra quiet because I don't want to get beat up. But this team needs to step up. Like, they're in front of their home crowd. I mean, luckily for them, they're still enjoying the atmosphere. They're still cheering on with their fans. But they want to make their countrymen proud. And day 2 was not it. Day 3 is starting off to not be it either. They have potential to show up, but for me, this next game, if they don't pull off a big win, they're out. They're not taking home that trophy, not defending that trophy yet again.
And I feel like you're being generous there because in my mind, I feel like this team is not going to be able to get a chance at winning. I mean, we were talking about this too before the show started, is they're so far away, and with the amount of points that they have to catch up and with the way that the top player teams are going to be the way they're going to be playing, there's no way they're going to be able to catch up. They're going to need at least 3 chicken dinners to start off with. With the way they started off with 0 points, I believe. I don't see it happening.
When you see how many eliminations keep getting picked up by the top teams, the top 6 that we've kept mentioning throughout yesterday and now today, it just doesn't seem feasible. I feel like you had 4 teams that could be a dark horse throughout today. FaZe, S2G, Nongshim Red Force, and Titan Esports Club. Nongshim Red Force did exactly what they needed. Chicken dinner with decent amount of eliminations to be back in the conversation, but I feel like the first game is when you have to do that. I feel like it's too much of a stretch to do a comeback at this point for those teams.
I'm glad you mentioned that within the first games, because as we get to the later stage, especially the teams that are on the second page of the overall, pretty much 9 through 16, those teams have nothing to lose. And we know what happens towards the end whenever those teams have nothing to lose. They're just going to start playing a little bit crazier. They're going to start sending stuff that maybe they're not used to seeing, and they're going to start giving them different looks. And that's when it becomes a little bit worry because different variables are added to the equation, and they're not going to know how to react.
Yeah, I want to take us back through memory lane of last year's PMGC Grand Finals, where Vampire did one of the biggest comebacks in the last day. 3 chicken dinners on the day. That can disrupt that kind of entry point into those podium positions on the leaderboard. So I'm telling you that if we see a team at the bottom being like, we got nothing to lose, that mentality can be so scary with now just 5 matches remaining.
Especially if they become that point sponge, right? Because that means every point you get at the top is even more impactful, considering the points aren't really going in that direction. But it's going to be tough. Again, a lot of teams out there, I think they have a lot to prove to themselves, a lot to show. One team for me, Procedure a little bit. I want to see a little bit more out of this team. Obviously not in the running for first place anymore. Even Morph, UDO Alliance. Like, UDO Alliance, we still have some, pretty decent play when it came to our group stages, but not really leaving up to it right now. But right now, we are going to be heading over to where, Max?
To the Casters.
Let's go over to them. Kick off our first angle of the day.
send us on over. We're only right next door. Thank you very much, guys. We are getting into our first of the Erangel sandwich. It is 3 maps on the cards for this map, and we are going to be going once over the grassy pastures to kick it off.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot to be said right now, and it's difficult to say all of it, honestly, because there are so many teams that can do it excellently well going forward. I think that the Mongolian teams have really done their nation proud right now, because this has just been back-to-back powerful games. One team that's basically relying all on elimination, something we've never ever seen before in the esport. It's like such a big change up in terms of playstyle. We do also have teams like Stalwart, who have been trying to grasp at that trophy for such a long time, yet never really quite at it. There's definitely still a chance for them, but also Xavier towards that top side, catching up towards Alpha 7. I think it does have to be said again, though, that Alpha 7 has played a blinder this tournament. I think from some of these other teams like Xavier, perhaps, first day wasn't as massive. However, Alpha 7 has just been that consistent train, making sure they make all their stops along their way on their journey towards that trophy.
Trying to keep up that pace now. The Sandhawk didn't go great for them. That fight with IHC panned out less than favorably for the Brazilian team that everyone's talking about. And they went down very, very early. 15th place it was, with 0 eliminations. The first time they've underperformed on Sandhawk this tournament. They had we highlighted it, right? But at the start of the game, 21-point average on that map. Now that's been reduced somewhat with that 0-point entry.
I think for Alpha 7, there is one thing that can be said about that last match, is that it's something they won't have to deal with again.
True.
For the rest of the day, right? Because it's a specific rotation they have to make on Sandhawk, which passes by IHC and Udo Alliance on that eastern side. Udo Alliance was far more concerned with getting into the circle. I think Alpha 7 wanted to go for a large wrap. Pretty cool rotation, in fact, I'll hope to see from them heading up towards Cow side of things. However, you do run into IHC doing that.
The first of the Erangels, map number 14 of 18. As the end draws inexorably closer, Blank. Erangel, a major points earner for the top of the tables, trying to keep that consistency. A Mongolian specialty, it seems, with the top teams, 4 of them being from that Mongolian region. Xavier trumping it all, though, from Vietnam.
Very, very interesting. It's kind of weird to see that we do have a lot of the regions all clumped up over on this side of things. You've got Vietnam at the top, Mongolia, into Brazil, Indonesia, South Korea, and then after that it's 3 Chinese teams. So pretty weird, but also curious in the sense of, like, is this just we actually are seeing the power of these regions translated quite nicely onto a leaderboard? Obviously, very much Western leaning playing here, so getting over towards that eastern side slightly more difficult. 16 limbs there for Levi's from Xavier. Certainly expected this guy to step up in the PMGC, and he has. It's nice to expect something and actually deliver.
I'm looking at the teams right now on the military island. We're seeing a lot more residency there than we have done previously. 3 teams, in fact, dropping out over there. For MV, they normally drop on Sosnovka, so that's fairly expected, but it's Stalwart and Udo Alliance now to look for those south positions. Udo Alliance and Stalwart both going to be vying for the areas around that, but with the circle going up north, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Stalwart just grabbing vehicles, as they have started to do now, and not even go for Novo, just go straight up towards Milta. An early knock onto Xavier by Weibo Gaming, and they're looking for the flush. They've been able to find it. A great start for Weibo, who are trying to chase for one of those top spots. They're 93 points right now, and they're not too far out of the question for that first place.
Yeah, nice beginning of the game there for Weibo Gaming. Again, it's slightly inconvenienced for Xavier with the plane path forcing teams that wouldn't necessarily be over on this side of the map too early on to be able to find you on the crossfire in terms of finding vehicles to move through the rest of the map there. So Xavier losing a player right at the bat, and of all the players that you could lose, I think losing Levi's there is probably your least favorite one to go.
I mean, you highlighted that, right? Top of the tables on the eliminations, starting to deliver. Not here in this map. Not this time around. Xavier have Pachinki, though. And they'll be plenty looted up for the time being. Despite being a player down, although that's going to be small compensation for that loss of life. central positions on the circle sit around that North Pachinki area, those headshot hills that are traitorous to movement, to holding those positions on the hillsides. Very, very difficult terrain. We talked about it a little bit yesterday as we went out there for some final circles. Going to be equally tricky, but if you move through it early, there's going to be fewer teams looking your way. It's going to be a little bit easier to navigate. You're going to have less sight lines to worry about, and as long as you're trying to get to the other side of it, it's going to be a little bit easier.
Bit of a player performance here from Godless. 13 limbs on that day too. But honestly, fairly similar average damage, so it just feels like that contribution rate and also translation of that damage into eliminations looks to be a lot better on day 2. Getting their footing of which fights they want to take, which they don't. Godless has done a huge amount of work for that team. Boys better be proud of him. Him alongside with Alex. Real heavy hitters on the team, considering we do have players like Xiol. Such powerhouses. Take a bit more of a backseat role. In quotation marks, I don't think anyone on that team is taking that much of a backseat. Everyone wants to be in the front of that 4-seater.
I feel like a more mature approach to being a part of that team rather than being the hot shot, right? That's what a lot of these players start to be maturing towards, which is great to see that development coming on through. On board with Nongshim, after their chicken dinner in the previous map, they're on 84 points blank, which sits quite far behind the first place. But if we're talking about 4MV as being a potential to be able to conquer that top spot, one of the Mongolian teams, we kind of have to consider Nongshim if they're able to complete another strong game here. But it does rely on this match going well for them. At this point, if it's a bad match for Nongshim, probably for 4MV as well, I would start to be trimming that 6-group team that we were talking about at the start of the day down to 5.
Yeah, there's certainly possibilities still. I mean, 24, 25-point games have been coming through fairly regularly. For 4MV and Nongshim Red Force, that does take you towards the top. You are relying on some of those top teams starting to do badly, and I think that the consistency that we've seen from some of these top squads has been fairly alarming. Quite a few of our other squads within the lobby. But it's still very close. I think that's what always makes PMGC so exciting, so fun, so delightful to watch here. With really those points dropping by a mere margin as you head down the lobby. I think realistically we will see in most other tournaments, like some certain teams towards that league stage, around 180 points at this point in time. It's nice to see our first place team with only 115. Really shows us how fierce the competition here is. PMGC 2023 live from Istanbul.
Making sure it's keeping us on the edge of our seats right until the closing moments. Only 5 matches left to play. 14 out of 18. Goodness me. Feels like just yesterday we started this tournament, but it was in fact the day before.
Yeah, you weren't far off, basically. Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force, I would like to see South Korea, their single representative here, towards the grand finals, have a, bit of a flair finish, right?
Yeah.
I think it's to be said that some of their games have been pretty poor, right? I think that the few games that they have won, it's been a little bit of circle look.
Okay.
Been able to get towards that center side, trying to prove me wrong, apparently. It's fair enough. I'll take it.
There's the rundown. Onto Bamboo. Titan trying to just get away from this one. This is just over towards Potato Hill, east side of Pachinki, of course. Titan moving out further east to get away from the presence that sits atop it. Nongshim Red Force with Potato Hill. It is already a central position on this first circle. We'll see if they're able to make that maneuver, make that transition to the center of the next, because that's really what we've talked about a lot, how central positions are being taken away from them. I think it was Max who really started to highlight that on the desk, and we've seen that bear out in the games that we have been observing over the last 2 days. Certainly in yesterday's matches, more so than the first. We'll see if teams start to move back towards the edges after that analysis of yesterday's matches. See if they have that sort of similar idea and maybe try and play a little bit more edge focus to get a little bit more done.
Playing from that edge side is something that Stalwart is very used to. Carrillo from Alpha 7 knocked and down. 7 talked about this frequently on the desk. A bad start means a bad day for Alpha 7. And day 3, the day of chokes coming through apparently. For some of these teams, Alpha 7, I'm worried about them now. This is where they let things slip out their grasp so quickly.
They said, they talked about it, that they've addressed their ego about when they're winning, about when they're on that hot streak, keeping themselves in check. But this is the true test for me.
Yeah.
Keeping it in check when they are not doing so hot. It's so easy to let it get away from you, to get frustrated. And that is the major challenge that we've seen for Alpha 7 over the years, as this roster, as these players as well. So it's now or never. Keep it together. Keep your cool. Brazilian fans hoping that they're going to be able to do so. But that fire in the belly of these players, man, sometimes it just bubbles over.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to really put a pin in it, right, of who's going to be able to come first in these games. Precision Evos, though, onto Xavier. Nobody is safe towards that top side of the lobby. Alpha 7 taking cracks. Xavier taking on water.
But the ship is far from sunk. Only a small hull breach. Scratches if that. Check the paintwork, you might be all right. If Alpha 7 also are having a bad game, though, it's not disastrous for Xavier, but it is one less opportunity that they'll have in order to jump up to that top spot.
But for Stalwart, now is an opportunity, right? This is where Stalwart needs to put their best foot forward. Realistically, there have been so many chances for this team, so many backers of them as well, right? But I think at this point in time, this is where they need to show us that they can do it. Playing from Novo, they realistically, on a angle, never get circle lucky, right? There has been one game where they've had a very, very odd shift on the circle down towards that southeast side that they're able to take advantage of. However, other than that, Stalwart's had to fight for these angles, but they have the presence to do it. And now is the time where there is that slight appearance. In Fate, Alpha 7 down a player, Xavier down 2. There's a chance to catch up here.
2 eliminations found, 2 more points on the tally. Mafioso, Senab, Revo. 3 players for Alpha 7. They're going to be moving in around that north side of Yasnaya. We saw them pick up those points onto the front. The back 2 of Morph. 2 players now remain for Morph. Over towards that God compound, you've got Yoru and Boboho trying to hold on out. In the meantime, Stalwart, they're pushing up. They're near shelter right now, and they're taking a fight with 4MV across the way. They've got that first knock. They're looking to try and keep this under control, but the smokes bloom, and unlikely that Stalwart crash out of this one. With a circle pushing up northeast, it keeps a lot of those Yasnaya fields in blank. We're going over to the east side of the map. Goodness me, action. I looked down on my map for a second, and he's already getting involved. Whoa, okay. And some more.
I felt like there was going to be another one coming through, gets the double, and then heads over towards Nerzed. Baron will take some shots, but Doc is low. More reses start to come on through, but in comes Top.
He's right up and close as well. Hops out the vehicle, nade in hand. Same for Doc as well. The res came through, so 3 cannons on the arm. 4-4-MV. Top has to get out of there. Timely reposition. He knows those res timers like the back of his hand and knows he has the disadvantage now. Apex is still knocked for 4MV, which means that Stalwart are still in a 3 versus 3 after losing one of their players. They are going to try and continue the fight. Action once more. Goodness me, this man in a buggy. Give him some rope. He's going to roll on around there as long as you'll let him.
Action is certainly coming here over towards 4MV. Nice reposition from Top here, straight up towards the roofs. Try and get a little bit more of an angle. Taking time to do this, though. 4MV will be pushed by the blue first, so Stalwart hoping to make this one clean battings over towards their side. Nongshim lose wings as Major Pride find that tag.
Nongshim, they're trying to make a transition into that central area. That's what I said I wanted to try and see from them, to be able to convert onto this match. It's just not working out here. They've moved into a strong position, sure, but there's just too many sightlines around them. It's too early to be able to take control of this with the number of teams that have freedom to take those peaks out towards your direction. It's not going to be the best of times. They're finding out all about that. S2G lose Silas in the meantime. And that's going to put them down to 3 players active. They're on that western side. Kelsey split in a 2-1 now. Razy and Hamzy a little bit further north of this. This is on the northwest side of the circle, and WBG have an inside position on it.
Weibo Gaming, one of my favorite positions alongside the map. Is such a nice spot to be playing in. Obviously, eventually, this position from Procedure Evos becomes very dangerous, where they can start peeking over the roadside down your way. But if you're playing in that compound, the amount of free space and free reign you get from that spot is devastating to teams moving through that area. Right now, they're not in the center of the circle, but they do have a lot to work with. So for Weibo Gaming, I think this could be a nice start for them. Stalwart moves all the way up towards the southwestern mansion, holding on the high ground. On that side of things, we'll see where the next circle shifts over to. Down towards OP Dip. Udo Alliance currently have it. The Titans holding in mini.
DXavier out to the east as well in the compound. Trying to hold down the east edge. There are only 2 players, though. That's what we've seen from, well, now the top 3 teams, right, have all lost players. They've lacked a little bit of momentum into this one. IHC with an opportunity, but they are all the way on the north side. A parallel rotation between Alpha 7 and S2G as well. Senab wants the challenge. He's hopped out for the fight, and Hamzy gets displaced by the buggy, but he's good for it. Swings out wide, but there's a player on the back line getting lost here. It's caught up in the mix of it all. Alpha 7, they're down to 2. But so are S2G.
Revo ran him down. Now just 2 players here, Kelsey and Hamzy dropping the smokes, attempting to live out in the shack here. Stalwart attempted for something a little bit similar. Sent out a scout, they lost a player for it, but at least they have information. No limbs on the game so far. Alpha 7 and DXavier now both down to 2, but at the very least, Alpha 7 do get 3 eliminations off the back of this game. Maybe looking for more as they continue to take pot shots down towards S2G and have done a hefty amount of damage here.
I'm looking on the north side of the map as well, and IHC is starting to push on in towards Major Pride. Alex with the nade. They're crashing down the hill close by now. Zyol trying to move on back. Demo breaking wide. Is Alex going to follow suit and get into a vehicle? No, he's going to get in amongst it. Around the edge, he's looking for another nade, a cheeky angle, a cheeky arm on it. And looks for a knock, but can't quite find anything just yet. Godless on the high ground, Demo on the off angle. Alex and Zyol forwards to try and keep that pressure on up, and Alex finds the opening knock over towards Naomi here. Zyol now on into the building, trading these nades back and forth, and Effect goes down next. Dino on the staircase wants that DBS to shred through them, but Godless is up into the wall now. Nomi's angle, I think he was spotted there with the door being opened, and Dino bides his time. He's being quiet, Blank, he's being sneaky. Can he get anything back for Major Pride? Godless moves into the firing line, but just through the smoke. Doesn't quite get spotted, and Dino doesn't pull the trigger.
Dino, perhaps looking for it now, will unleash the first bullet. But the bookshot's not on target.
Oh no.
He's missing absolutely everything.
He's joking. Finds the final shot just about there, gets the first knock, but Demo can now start to move in on the off angle. The spray, the suppression, and Dino gets a second. He looks for 3. Dino in a potential 1v4 situation now against IHC, a brutal team in the fight, but not this time. It looked a little bit shaky at the start of the fight, Blank, but Dino for Major Pride to maybe take down IHC. The top of the tables right now, Blank. They just can't catch a break.
Prehistoric madness brought back into frame by the dinosaur himself. Looking to bite down. And the 2 players outside, a quick nade. Perhaps looks for the finish here, the 1v4. Is it on the cards?
He pulls the pin on the smoke, trying to bait out a peek. Dino, he's close to danger. Does he know? They see the res up and into the window, but he gets through the door just in time. The blue zone's here to play now, and you've also got to get that re-knock from the zone into the vehicle, and Demo has to get out of there. Will he be allowed there? As Dino looks to fossilize IHC towards the top of the tables, misses the shot, and it's a breakout wide. A survival instinct kicking in for IHC.
Dino sends them running, packing away. In the vehicle, the glass of water in the front, trembling in the footsteps of the Tyrannosaurus Rex Dino himself.
A nade to trade and Major Pride go down. Unfortunately, he's going to be nothing more than future coal on this one. Get him out of this, Erangel. Major Pride have done damage, though. IHC, one player to stand. That is the top 4 teams now blank, down on their luck this match. The good news for IHC is they've got 4 eliminations already. Alpha 7 have 3 eliminations already, but we're going to be looking at Weibo Gaming and 4MV this match to see if they can close that gap. Weibo Gaming have taken a knock. They're on that north side with a struggle position to get on through. As S2G keep getting these pickups in a central location.
Yeah, from that shack, it's got some really nice sight lines, in fact. These cheeky little planks that you can peek between do make for an unfortunate way to play this game out for some teams.
FaZe with the nade over towards Bobo, but it's not going to make its way through the window. Another nade goes forwards, and there it is. Picks up Morph, they will go down. Hang on a minute, that was Hamzy. To be able to pick up another point for S2G. They've got 3 on this match so far. FaZe. Venturas goes down. Mella's already out of it. Demo's still active for IHC. He was able to get away from the terrifying presence of Dino for Major Pride. But they have been cut down to size. Demo open ground against FaZe. Not going to last too long there. Onzen's able to take him out, and IHC fall first of the top 4.
Xavier versus Stalwart here now. With Nerzed unleashing grenades. That one looks pretty on target to me. Paragin's down. The top floor brought hurtling down back to earth.
That is a resounding ego check there. Nerzed nade in, tries to post it, doesn't quite manage to get on through the slit there. Chua trying to hold out around the side, taken almost down entirely. Nerzed still wants the challenge with the SK-12. Oh, this is bold from Chua, but it pays off. Xavier still going. It doesn't matter how much HP you've got. You've still got a DBS in hand, and that is brutal, but finally, it's put to bed. Stalwart, though, suffer. They pay the price as Nerzed has gone down. They'll need that res. In the meantime, Weibo have been looking to try and take that aggression, but Ymao's down. FaZe are starting to roll through this one. 3 players alive. Ming, close with that DBS again. But back into the smoke, has more to deal with. More man up the top, goes down, and now it's Onzen's in the vehicle. Ming wants to challenge, out into the blue zone. He has to roll around, and here comes a 6-2-8 for the third party. The blue zone claims one. And the gunshots claim another. Weibo now under pressure by 6-2-8.
6-2-8. Up to a solid elimination count of 8 here. So their countrymen in Weibo Gaming are starting to find themselves some purchase on the rankings. They don't want to be left behind here and push further forward, but it's S2G consistently getting the circle still. 4MV, who Stalwart left in the dust earlier on, now attempt to make their way in. A lot of teams taking heavy punishment. The only team currently with 4 is 6-8. Over on that northwest side, who have been sweeping.
Titan are going to be looking to try and move on in, but against Yudu's Alliance's position, it's going to be very, very tricky to make that move. They're more than likely going to have to crash onto that S2G shack in the very near future. A 6-8 move up towards Revo, who is still alive, and with 3 eliminations, if he can rack up a couple of more placement points, Alpha 7 are going to be happier with this performance than maybe it would have seemed towards the start of this match when they were down on their players, when they lost quite a few. Stalwart, in the meantime, getting their heads bowed down by Cluck, who's going to sit top. And now Nerzed, the last to stand, but there's an answer there coming through from 6-8, who still have that high ground position.
Yeah, Stalwart right now just keeping their head out of the action. Top steps up to see if he can go for a challenge, but there's so many teams in and around this area. Action's going to go for it again as well. Nerzed taking bullets. It's not likely that 628's moving anytime soon. The vehicle explodes. At least gives them some cover to work with. But it is S2G towards that central arena.
Oh, Hamzy finds two, over onto 628. Both of them go down as well. They try to descend blank. They try to get across the road, and they're denied. 5 eliminations, and a nade is going to follow it up, but in comes the remnants of 628. Kelsey's down, and Hamzy is going to be on the deck. He's not going for this res just yet. A Molotov on in. The smoke's out forwards to slow things down, but 33Z is already here. Hamzy's going low. He jumps out wide, and he's on fire now. Will be burnt to a crisp as 628 rack up 10 eliminations.
Massive game from 628. Same again for Loops here, down to 7 teams remaining. Titans on that north side. Udo Alliance. OP dip.
Alpha 7, certainly not the fan favourites, but they're still the top of the tables. Their countrymen put them down. Loops take them out of the running, but the top of the table's barren of players right now. Only 2 on Stalwart really in contest. 4MV are even further behind. Still only 2 on that southeast side. Udo Alliance in their dip. They're sitting pretty.
Stalwart right now just looking for anything that they can get off the back of this one. All they can do here is hope and pray that they get a higher placing. But most of these teams not likely to come into contact with one another until later in this game. Stalwart desperately need themselves an Eastern shift on the circle, a hard one as well, but not likely. Never mind, there it is.
All right.
It's exactly what they needed.
There was so little chance of that happening, you're right, Blank, but here we are in that very universe. A massive shift for them and a devastating shift for Loops. Ayala does have the MG3 though, and that ghillie suit. Keeps him nice and secure for a time being, but they're going to have to cross, they're going to have to get past 33Z, and they're going to have to get past Udo Alliance, who is really the major factor of this circle. They only have 3 players though, so still potential for things to change up here.
I think for Loops, pushing down this way will be a little bit of a struggle. 6-8 down to 1 player, but lovely amount of limbs here, up to 10 now. Ayala spots over towards Titans and 4MV, and now have to make a rotate of a lifetime.
Mythic leading the charge for Loops to wrap around. Udo Alliance looking to hold it off, but you've still got 4MV there, and the sideline peppers and the forward front hold is going to find Mythic. Get the flush, the steal from top, you're right, for Stalwart across the way. And Udo Alliance are looking out that way saying, who did that? Who's the cheeky so-and-so who's gone for that shot over the top? It is
That's
top.
nice.
Shadow takes down 628.
This is realistically exactly what I was talking about. The hard Eastern shift allows Stalwart not only to maybe steal away some eliminations, but also to pick up some more of these placement points. A 3rd place for Stalwart right now would be very beneficial towards their rankings. They're still currently behind IHC.
Yet to add those placements on though, against IHC's total. So I think as it stands, they might just be able to jump on up a little bit higher. 15 points total behind Alpha 7, so any more placement points they can get, you're right, very, very beneficial in that pursuit. And Loop spots top though, and that might slow them down just a little bit. However, they've been behind this ridge for a while, and the reses can still come through. Chief is down, and there it is. 4MV, deal with the roadside. Roadworks ahead. I don't think it does for Loops.
Nice play there from 4MV, and again a team that we've not been able to talk about too much. New shift on the circle will pull Titans further in, but it's 4MV taking a lot of shots from Titans. They go down, and there's a real possibility now for Stalwart to take this.
Udo Alliance, they've just been taken away, and now Titan up top. It's a 2 versus 3, and there's an angle for top to be able to find one, but no, the cover is regained in the blue zone though.
Right now, it's Stalwart who has to only defend. Titans have to push over into open ground. And Stalwart just got to hope that they can be on target here in this second match.
But Titan are into the dip. They've managed to get Suki into that forward position, and that is going to be a real tough ask for Stalwart to deal with. Suki up, might be able to find an angle. 97 to follow it up. Shadow regroups as well. They are stacking as 3. Only the 4 nades in hand for Stalwart, so if they can get in range, they might be able to blast this one through. But Titan get the resupply off You-Do Alliance's crates, Blank. A crucial pickup here. And as you can see, the probabilities of the chicken dinner looking good for Titan, but never count Stalwart out.
Realistically, I think for Stalwart, they have a good idea of where Titans will be. They have to wait for this next circle, though.
The move.
What a move from Top. Gets to the shack. That's massive. Nerzed.
Top is closer to the center of this next circle, Blank. That is really, really big because it is going to force Titan to move first. That smoke train being laid out indicates that they know that. They know they have to deal with this position. Nerzed, what can he do? Manipulate the terrain.
Crazy
Top takes some damage. He needs to stay alive for them. For Stalwart, Suki moves further forwards, but Nerzed can cut that gap. You see the gap in the smoke train.
Nerzed's got the majority of the nades here on side. He's got 3. Top's the distraction. Nerzed's the firecracker.
He's got the cover as well from the terrain. It's sloping on the roadside. The first is unleashed. It's going to go into the first smoke to find Suki. Now towards the backlines, Titan are looking for it. Top takes some damage, but he can suppress. He needs to spray into the smoke, and they're still worried about the shack. I don't even know if they think Nerzed's here. Shadow is there, looking for the angle, but they're not finding it. Suki crawls back for the res, but Nerzed's got another nade, and he's looking to do them dirty now. Pull the pin, get the cook, and there he is. The damage, the forward throw, and it's going to be 97
Last
down
nade.
low. Top looks for it. Another nade. It looks good. There's a knock. There it is.
Oh my God!
And a resurgence for Stalwart. A crucial juncture here in the finals. They break their way forwards. They are on a mission to give Mongolia the victory, to give them such a long-denied first-place finish here. Make some noise for them, because this could be the start.
What a win from Stalwart. Stalwart to the end here. Resilience incarnate from this team. Holding on to the edge. What a circle shift for them as well. I did not see that one coming. I don't think Titan did either. An unbelievable play as well. Top as the distraction. Hands off all nades to Nerzed. All nades by 3 nades, I mean. Makes the run as fast as possible under the purview of the distraction of Top on the shack and hits all 3.
The most valuable nades of PMGC. Made of pure gold right now, and that's exactly what they're chasing. Coach Senna happy, praising the duo, Nerzed and Top. Names to remember.
It's a crazy thing as well, because for Senator to come out there, give him the high fives, be happy about that one, that means a lot to the team. Usually, Senator, after a big win from Stalwart, he comes in, he calms the team down. He said, look guys, it's not done until it's done. But for that one, I mean, high fives and smiles all around, completely deserved for Nerzed and Top. What a game. What a game.
16 points on that match for them. 6 eliminations in the chicken dinner. That's going to put them right up there. Alpha 7 were only able to get 3 eliminations. The start of this match, they were on 100. They are right on the doorstep now, Blank. We thought that this team was going to be a favorite for that top spot. We were worried after yesterday's games, but Blank, I feel like that passion, that confidence has been reignited with that chicken dinner.
I'm pretty speechless, honestly. It's a perfect finish for PUBG Mobile there from Stalwart. And this is what I'm talking about, is that Stalwart, when they play at their A game, they are literally on another tier, right? It's a different level of PUBG Mobile than we see from any other team. To make those decisions in those last moments is insane.
What a performance from the magnificent duo of Stalwart, Top and Nerzed.
Maxman, I'm not even gonna introduce this. You do it.
Let's go! I will take a Stalwart win like that every single day of the week. Nerzed What an insane play he's done, not only in that finishing moment here, Seven, but also on that breach onto the side of Xavier with that opening nade, so he's only have one singular player to focus on, and especially holding on to that utility when the entirety of Titan Esports Club were pinched by the blue zone in OP dip. No way to escape, Seven. That was potentially the game that we're going to look back at the end of this tournament and say that is what made Stalwart the champion.
Are you on the Stalwart train, Max?
Let's say possibly.
But I'm with you. The way Nerceo was able to be so patient, wait for the right moment, start throwing those nades. And I love that he didn't decide to get up and start shooting, which is usually what we see some players do, right? As soon as they get a knock, they want to be able to finish it. No, he knew that there was going to be more players there. He was able to rely on his teammate, kind of distracting the players that were in OP dip, and overall Nerceo, yeah, I mean, he has to be applauded in a big, big way for being able to clutch that up for them, because that was huge.
Yeah, and I do have to agree with Blank. Also, sending Top on the other side of the road to serve as kind of that main threat to their position, and they're just so focused on clearing that position behind the shed, behind the Gitun, that it's just going to work out. And you even saw Senator just come like, another Denny office for Stalwart. We're looking good.
And Top was so close to the other team as well that, I mean, they thought that he was the one throwing the nades. Just overall, great play there by Stalwart. And I love what you mentioned, too. I love that they decided to back off. Even earlier on in that match, they had a fight against 4MB. They ended up losing one player. And instead of continuing with that fight, they decided to relocate. They did end up pretty much threading the needle, which a lot of the teams actually did during this match. And talking about threading the needle, let's talk about Alpha 7 too, because this team, I was wondering how they were going to be able to do here in this second Erangel, and I'm glad to see that they are at least able to put up 3 eliminations, considering that in the previous 2 days they had none.
Yeah, at least they're not getting a big bubble on their points right here. Though I do have to bring a more negative aspect here. It's for Longsham Red Force. That was the perfect opener for the day with that chicken dinner over on Sanok. The fact they can't follow that through with another, at least semi-decent performance, means that maybe their run for the championship might also be over.
Well, yeah, and another one is, sorry, I was going to be saying Xavier, because this team, I mean, they could have had a perfect chance with Alpha 7 only working with 2 players, Alpha 7 losing players earlier on, either to FaZe Clan or S2G on their rotations. But these Xavier decided to be a little bit too patient whenever they moved east of OP dip in that compound, waited a little bit too long, and ultimately ended up getting destroyed by Stalwart, and on top of that 4MB.
Yeah. Well, don't forget about IHC as well, running into major pride and losing out against Dino, just taking them down, chomping bit by bit, making IHC extinct. However, the last left did go the way of Dembo as he was able to nade them out and actually solidify the eliminations onto them. But the lead has grown between Alpha 7 and Xavier, but we have a new contender. Stalwart Esports, 3 points behind the leader. They're winning on the tiebreaker. It's a very close match. 3 teams at the top within 5 points of each other.
Yeah, and there's even room for upsets like 4MV, WBG, IHC can all catch up here. This is... Seven, this is the best PMGC Grand Finals of all time. Like, the fact you have so many teams racing for the title at this very point, we still have 4 matches to go, and we still cannot call 100% who's going to be the team up there to claim the trophy. It just makes it so intense every single match and super unpredictable.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. And then we were talking about earlier about those teams that are 9 to 16. Judo Alliance being able to place themselves in OP dip earlier on actually ended up disrupting Alpha 7's rotation. It forced them to back off. Sinab ended up getting caught by S2G, and this is what we're going to have to keep an eye on even more, because Loops now has had 2 matches where they have been able to get some eliminations or at least get some placement points, and that's taking points from some of the teams that are actually currently fighting for that championship.
I have a question actually for you, Seven. Looking how Alpha 7 lost players early on their rotation and fully sent in the middle, that seems to me at least a little bit desperate. I feel like maybe the pressure's getting a little bit to them because they know just what's on the line here. They don't want another 3rd place like last year.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Well, we can see here, Alpha 7, a bit of a struggle there, but at least they're able to survive and get some points, right? 3 eliminations, the 1 placement, better than Xavier did, as Xavier did get wiped out by Stalwart. And of course, we saw Udo Alliance sit in OP dip for such a long time until they got dislodged. And D10's like, hey, we'll take this position. This is your position? This is our position. But obviously didn't work out for him in the end. But it is a little bit of a shame, though, for the likes of Xavier to keep things close, realizing Alpha 7 went out early. That could have been their moment to really claw back some points. But for Stalwart's sake, I don't know, man. I'm still not 100% convinced they're going to take on the trophy here, Max. We've seen some chokes just yesterday in some of the positions they were playing. Thinking back to, I think it was, I want to say Sandhawk, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
But at least the Senox behind us.
Yeah. I mean, Stalwart, how should I make this work out? I think they're not going to do well. There you go. I don't know if that's going to work out possibly. But
No, say what you really want to say. I would like to hear.
Okay,
Say what
I
you
think
really
they're
want
going to dominate. I feel like right now, even when their individual players like Nazed is popping off, I feel like they're going to feel, of course, the pressure is there. But I feel like they can just withstand any kind of bad situation. You talked about it, them leaving that fight against 4MV in a really, really efficient way, and then going for Museum, pushing it forward. I think that they've been looking fantastic so far.
Well, of course, all these players are participating on the Infinix GT10 Pro board. For professional esports players, you at home can pick one up and hopefully one day participate here on the PMGC stage, or maybe the phone alone will make you better than you already are, which for me wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah.
We literally played some duos yesterday, and Max was carrying my butt.
We had a fun time on the reindeer, though. We got on top of the gas station. It's a really cool scouting spot.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Yes.
We saw a little bit of it in the show match, and maybe we'll see a little bit more in the future. Not here right now, because we're not playing with the Frost Festival. You guys at home, it's a head to short break while we get things ready to go for our next match of the day. It's going to be our halfway point, and it's going to be our second Erangel. We'll see you in a few.
I'm Gold Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together. And we're back. It's time to hop into our next Erangel of the day. Stalwart Esports started off strong here with a victory on our last Erangel. Can they do it again, Max? And who are going to be the triplet of the team to carry it forward?
It's going to be Top, Action, and Nazed. He's part of the fragging trio now. It's the fragging trio, not a duo anymore for the side of Stalwart. That's been the case for a while now. That's ever since the full season of 2023. But I feel like Stalwart, they're going to have one bad game, and they're going to have a good game after. So that's my prediction. They've been a bit up and down. That first game was a bit rough.
So does that mean this next game is going to be bad?
This next game is going to be going to 4MV.
If you guess it. By the way, something that we do want to give props on Star Wars a little bit, and something that we're kind of being very critical in regards to how they've been playing is whenever this team is not set up, they usually don't do good.
Yeah.
In this last match, they weren't really set up to what we're used to, right? They were kind of fighting the edge of the circle. They were kind of have fights, as we saw, against the Xavier on the edge of the circle, and they were able to do that so well. So we know this team has it, but they need to start being able to do that more. They need to start to adjust a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
Even with earlier with the fight that I was mentioning against 4MV, they need to keep adjusting on the go.
Well, you think for Miracle, you think
yes,
nothing happens here.
Alpha 7, and I think Alpha 7 as well. This will be the game Alpha 7 steps up and keeps things close at the top. Let's head back to our commentators to kick this one off.
Let's go on over. We're coming on over. You just didn't join in, did you? You just hate fun. Goodness me.
You
Can't win
guys
with this guy.
just aren't quite the Snowy Village, unfortunately, for me. Max is really unhappy with me about this one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just not bendable. It's unfortunate. I'm just not about.
Well, that was good for you. Well done.
You see that? You see that?
I did. You've been practicing.
Yeah.
Well
I
done.
practice that bend. Actually, I have to stay in this position all the time. I'm just rigid.
Well, you know, hopefully, I don't know what to do with that one. We're going to go into this match.
We're going to bend and wind our way back in towards our angle now.
I feel like they're predicting Alpha 7 4MV. I feel like I'm going to read your mind. You're thinking DX Xavier.
On this one, I'm thinking probably Alpha 7, honestly.
Oh.
More than anything, because I think they've had 2 bad matches, and this is their chance right now just because they need to get back into things, right?
Yeah.
And this is the halfway point. They need to bounce back. If they do not, it's over.
Could be. It depends what their teams around them do as well, remember. You've got Alpha 7, sure, if they don't do well, they can't open the gap again.
Yeah.
But we're looking to see if Stalwart can convert, like Max was saying, potential for a little bit of an up and down. You've got teams as well knocking behind, DX Xavier, for instance, who we've seen not do so hot sometimes.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking at those teams as well. I mean, it is so close, and that is just how a close table works, right? So that's what I'm really getting at here. That's what I'm describing.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's about as
Chief Describer, John Allen.
Chief Describer John Allen in the building with the investigator. Nasty playing path, by the way, guys. I've seen it. I've located it. It's on my screens for the 3rd match of the day. It's a nasty one. It's a horrible one. Starts down in the south. Ends up in Lipovka, of all places.
It's close to 4MV's drop spot, so maybe Max was onto something, you know? But could be a little bit better for them. S2G out. Imagine they'll go back to their Gatka split. They can grab some vehicles, because with a plane path like this, you tend to see a few more hot drops on those vehicle spots.
You really do. Honestly, I'm expecting there to be a lot of contention around this western edge. Peninsula down towards Sosnovka. That's where a lot of teams go for those vehicles in the beginning. So likely going to be a couple of early engagements here, John, which could sway, if I could sway, the leaderboards in a big way.
That's true. That is true. Over to the far side of the plane path now. We are all the way through. Again, 3 entrants to the military island, but this time IHC have gone split. 2 north, 2 south. Demo and Alex taking up residency on that north side. Zeol and Godless down on that military island. The circle does go up north and will be split down the middle by the river. These are some pretty unkind circles and plane paths for this 2nd edition of Erangel today.
There really is, honestly. It's a struggle to get up towards this northern edge, especially with the way the plane path has sorted itself out. CG Evo, some major pride currently coming into contact rather early here, and this is what you were talking about, John, is picking up those vehicles.
With the SKS, a jump shot headshot from Dino. He's feeling pretty good after that last match, even though it did go down in the end. Had that 1v3 on the staircase. Be proud of that one. Zuxi, the Procedure Evos, losing Redface as his teammate now. worried, biding his time with the micro Uzi up the stairs with a chance of a 1v3 of his own. 1 and 2, nearly 2 line up. Goodness me. But it won't go any further than that. Zuxi is out of it as well.
Yeah, that could have been huge. He was doing an unreal amount of damage.
Final boss Luxy on the roof.
Yeah, he dropped in with the parachute.
Oh,
so it is actually impossible to get him up here. There is a chance that Major Pride sends up the hill and spots him. I'm assuming they know he's somewhere in this location.
They would have spotted the parachute, you're right. Well, they should have spotted the parachute. So if they've got their wits about them, it'll be good news. However, that's not always the case. Even at this level, you might have miscounted those parachutes. Maybe you're more concerned with spotting the weapon on the ground that you're trying to drop straight on top of to be able to get those early trades, to be able to get that early advantage in the scrap. Either way, Besieger EVOS losing 2 players early on, leaving 2 alive, and a slower looting phase for Luxy as well. So be able to get on board with that. Not the greatest start for their match. And in 12th place, they really weren't in the conversation today to get towards those top spots even.
I see scarily close towards S2G. 57%.
Wow.
Top 4 rate for DXavier. An astonishing result for the Vietnamese team.
Guess who's not here, though? Alpha 7 on those top finishing percentages.
It's almost as if we got the prediction coming through from Mr. 7 earlier that this is a day where there's a lot of pressure on them. The crowd's against them. Does make things rather difficult on their side. Luxy not moving an inch or a muscle, just like me. We're both
firm,
rigid,
stationary.
Stationary.
Still as statues. Could have been carved by Michelangelo.
We are just not wacky, waveable men. And that's fine, you know. All right, look, that's okay.
Hey, you know, some of the greatest men
were wacky and waveable, but not me and Jason.
No, Jason is similarly stick insect-like.
Yes, we both are. We're like the praying mantises of PUBG Mobile.
Green.
And long.
It's true.
And
this is not getting any better, is it?
Dino is still alive currently for the team, which is good news for them considering he did a lot last match. Besieger EVOS down to just Misery and Luxy though. And I think for them, Besieger EVOS' run comes to a pretty sad crawl now towards the end of the tournament. Just 3 matches remain after this one. It is a sprint in the PMGC. However, I think we have got the most deserving teams currently on top at the moment. Stalwart, Alpha 7, DXavier all challenging out for those places. IHC, what crazy turn of events it has been for them to be here in 4th place.
I mean, you said it before, right? It's so unlikely to see a team, maybe not to see a team that is so elimination focused, but to see a team that is so elimination focused in contest for the top spot, right? That is what is so peculiar about this roster, about this standings. I mean, IHC have 21 placement points. You have to go quite far down the tables to see a team that is going to match those, because they have 83 eliminations right now on the tables compared to 68 from Alpha 7, 68 from Stalwart, 69 from DXavier. They are head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, so you know they have 21 placement points, right?
Yeah.
Guess how many placement points they started the day with?
Was it 22? Have they lost them somehow? I don't know.
No, give a guess.
19.
21.
Oh, they haven't got 0. Right, okay.
They've had 0 placement points on the day.
Goodness me.
It's very amusing the way this is all working out so far. But I think for IHC, it's certainly okay. S2G, though, it's not okay at all. 2 players down once again in the early game. 33Z does get returned onto. Some shots from Ray Z, but Hamzy G, Silas down once again, and Silas going out early quite a few times here. But we expected these early engagements, John. We thought they would come through. We assumed it, considering the way this playing path did give a lot of these teams a pretty cruel start.
Udo Alliance have taken a knock. A standoff between them and Titan. On the southeast side, Flax trying to spin a path through this one. Will be able to divert attention with a couple of off-angle shots. Olio moving on up to try and look for the res onto Cluck, gets into cover and wants to find a bit of nade over the top, might slow things down. Iftar trying his best to keep things together, but into the buggy they get. Udo Alliance just want to get out of this one with all 4 of their players alive. Try and move further north. The Malaysian team, though, might not be so lucky. But fortunately for them, Suki doesn't quite connect the full spray.
Suki said attempts to get Cluck down, but unfortunately, like he said, not quite meant to be here. Udo Alliance getting away. On skin of their teeth. Major Pride on your screens. Weibo Gaming surrounding them. Every single player is taking a little bit of damage, except one on Major Pride, so they have been suffering over in this location. Nomi, a full HP resident over here in Rozhok.
Alpha 7 in Zaki right now, still. With the
They're in shambles, mate.
Covering. They really are, but they might have just come up trumps here. What a shift.
Yeah, it's a great shift for them. Gives them a good chance to actually come down from the northwest side in Zaki. But again, their original drop spot is North George. A magnetism to the circle, coming back to them. It's a long rotate they've had to make to get here. Almost clairvoyant, to be honest with you, from Alpha 7. Because they could have gone for an alternate path into the circle. Instead, very determined to hold on to North George.
Nice spray there from Gap. Spots Nomi standing still as a statue. Carved of marble he is. Gonna have to be melted down now though, because Gap has another angle onto Naomi, backed off the window. I think that was Effect returning a volley. Trying to keep his team alive right now, Nomi. A valuable asset for them moving forwards on the north side of Rozhok. They're going to have to get across the river fairly soon, though, because Rozhok is not in and is most likely ending north of this river with, I would say, probably about 10% of the circle south right now, and that 10% is already pretty heavily occupied. Stalwart have moved into the central island bridge crossing. They've got control of that area, so moving west, a little bit less opportune right now.
Goodness me, at the moment, boys just cannot catch a break on Major Pride. Nomi at least does get that res. Back up in action. Weibo Gaming harassing right now at the moment. FaZe down towards the central position in the lobby. I sort of felt like FaZe were maybe rallying for the last day FaZe push.
Could be, still. They still have...
It would be difficult.
Not that many matches. They've only got the 4 matches left to go for it. It would be certainly very difficult, but they could feasibly get up to get up to a 5th, a 4th, a 3rd, potentially with something miraculous. Weibo Gaming up for a challenge, and they lose a player, but they trade off onto Effect with a knock. Ming is close by to maybe be able to find the flush. Dino, though, wants to suppress the position, allow Nomi to move on forwards. Remember, they were able to keep all 4 of them alive. The fact that Weibo now has lost one of their players, maybe a little bit of an unexpected turnover in Rozhok after the res on to Nomi.
Effect crawling along the wall. There is an opportunity to take the shots. Gap sees it.
There it is.
And Effect's now more than likely falling with the blue coming in as well. Nice shot, though, over towards Gap. Let's bring him a little bit lower. Both these teams have had to move, and Weibo Gaming, they have not moved an inch. Set those feet down, planted them in, and they are not leaving anytime soon. Like a tree with its roots in the ground. And
come on, you cannot be serious.
The PMGC wants Alpha 7 to win. I'm not gonna lie. If they don't win this game though, we can call that a throw. A massive throw and a half. True. And they have had this sense of loss of confidence at the start of the day after that Sandhawk game. And being in the center of the circle, not always as easy as it sounds, particularly with a lot of teams looking your way.
Here's the thing, though. These shooting range hills, very, very treacherous, right? You play it slightly wrong, even an iota out of position, and you just get shut down, you just get shot out, and there's very, very few opportunities to be able to try and keep control there. So any cover you can use, any cover you can get early for Alpha 7 will be very, very valuable, because Stalwart's trying to move in to this area as well, as is pretty much everybody else on the north side, past that shooting range area. Xavier maybe in an isolated fight with IHC on the west.
Yeah, tempting to get over towards the crash plane and the ditches that lie in that area. Nice little bit of a defensible position. There is a scout out from Stalwart. They come back. The regroup with Nurzed, who does pass some information. And Weibo Gaming cleans out one of the final members there of Major Pride.
Alpha 7 in the buildings now. So they have got that early cover. That could see them safe. But the rest of the hill's going to ring out with gunfire. 97 steps into the fire as the nade goes back over to Mythic. Chief on the high ground off angle there as the nade's cacophony in the ears of Loops. And find Mythic, get that knock. Cardo's in further on down the hill into the tower. Chief wants an answer, wants some retribution. Asuki's low, nade high into the air, but there's two split really to go for a cohesive push. Does land the knock on Suki, puts another one in as well. Looks like it could be an airburst, nearly takes another. And here's Judo Alliance. This is what I was talking about with these shooting range hills, Blank. The dips, the divots, this saddle between the two hills. So difficult to stay in cover of. Titan finding out about it. Loops as well, losing a player to it.
It was almost an unreal airburst. Coming through on the nade from Loops, could have taken down a fair few of them. But he certainly got his money's worth in terms of damage from that nade, despite the players being fairly split. Another one comes through.
Ooh.
Just goes a bit far, bursts a little bit too late. Cardozin cannot track the target. 4&V lost a player to Stalwart earlier on, as they are on that eastern side. Currently trying to clear out some zone. I like the Stalwart play earlier, which was to send a player like action very far into the circle, scout out where people are, where they're playing, and then give themselves an availability of change later on. Weibo Gaming, probably quite an unsuspected element though, over towards this eastern side for Stalwart, as they barrel their way in towards where Morph are currently playing. But nice shot from top, has cut their track short, and Nurzed rolls down on Ming.
Getting another point for Stalwart with the proximity on the tables right now, Blank. They are now 1 point behind Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 do still have that stronghold building compound on the north side of this next circle. I'm looking at FaZe on the south. Weibo Gaming seemingly worried about that position as well. You can see they are blooming those smokes. A lot of open terrain, as you can see on your screen right now, between Weibo and Nongshim Red Force, open in the middle of this circle, which is going to force a lot of skirt fighting, right, around the edges of these circles, and a bit of a departure from potentially what we're used to seeing with this lobby over the last day, with Nongshim Red Force in probably one of the more central positions. There is another chance for them.
A couple of plinks there coming through from Alpha 7. On-target shots, laser accurate. But the Mini 14 will take down the remainder of Weibo, leaving them in 5th place now. Nongshim Red Force dealing with Titans as they assault their position. And it's quick and easy.
Suki does go down, gets knocked behind the buggy, but Tizzy's next up on the menu. And 3 of Nongshim Red Force are down. Wings has something to say about that. An answer. Still has the shots on towards Titan. IHC looking to move in. Xavier want the third party as well. 4 teams now engaged in this, and nade goes long, right on top of them. A flush and another knock onto 97 for Wings. One more Molotov now to try and burn this one away. Can Bamboo get his team back to his feet? A crawl away, a reposition now. XZY still available for a res, but with Xavier pushing in, with IHC potentially just over the hill, this could get messy.
Xavier, as well as IHC. That will be a battle to behold in the coming future. Wings, though, wonderfully well. Hasn't been really rewarded all that much for it, sadly. A lot of those eliminations being stolen away by Xavier, but the hold he's had, miraculous, if anything.
Adding a point to the tally. I said it was a decent position. Not anymore. Of course, losing all those players. They should have been able to do more against Titan on the roll-up there. They just were ill-prepared for a team to crash on into them. There were 3 of them surrounding it. All 4 of them were in the same vehicle. It's not what you want to see. Far from ideal on the hold. A Nongshim Red Force falter once again. The South Korean team. A surprise entry as a representative for the region, I feel. But they are denied here. Yudu Alliance in a fight of their own against Xavier, and it goes just the way you'd expect on this one. Olio down and out. Yudu Alliance down to just 1 player remaining. Cluck is ahead of this one, trying to get more central now as Xavier disengaged from IHC and moved further up north.
Xavier takes some good shots. IHC apparently want nothing to do with it. Loops now up front on the billboard for Xavier. Looking to lay claim to this space. S2G get a bit of the circle, but not too many players remaining for them. Alpha 7 will be forced out of that building. A difficult crossing to make, but they can get into cover fairly shortly. There is a lot of tree line in this location.
With Loops right next to them, Xavier could reasonably rack up 8 eliminations pretty quickly, but Loops are trying to get out of it now. They'll have to move past Morph. Still playing on with 3. Got Cardozin staying as a backstop. They get across some open ground, but Xavier are right behind them now. They're worried. They hear the vehicles. Cardozin passes that information back on over. Morph are just a little bit further away with Bobaho. And the rest of the team up high as well, taking shots to Cardozin, who goes down on the back foot. Loops on 2. There's no way they go back out for him. Xavier maybe pick up the point, but no, Ayala's there to cover. A teammate just about able to sneak back behind the headland, though. And the res can come through for Xavier.
Xavier will get the res off, and Loops is unable to finish him off. 5th circle though, Xavier has to make a mad dash into the circle with the vehicle burning. Difficult times ahead. Cluck spotted by Lamborghini, but just has to send pass.
Into
Doesn't
the
have
dip.
too much choice.
Xavier managed to get into a cheeky little dip there. Cluck stands up to try and harry the back lines there. Spots the rotation. Demo up on the high ground, but they divert. Paragin and Chua in the same vehicle here. Slow down out in the open. You don't want to be doing that. Not with Demo right over the top. IHC will take those shots if they're given the opportunity, but the repositioning happening for IHC themselves. Not going to play into their favor. Doc nades out Lamborghini for MV, trying to slow this one down. The approach to the hillside going a little bit shaky now as Doc has more angles to go for.
Doc holding it down all on his lonesome is pretty grim. Levi's, luckily, now looks to finish. Has to hit this shot with the DBS and does. A massive knock coming through,
dear.
but it is Nurzed from Stalwart to find Levi's, and now Xavier in a very troublesome position.
2 players alive for them on the central hill here on the north edge. North are going to rock up and into this area. Stalwart close by, nading, trading. Back and forth, Icy looking to try and reposition away, try and get to safety. That nade looks good. It's right in amongst them. Can he find more? Loops are down. This is Alpha 7 moving on through as well. A Stalwart very, very low, but they're still alive, and they have 5 eliminations now. The top 3 teams blank with 3, 5, and 4 eliminations respectively.
Cleon goes down for Morph. Senab attempts to pick up some more. We're already down to 9 teams, barely in the 6th phase yet. Xavier trying to hang on. Morph versus Stalwart. Players rather low here from the Stalwart side. There's a huge amount of teams all chiming in. A Molotov goes over the top. That will be Morph leaving the game with the help of 4MV there. Action sends in. And that's Doc taking a knock to phase. There is a lot of fighting in this area, John.
So much contest for this central hill. Alpha 7 are up into it with their forward duo. It centers onto it as well. This hillside could be the winning position, but it just depends how many players you're able to get through it with. Stalwart have all 4 players there. Alpha 7 2-2 split. 4MV a little bit low on that player count. You can see Baron at the back line there. Xavier, they've been playing with 2 for a while at this stage. And the nade over the top.
Ooh.
Nearly catches Senab, but only does damage. For the time being, another nade over. Top court on the back has to move on into the rest of the team. As the nades, the spray from Doc, who's been so brutal for 4MV, but he's backed off.
Doc keeps trying to get involved with the boys on Stalwart, but there's some nasty shots that keep being sent back his way, and I think Doc realizes they need to start focusing on that south side as opposed to the beast Seems to lay over the top of the mountain. Ray-Z takes down another from DX Xavier.
Stalwart want to convert on their previous chicken dinner, Blank. There's 6 eliminations up already. And Alpha 7, being the team to fight them, could not be any more special. The battle for the top of the tables. And the top of this hill as well. Nerzed and Icy in position. Alpha 7 looking to defend. A nade from Mafioso could spell disaster, but he puts it away. They want the angles instead. Close range with a shotgun, the spray. Mafioso, that's found by top. Icy looks for the flush as well, and they'll find it. A nade over to the backline, crunches them towards the hillside, and Alpha 7 are starting to fall. A roll-up forwards in the Bucky, and Stalwart want more. It's all up to Revo, but he can't do it.
Damn.
He cannot make it happen. And Stalwart put the double digits on the eliminations. Take down Alpha 7 and take off the top spot.
10 eliminations. IHC coming in, though, very quickly.
They want a piece of this pie. They want the third party. They have got 4 players alive, but Alex is on the back lines. Godless is forwards. Demo wants to go even further. And the nade over the top for Godless to try and get a nade over to Stalwart. And top goes down. It is always Doc every single time. Nobody's been eating their apples because they cannot keep him away. 7 eliminations for 4MV, and Action wants to slow down IHC. It's not going to work, though. There's an answering nade, and there's more for Action. Nerzed and Icy now needing to keep it together, but Demo has the angle, has the spray, and the UMP finds what he's looking for. Stalwart down to 1 and a sliver of HP.
Icy just dropping the smokes. It's all he can do, but Doc once again from the back lines. This single player has done so much in this map to deny the chances from DX Xavier, Stalwart. Ridiculous, but it's still S2G kicking and screaming on the western side.
We're looking at the main challenges towards the top of the tables in this final circle being IHC and 4MV. Those are the 2 teams who could potentially have an impact towards the latter half of today after this match concludes. We'll see what more IHC can do, because right now they're uncharacteristically only on 3 eliminations, but they've got a lot of utility here and all 4 of their players alive in a very central shift. The circle just about to pop and will decide a lot of the momentum, because Doc has been stitching up this lobby.
IHC, usually in those final moments, that's when they start to decide that those placement points do be looking good.
Mighty tasty, mighty fine. S2G, they've been fighting valiantly. There are only 3 elims this match. Suppressing IHC's position, but with the circle cutting IHC in, they're not going to have to move, and S2G is.
Mongolia at the moment seems to be a region all in its own. The amount of firepower that's come out from this side is absolutely astonishing. 4MV, IHC in the circle. FaZe as well as S2G attempting to move on in.
Tell you what, Blank, I'm thinking of something. Didn't Max call a winner at the start of this game? I think he might have done.
4MV.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
That's right.
Actually, it's kind of crazy.
That is kind of slick with it. S2G trying to get across the open ground. But it's not going to go well. They will fall in the face. 3 teams now remain, with 4MV in a middle position. Looks like that prediction is getting a little bit better, but IHC now freed up by the lack of that S2G off angle on the west. Gonna have a chance to move over this hillside in a way they couldn't before.
And I think that the other thing you got to consider is the fact that IHC is not only picking up Stalwart's depth crates, they're also picking up Alpha 7, so they have a huge amount of utility to work with. A lot of heals. Look at this, Damo's even running with a level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. He is stocked up. Just back from the supermarket.
FaZe, though, I mean, you talked about this team, Blank, as looking like they might have a little bit of a resurgence. Maybe here's where they can find it. The team from Thailand. That's out right behind us. They'd be giving it
loonies, honestly.
A last minute Andy.
Yeah, they certainly pop off towards the end. And I think it's the nice thing about FaZe is that tournaments don't really seem to be all that important to them until the last 3 matches, apparently. And they do very well off the back of it, but it has been a real trek from this squad to get in. They're both the PMGC and now a top 5 position on the cards. 4MV though, very much pincered between FaZe and IHC. And IHC taking their time about this. Groza now picked up most players, level 3 vest, level 3 helmet. They are looking stacked. And the odds ever stacked against 4MV and FaZe at this point.
I mean, look at the nades that are available to 4MV, right? That utility, dry as anything. They need value for it. I mean, we saw what value a nade can have in the previous Erangel match, where Stalwart were able to launch those nades, 3 high values on that engagement. Apex looks for a shutdown onto the low ground for Ventores, and that could change things. One of those nades expended now, a nade over to the back line. It looks like it nearly was going to take down Mormon there, but he dodges the knock fully. That one's good. And that's the second nade. I think that's the coffers run dry, unless they've got a crate that they were sat on to pull it back. Apex looking for the hold, but the flush came through, and FaZe only playing on with 2 players now.
IHC not likely to let this one slide. They hear the fighting. They start to move in, driving over the top. Duck up front though. The legendary player finally taken down. Raid boss out of the way. Joel looks over towards one of the 4MV players. That's all of them out.
And IHC start to step up towards the top of this hill. They've taken a knock onto Demo. 3 players standing. They are going to go for this res with Godless, but the nade stops it. The flush is there. A little bit of damage is tickling at the heels of IHC here. It's going to stop them from rolling straight on forwards, and they move in with Mormon. A nade in the back pocket. Alex into the back of the buggy. Hops out high, and there's a nade. The vehicle goes up in smoke, and it's a 2 versus 2. At the back lines, it's a little bit low, but the first nade pops. Onsens with the nade right to his face. Now the last man standing for FaZe, and Godless wants to shut this one down here and now. It is IHC making their bid for the top of the tables. Stalwart claim it from Alpha 7, and now another contender steps back up from Mongolia.
IHC decides that, in fact, you know what? Eliminations, that's a no from me. Placement points is where it's at. And they make it look easy as pie towards the end of it. It's just they weren't focusing on those chicken dinners before, but now they sense just how tasty they can be.
FaZe getting late into that match as well. A little bit of a too late resurgence in my mind, but still a high performance. But we've got to talk about Doc on that hilltop. Man, that guy was the arbiter of that area around that hill. Nobody moved without his say-so, right up until those final moments. And in the end, IHC swept across it.
Slinging that scalpel as well. 9 eliminations, I believe he finished with. It was a crazy game from Doc and 4MV. And he was all on his lonesome the majority of the time. I think at any point his team might have been able to regroup with him. Yeah, very well done to IHC there. Could have been a massive game for Stalwart though. Could have been. And that would have put them leagues ahead of DXavier and Alpha 7 at the end there.
I'll be really interested to see how this has changed the tables, because you had 2 strong entries trying to push up 4MV and IHC to try and gather towards the tops there, with Alpha 7 not having the greatest of games. I mean, they had a little bit, but weren't really able to do too much there. Like you said, Stalwart as well.
I think the major thing is the fact that Alpha 7 don't have the best game there, right? Where they were given the circle at the start, they had a lot of opportunities to get in, they played versus Stalwart in that position, and Stalwart just kind of stomped on them. And it's what Seven says all the time. I'm going to keep referring back to it, is the fact that if they do not have a good start to the day, it massively knocks their confidence, especially on a day 3 in a tournament. Absolutely. It really does ruin them. And I think the 3rd game was where they had to bring it back a little bit. Even the circle threw them a bone. And I do think it might be a little bit downhill from here for Alpha 7. Likely not knocked out from the top 3, but that trophy,
it's looking mighty tempting for a lot of these teams, and a lot of them put in a shift on that last match. The overall standings are going to look pretty crazy, I'm sure.
I'm not going to lie, I thought I was hearing more S2G rants here in the stage, but it was IHC in Mongolia being spanned by the audience. And IHC, and not only them, but Mongolia in general here on this the second air of the day, have been putting on a clinic. IHC have finally broken the curse here, Max Man. They've gotten their chicken dinner finally under their belts, and they put themselves now in contention for that trophy.
Yeah, one of the best rotations we've seen from this team by far, this entire Grand Finals. Going for the Western Bridge on George Bowl, and they know it's a very southern plane path 7. let's just wire up onto the western side, enter that way, and then play the terrain to our advantage. Very, very smart execution from IHC, and it goes to show. They have 4 players alive, they reached the late game, they have the fragging power to wrap up these matches and get these big chicken dinners, so IHC, this is one of the most important games possibly of their career.
It is, but I have to go to Star Wars Esports because boy, oh boy, we were talking about this circle. Yeah, I might get on the hype train, okay? I might get on the hype train. But we were talking about that circle, we were saying how awful it was. But this is usually when we end up seeing who the champion caliber teams are, especially those teams that are currently fighting for it. Star Wars Esports being able to put up 10 eliminations and being able to do it in edge of the circle, not being able to set up, having to push on fights. We saw them being able to push on Alpha 7. We saw them being able to eliminate them very quickly without losing any players, and that was quite impressive. Sadly for them, IHC decided to time that out so perfect alongside with 4MV.
Mongolia, Mongolia, Mongolia. That's the name of the game pretty much for this match in general. IHC, 4MV and Star Wars have been looking so good, putting on an absolute clinic here on this Erangel. And at the bottom, you've seen the teams a little bit lower. Alpha 7 still are getting 3 eliminations is like the trend for today.
But the problem is, they get 4 points, DXavier gets 6. So DXavier keep them within reach and actually close that distance. IHC getting a lot of points, potentially taking themselves to first. Stalwart already passed Alpha 7 in the last match, and they're building that lead even further. And right now, 7, ever since you put on that Alpha 7 jacket, they've been playing not great.
That might be the curse. I'm gonna not wear it during the matches. But with Alpha 7, I feel like they're playing a little bit too patient. One of the big questions that we had here was with the quick rotation from Lipovka to Sarki is, were they gonna have enough loot?
Let's draw it back, right? Because that whole rotation was set in stone based off of DXavier.
Pretty much. Like when you're looking at the playing path, of course, you know that Alpha 7 are not going to go for their typical Northern George Pole drop. They're going to go to Lipovka, and DXavier was so quick on the pivot 7. We were looking like, wow, that is so quick. They didn't even take time to loot. They want to go for Northern George, and it forced Alpha 7 to have to loot up in Zaki to some extent, which means they were underlooted to some extent, not quite able to really take the fight as dominantly as they would have liked to. It really feels like DXavier and a lot of the other teams now have put their focus on Alpha 7.
Yeah,
not
if that was another team, if that was another team's drop location, I don't think they would have went for that rotate to cut them off.
Yeah, not worth it. But here, super worth it.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, we saw them not being able to have the amount of loot that we expect them to, especially with that rotation all the way up to Sarki, not being able to loot at all. Because when they were trying to fight against Star Wars Esports, they didn't really have any utility. If they would have used a little bit more utility, it would have been a completely different fight right there. But overall, Alpha 7 currently, for the last 3 matches, are not playing like the Alpha 7 that we have seen in the past 2 days.
Yeah, actually, I want to bring it back to IHG for a second. We were talking about Alpha 7, how they, after took their fight onto Star Wars, didn't quite have the resources to take that fight. Such a quick response from IHG. They see that fight happening, instantly send it onto the fight, try to clear Star Wars. There's some kind of assistance happening also from the angle of 4MV. By the way, Doc, what a game from this guy. Just held against DXavier the entire ridge side, pretty much the entirety of that game. But IHC are on point and playing some of the best PUBG Mobile they have so far.
I mean, Doc was a stand-up player as well when it came to the group stages. As we can see here, able to get 1,000 damage in this last match, almost 1,100. And that deserves another Maxman sound effect.
Yep, yow, wow.
Okay, you reuse that one.
Yeah.
Go back and in your R&D and fix that one.
Speedbox.
Wow. There you go.
That was a very quick R&D session there. I will approve. And so does John and Blink. So hopefully Cars does out there as well. But here we go. Here's our overall rankings. And it's a 6-point lead for Stalwart at the moment. But IHC has been able to tie things up with Alpha 7. DXavier only 3 points behind that. And for America Vibes, still technically in reach. Even, I think that cutoff we were talking about, right? You said about like 6th place was the cutoff.
Yep.
I still think it's 6th place. I still think Weibo Gaming has a chance to come back, but they need to have some big games.
A win, right, 7. We need to see a win from WBG.
Not just from WBG, also from 4MB. I feel like we need to see a win. Going into Miramar, you never really know what's going to happen, especially with the terrains that we have. We are more likely to see bad circles just like this last one in Erangel, and we're more likely to end up just relying not on just your rotations, just your gun skill. Are you going to be able to have it? And you don't want to be able to just rely on that. They need to be able to get a win and kind of set themselves up there for Miramar coming up.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
I can try. But I won't. But then I'd be an analyst and not a host anymore. And then we have to hear 7 hosts, and that just makes things more interesting. But we are heading into our final Erangel. So for me, as we have been talking about, DXavier, IHC, their best performing map, hands down. I'm a little bit worried going into Miramar. So in my head, I'm thinking these 2 teams in particular, if they want to have a chance to maintain a lead or kind of hold on to a lead,
they need to end well on this final Erangel. Then obviously getting to Miramar, kind of perform as well. And speaking of performing, you guys at home can perform and get yourself a chunk of 154,000 UC. And you can see there's going to be a little bit more info than just what you see on the bottom of your screen, given later on. It's going to be the top 500 players have a chance to win a chunk of that 154K. 6,000 UC potentially won. We're not eligible.
Aw, man. We were already thinking of ways to try to win some.
You can use your day rate to pay for some UC. How about that?
You can afford 5 UC.
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
What?
Oh, wait a minute.
So we're here for exposure.
That's true. I mean, we got Pairboy in the green room with us.
True.
And some of us have yet to take a picture with him because, you know, we like to give the man some space. I'm not going to say who took the picture. You can guess, probably based off his face. But obviously, right, let's kind of focus up here because this is where Alpha 7 have to prove that they fixed their mental state. 3 not so great matches in a row. We've been really praising them and how they've been able to maintain their mental this entire time. But this is the true test of a champion, a CCT, an ALT. I don't really think that went through first.
Like, Avenger level.
Can you bounce back now when the odds are starting to be stacked against you, when you had that lead throughout these 2 days, and when these other teams are starting to really step up when they need to?
It's not even just teams stepping up, right? They're clearly responding in such a way they want to ruin your opportunity for such a game. We talked about Xavier, talked about IHC going for that rotation in Northern George Bowl. Now, it's not just you being able to play your game, it's you being able to play your game while teams are clearly trying to ruin it for you, are trying to mess with your entire game plan, right? So this is an issue they have to take care of, and they have to double think, triple, prove that their rotation is going to be the right approach for these circles. So I would get in my own head if I were them, because you're never sure if the play is going to be available, because teams might try and predict your game plan and just mess with you as much as possible.
Especially with the way they've been kind of setting themselves up throughout the last couple of matches too. They've been able to get some eliminations, but they're not being able to hit the mark in regards to placement points. And going into Miramar, I know we still have one more Erangel. This team needs to be able to perform in this Erangel, because going into Miramar, they have been a little bit too inconsistent for my liking. Yes, yesterday they were able to improve on the things that kind of hindered them in day 1, but then the mental starts at play, as you guys have been hinting at. It's going to start messing with them, and I feel like we need to have a good performance out of them here. 4 points is not going to cut it. I think if they do end up with 4 points again going into Miramar, I don't see Alpha 7, as much as it hurts saying this, I don't see Alpha 7 becoming a champion with the way that Star Wars Esports is currently playing, and with the way that I know that Xavier can actually play.
All right, well, gentlemen, it is time to head into our final Erangel of the day. Will we have a new #1 team at the end of this? There's only one way to find out. Let's throw it on over to our casters.
With a 6-point buffer at the top of the tables, there are, as Jason put it, those 6 teams that cut off region at the top of the tables that are all going to be competing. Going into 3 more maps, that is utter insanity.
It's absolutely crazy at the moment, and I genuinely think that when you look at these games so far, it has been absolutely unbelievable. The way that Stalwart's been playing, the way that IHC has really changed up the game at the end of the day. It is fantastic. And I mean, I only want to see this continue going forward, John. I'm really, really pleased with the way that things have panned out so far. And I genuinely think that Erangel, this match 4, is going to be amazing.
We've had 2 Mongolian chicken dinners so far in a row. Stalwart, the first of the Erangels. IHC with the second of them. But maybe looking at a third. Is it the time for Max to get that prediction right finally? On that 4 MV chicken dinner that he predicted last time around. He's going to go 2 for 2. We'll see. But no, we'll have to wait for that one. Just a moment, Blank. Hold your horses. I know, you're antsy to get into it. So are we.
Absolutely, yeah. I just want to get into the game now. All I want to do is I want to watch some Erangel. I want to see some fun action on our screens. And I think that there could be some big switches. Going to be some twists and turns towards the end here. John, Xavier obviously being knocked out from that top 3 spot. Scary thing for them, because they, although have been trailing the majority of the time, they've been second place once. There is still an opportunity for Xavier to get that trophy and take it home for Vietnam.
It is more hotly contested than I think any PMGC so far. This is an incredible performance from so many fronts, from so many regions as well, all across the world. Most notably, of course, from Vietnam. We've been talking about this for quite a while. The triple threat from this region is absolutely insane. Half of the teams competing for that top spot are from Vietnam alone.
From Mongolia.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's
Mongolia.
what you're talking about. You're good. You're
Oh,
all right.
no.
We were traveling on from Vietnam on Xavier. It's all good.
I was on the train. I just love Xavier that much.
I know. I can tell. Match 4 though for Erangel as we head in, playing path from that north to south side. Bit easier, but further towards the east. Players already out. You got Xylus on your screen. Straight down towards Taverny here, nice and early out.
In front of the home crowd, S2G, they have fallen off, man. I mean, they've been able to survive a couple of matches late game, but I think I've figured out what the 2 stands for in their name. It's the average number of players they're able to escape the early game with, which is just not going well for them right now.
No, it is not. I think for S2G, there's not much more to be said because I think we don't talk about Procedure Evos too much. We don't talk about Major Pride too much. It is surprising that our defending champions just aren't able to put up a fight here in their home country.
I mean, day one
was a blaster.
It looked completely different, right? And to be fair to them, it was a surprise as well coming into this tournament. They have not been on form this season, and it feels like these last 2 days have kind of been a testament to that instead of that day one surprise performance. It is unfortunate, but that's just how PUBG Mobile goes, you know? We gotta have a winner. Sometimes it's not gonna be a back-to-back. Very rarely, in fact, is it?
One time, there was.
Yeah, there was that one time that Nova did the back-to-back.
Yeah, just the one time.
But now Paraboy's over on the desk, he's not even playing.
Yeah, he's gone.
I will not call him washed up because I will get so much hate.
Not washed up.
I'm sure we'll see him again next year.
He's still an incredible player, that's
he
for
is,
sure.
absolutely.
He's just, you know, you don't make it to PMGC, you still make it to PMGC. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Into our last match of Erangel, though, and I think that if we got to set the stakes here for Stalwart, has to be an important one, but more importantly for Xavier. Both these teams have pretty good averages on Erangel, so getting the majority of your points now to set yourself in the lead before we head towards Miramar that we know Alpha 7 can play fantastically well. It's where in the past we've seen them actually clutch out a huge amount of points. I think last year's league stage, it was some of the final Miramars where they popped off and were able to get a huge amount of points. This checks out. I mean, for you guys at home, you weren't watching that last match. IHC got themselves a chicken dinner. They're currently on 123 points, so 113 before that, 92 elims. It is just incredible the amount of eliminations that are feeding in towards their total.
Yeah, the last match, that match alone contributes almost 1/3 of their total placement points. And the fact that they are in 3rd place right now, 6 points behind the lead. I mean, nobody fights quite like IHC right now. We saw it from them jetting in the final day of their group stage on the last week of the league stage here at PMGC and in the last chance stages as well. They were able to frag out. People were maybe not expecting them to be able to continue that trend here, but here we are. Going into match 16, the last Erangel that they will play here in Istanbul. And they have kept that track record alive.
Alex has probably had the biggest glow up on the side of IHC though, which is really, really cool to see because I think that Ziol, Godless, these are the sort of players that you expect big things from. Alex was sort of in the shadow of both those players, really, in the background, and I think he's definitely come to the forefront here as the main actor of the group. Really, really well done. Very proud of him just as a player in general because I think it takes a lot to improve that much in such a short amount of time. Obviously, this tournament, Godless is really having a good time of it, though. Carrying his team forward.
And they'll be trying to continue that trend now. As I said, 6 points behind. They're losing the tiebreaker with Alpha 7 at the moment. But it is just that 1 point that separates. That's all that you need, really. Inch or a mile, you can win by anything. That trophy still goes home with you. It can be really, really taxing to have that weighing on you mentally. And it's coming into these final sets of matches where it really does start to mount that pressure, where you have only 3 opportunities. You don't have that runway ahead of you anymore. You fall behind, you get left behind. It's the Pirates code from now on.
The difficulty with this as well is with how close the standings are, there is a real opportunity that you do badly on your last 3 games and a team in 6th place like Weibo Gaming is able to overtake you. And this is the difficulty for these teams in the lead, is that although they are in the lead and they've had some very good averages, they need to keep that up because they're not so far ahead that they're uncatchable at this point in time. There's definitely an ability to have that second wind in you at the end of the day and really push as hard as possible to fly out towards the front of the pack. S2G currently on the roam, but it's Xavier on your screens. This is the team that we are watching this match, keeping our eyes on. This is their best map as well. It's where they found the majority of their points. They like to set themselves apart here at the end of the day with an angle to keep themselves in the running, to keep themselves in that conversation.
God, it's just so close at the top there. Even with, as you said, Weibo Gaming, they do, however, need that chicken dinner. If there's 4 to 5 points earned in the top 4 bracket across the board there, it starts to become unreachable after this match because 2 matches left to play, you're just not going to have the easiest of times there. Of course, still possible, still feasible in the imagination of a mad mathematician, sure, but very unlikely to come through. It's possible, I mean, even for a team like S2G to manage to rack up ridiculous numbers of points, but it just can't happen at this stage for them. They are 75 points. That's, what is that? That's almost 50 points behind the top spot there. Actually over 50 points behind. 54 points behind that top spot. So I just don't see it happening in 3 matches. Being able to catch up that much, unheard of. So I am counting them out fully, as I think most people are. But they can still give a decent performance for all their fans at the home crowd.
Yes, still a large chunk of change to be found in terms of those placements as well. So getting a 5th place, really good stuff. Opportunity for FaZe here, 4MV. It will be a really nice story for FaZe if they were able to get towards that top 5 because they have been living life on the edge for most of their tournaments leading up to PMGC.
Imagine being the best performing team from your region that includes Vampire.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already done it, to be fair, from Thailand. I don't see, no, I don't see Vampire on that table anywhere, and because they weren't able to make it. So they're going to be going back.
Yeah.
With a little bit of fluffed up there.
Exactly. I mean, for Thailand, it's really nice considering I think a lot of the fans over there were really upset that Vampire didn't make it. They looked very shoddy over towards their league stage in PMGC. And I'm sugarcoating that as well.
I was looking forward to seeing Satani, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Oh. So for FaZe, it's like that last bastion, that last hope. And I think a lot of fans from Thailand kind of lost that hope when they saw how badly FaZe were doing in the league stage. Out of nowhere, Mela, Mormon start to pop off a little bit and get themselves into the PMGC finals on one hell of a run right at the end of things. So I think for Thai fans, they've really shown up where it counts. And even though Vampire's not here, they're flying the flag proudly for Thailand.
And doing so effectively in this final day. Maybe a little bit too late for the top spot, but certainly pride on the line. Nongshim Red Force, again, let's talk about unexpected representatives of regions, right? South Korea, most likely, if you're a South Korean fan, you were expecting D+ to be the ones to fly that flag here. But no, Nongshim Red Force, they won out their group. They looked really comfortable, but they've been denied access to the center of these circles for quite a while now, and that has been borne out in these results. But similar to FaZe, they are in a position where reasonably they could be jumping up towards that 5th place, and again, bringing that pride back to the South Korean region.
Right now, Circle centers up around Yas Fields. Still have school, apartments, Rozok involved. Only stage 2, just waiting for stage 3 to pop now. A lot of teams have sent fairly towards the center. couple of players on the outline of the circle itself. You've got Morph, Stalwart still making their way up from the upper Neuer. But FaZe has a pretty decent spot to be working with.
That west side of Yasnaya Field, the compounds that sit there, a little bit elevated up on the high ground. Morph turning 6-8 away at the door there, but not getting a knock. That high ground on the west side of the Yasnaya Fields has a lot of control out to the east. So they really have to be worried about teams leaving from Roshok in that area out to their west and from the south as well. There is a threat from the north, but I think it's a little bit less prevalent in this current circle with only those two teams sat up there. They are going to have to go through this area, however, so could be a little bit of a snag to be caught in that spot.
Stalwart find themselves an initial knock here around loops. Ayala sends a nade over the top. Could be on target. It's a little bit further behind, and Nerzed will go for himself short, but it is in fact action up front. Tries to go for something a little bit too crazy, and Ayala happily picks up the elimination. For Stalwart, we said this, for them a very important game.
Losing a player like that, far from ideal. They're down one, but the nade is there to answer. And they've only found that knock. The southeast side, the circle shifts out to the fields. Blanket is such open terrain here, and FaZe's real estate just rocketed in value on that western side. They'll have to leave most likely in the next phase, but they can survive a little bit longer. Major Pride maybe assaulting onto the south side of their position, though, because they're maintaining a split.
U2 Alliance steal away that elimination from Stalwart. Loops ahead in the buildings, but we do get the circle heading onto Yas Fields. S2G on the northern side. Just outside Yas. Procedure Evos with their compound towards that south edge. And Icy will finish off Mythic downstairs. So all doom and gloom for Stalwart, but losing that one player definitely will affect them into the future. Alpha 7 making their rotate on the northern side of Yasnaya, off towards the eastern edge.
None of the teams at the top of the tables really have the best of spots. It's only really Weibo, who are really far behind on the chase, that have got a position in this next circle. I think 4MV are just about to come in on the south side behind DX Xavier. So potential for Weibo to challenge again is what we highlighted. We're looking to this team from China, the last hope for the region towards the top of the tables. But Stalwart looking to defend that from them. 3 players alive, circling the east now. Past Morph, they're going to have to go towards Alpha 7. And we could see another bit of a crash if they even get that far. Because Nerzed's under pressure. Rocky on the high ground, needs to get that reload on board. The spray continues, but the vehicle eating most of it. Hits a tree, hits a divot there, and bobbles around. Nerzed having to hop out and actually looking for a shot to answer. You can see he's got the vehicle up and against that tree. Might need a little bit of help there, but Boboho gets a lot closer here with that buggy. Nerzed still bleeding out in the blue.
Yeah, it drops the smoke. So has to just run for it. Nerzed immediately in the grass, but he was spotted in the process, leaving Stalwart down to just 2 now.
That is great news for the chasers. Top under pressure, tries to roll straight into towards 628 and out into the field. He diverts, but pulled out almost immediately. And Hero gets the flush. 628 pick up the point. 1 player now remains. It's Icy for Stalwart, who has managed to sneak through where his teammates couldn't, but he's right next to Titan. And this is the brutality of Yasnaya Fields, Blank. This is why players will avoid it at all costs. All players except that is S2G, who have managed to make themselves a little bit of a nest in the middle.
Icy now knows that he is just going to have to live this one out. He has to salvage this game as much as possible here, Jump. Nades going through, does tag onto him. There's more nades in the back pocket there for 628. They will finish off. Final player of Stalwart, and the circle centers up towards that north side, opening the door for Alpha 7.
In the meantime, FaZe, they've been in these compounds on the west. Major Pride were pushing into them for quite a while. FaZe have only got 3 players left, but 2 of Major Pride are now down in response. Mela has the inside, rotating around as well, looking for an off angle. The zone favoring the inside track for FaZe, but Major Pride have the positions to go for these reses. You can see FaZe maybe looking to hop on out because IHC are right behind them, and they are baying for blood on the western flank. Xavier pushing in from the south as well, trying to find a path, forge themselves a route on in, but it's just so hard to make it work. Levi's caught on the back line. You're down to 3 certainly, maybe even more than that if a nade finds its way out.
Wizard Tower held by S2G. They've got this forward outpost with 2 players. The M249 in hand as well. It's going to be absolutely deadly in a fielded format. And now Hamzi moving forward with a nade. That's a pretty good idea. Lamborghini's going to try and send one back their way.
Paragin needing that res from Chua. They have the cover of the hay bale now, and they are sticking it. Should be back up and in action, but the smokes are really the thing that's keeping them safest right now. However, teams that are near them going to struggle to crash in as well. S2G holding that Wizard Tower. Alpha 7, their neighbors on the back 2-2 split. On the south edge of Yasnaya. FaZe are down. And that's S2G to find the final blow to it. The only elimination they found so far this match. Stalwart being out so early. 4MV going down to 2. Xavier finding themselves in this position. Really, one of the 2 teams now in this circle looking to try and contest. Alpha 7 on the north side of it could actually have a very strong game from Yasnaya.
Absolutely. IHC, though, take away their spot in the meantime. Now up to 2nd place. Alpha 7 dropped to 3rd. IHC just need to deal with Major Pride. Last time around, this sort of went topsy-turvy for them. If we remember, Dino did a huge amount of damage to all their teammates.
4MV losing East as well. I think Doc is next up, and that is 4MV down. 5th place. No chicken dinner for them, so we're not going to see the Mongolian 1-2-3. Not from them anyway. Maybe IHC can get a back-to-back and put the flag up. But Titan have Yudu Alliance close by. Iftar is already down. Titan have 4 players alive, but Bamboo is knocked, and there's another one for Yudu Alliance. It is only Olio, though, for them to deal with. If they can find that, that's Yudu Alliance out. Shadow needing to crawl on back to play with the rest of the team. These bunkers, blank, they provide a little bit of safety, but they just funnel nades towards you. You need to be careful.
Major Pride now, just Naomi. Downstairs, hoping to clean out some more of these members. Alex is down on the floor. Naomi with some good nades, trying to hold him out position. Finds the first, now looks for another.
And another he will find. Nomi able to hold it. Naomi's there as well. Just Seol remains for IHC, but out in the blue, he's got the DP and he lines them up. Nomi on the deck, but the ankle's too wide. And Seol keeps it going for IHC. 5 eliminations. Alpha 7 have 4 players alive, but they're going to have to move south. Can they make that crossing? This is their chance to take the top spot back.
Alpha 7 now have a real opportunity. IHC, 5 eliminations, likely to go out shortly as Zol is in no position to make his way in. However, Alpha 7 do have to leave their buildings. Move further towards the front side of Yasnaya on the wall. Potentially taking shots from these other teams, which might give Xavier in their current position a nice little ability to pick themselves up some more points in this match and thrust themselves further towards the top side of the lobby.
I'm looking at 628, slap bang in the middle on their compound with that spread out that we saw take down the remnants of Stalwart earlier on in this match. They have got a very, very strong position. It's a question of does the circle give it to them. IHC are out now as well. You said they were going to go out soon. You were right on that one. And that is all 3 Mongolian teams out of the running for this time. So it definitely won't be the 3-peat. Nade over the top, going to be pouring in from Weibo. And remember, they are chasing the nade from Wymout. Brutal. Looking for another as well to follow it up. Su looking for one more on the wide angle. Suki trying to look for these reses as well. 97 crawling his way. They're trying to split through the middle. And there's the charge. Weibo roll on over the top, and only one player stands for Titan. Suki in the smoke, breaks down low. Wymau has the challenge. Gap is down in the meantime, fully flushed away. Suki in the smoke, and he strafes across with the spray down. Bamboo flushed away in the meantime. Udo Alliance are on the top rope here. Flax looking to maybe spoil things for Weibo, as Wymau has got the challenge on the angle, but Flax is taken down.
Quick side swipe, but it is in fact Suki to hold on alongside with the help from Udo Alliance, apparently. That's Weibo Gaming out.
Alpha 7, DXavier now. Looking to go head-to-head. DXavier with the inside track, but they've got to deal with S2G on their north. They are 3 players. They were playing in that ridgeline, and with the circle shrinking as much as it has got a lot safer for them. They can start to get a little bit bolder with their peaks. S2G on the north, they can be handled, and Alpha 7 will also be spotting out this rotation. We'll be thinking about it, how best to deal with it.
Udo Alliance. Furthest into the game that we've seen them in quite some time now, John. It's Nongshim Red Force on our screens. 5 limbs, not bad at all. Could be a match to put them into a position where they potentially can hit a chase, but it's Alpha 7. Taking a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Coming through from Morph, but Carrillo putting on a clinic for us right now.
The spray down on the first is good. The 2-2 split for Alpha 7, regrouped now, and they are at full force. Moving through, trying to take on Morph, and they will continue to careen on into enemy territory. They are bold on the east side of this road. Boboho down as well. Cleon on the back foot for Morph. 2 players alive for them, because Rocky is nowhere to be seen on this engagement blank. Cleon is pretty much on his lonesome. You can see how far off Rocky is in the distance. This side of the road, though, cut out of the next circle. The nade should finish it off, but there's still another move to make for Alpha 7 to try and claim that title. They are being put to the test here.
Yeah, crossing this road, though, is going to be difficult. More than likely going to have to make a quick send and try and crash 6 to 8's position. Good initial nade, though. Cleon.
Able to pull another one out of the vehicle. Mafioso moving in, the smokes are there. Cleon did get taken away, so these reses can come through, but the blue zone's closing and it will close faster than they would like. DXavier take a nade from S2G. I said they were going to have to deal with it at some point. Seems like it's not going to be their choice as to when it happens, because S2G make that move. Hamzy close by, Paragen is low and down. Lamborghini trying to stay away from the nades, but Chua not so lucky. 1 player now stands for DXavier, and Alpha 7 might have been thrown to lifeline by this. Hamzy's there, the roll off from S2G. All 4 of them are alive, and behind the hay bales, DXavier fall. Alpha 7, the last team towards the top of the tables to have their shot, and they will look to cross the road against 628 now.
It's going to be a really hard run here for Alpha 7, but they've laid down the smokes, they've laid down the groundwork. Now they just need to cross that ground on top of it. S2G likely gathering attention of some of the other these teams. Udo Alliance, Loops, Nongshim Red Force, the final warrior of Titans down towards that south side. And here comes the crash. Carrillo initiates with a quick little peek.
Swings around into the vehicles. Alpha 7 testing the waters on the compound. Sunan vigilant on the edges of these smokes that are starting to fade now, so Alpha 7 forced to go for it. Carrillo across first. Revo and Senab going to be breaching on in. Mafioso tries to go wide, but Hero has the angle. He hits the deck and doesn't get the knock. Shing trying to hold off, but Senab's now in the building with him. The DBS is good, but there's a trade straight on in through the window, and now Revo has to look for this heal. And close by as well. Hero drops down. Sunan is there. They're trying to put the nades in. Senab can get rezzed if he crawls out the back here. Revo's low, but he hops away. There's no chance of getting this back. The Molotov seals the deal. Another knock for 628, and Carrillo now has to hold it together. 1 goes down, 2 face him off, and now 1 more is just too much. Alpha 7 fall, 3 eliminations on the match, and it will be 628 to slow it down. Nongshim Red Force with 4 on the south side, Loops playing on for their countrymen, but it's not going to be enough to shake up the top of these tables, Blank.
And of course it's S2G to take down 628, but only when Alpha 7's finally done. Nongshim Loops, Udo Alliance, 628, and S2G here. Nongshim Red Force, the closest to gaining points towards the top side of the lobby now. With 7 eliminations and this rich side to work with, they still have to push in. But this means attempting to open the bars with bare hands.
Kodo's in. Gets spotted first. A knock sent their way. They need to pick up the point, but it's S2G who claim that one. 7 eliminations now for S2G as they mount the pressure from the northern edge after taking DXavier's position. Udo Alliance on the southwest now have to deal with Nongshim. The crash forwards starting to come through onto the position. All 3 players are there. There is that backstop of XZY on the long range. Trying to get comfortable with it. But Olio has taken a little bit too much damage to be confident in these peaks. XZY, if he goes down, he's isolated. He doesn't get back up. Flax is there with a DBS once more as well. Biting back at Nongshim Red Force, but Wings clips it. And that is going to be Udo Alliance falling in their face. However, XZY is down with the blue zone looking to push. They will not be able to get this through. And in the meantime, guess who's rolling open? It's S2G.
Ray-Z moving in along with the rest of the squad. A great position to take on the south side here. Looking more and more likely this is going to be an S2G win unless the Chieftain has something to say about it. Nade pin pulled, S2G all grouped up.
A nade over the top. Kelsey goes down first. Is there an answer? Molotov for Chief to cut off that rotation. He might have a little angle through the smoke, but Ray-Z laying it down forwards, looking for the nades onto Chief, but they're not quite finding damage. They're not tagging on. Nongshim behind him as well, providing a little bit of cover. Chief is there for the spray down. 628 still have the high ground on the roof as well, and S2G need to weather this storm, need to survive this one out, because they are down to 3. They've been cut to size. Losing Kelsey. They'll want to continue it. 10 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force. The only team that's left in it that could even, in anybody's imagination, have an impact here. I think they were about 20 points behind that 100-point barrier. And it's 120-something right at the top, about 130. So they would need a miraculous run, and it might be cut down here by Ray-Z. 33Z, though, pinches the point away.
33Z still going, got an excellent position on top of these buildings. Eventually we'll have to leave it. Wings and Sporter, but it's 33Z on his lonesome dealing with the majority of these players.
A knock. Repositioned for a res here. Wings can get Sporter back up. I don't think they're quite in nade range of S2G. As 33Z drops down, he has got a couple of vehicles in the back pocket to try and reposition out into the open. S2G have got that cover on the open ground. 33Z into the car. Can he make a position work? He's got a lot of terrain cover, and Nongshim are under pressure from S2G. They're trying to sweep it out. They roll on in, and it's good news for the vehicle. Goes up in flames. No way! Nongshim Red Force holding out. 2 versus 3 on the push. The vehicle explosion takes it down, and a chance for 628 to slip on in the gap.
The boys from S2G acted so kingly from the top side of Yasnaya. But the solos, they're on for rebellion now. Unbelievably, Nongshim Red Force on an explosion from the vehicle. Blast shrapnel into S2G. But it's 33Z, the King's assassin.
Oh,
come
no.
back to bite.
Another one lined up. This man is on a tear. The high ground played so well. Sporter's in this next zone, but the inside track, has he been spotted? He knows the position. A lot of damage sent back to 33Z now. A reposition for Sporter, has got the nade. 4 in hand for 33Z. Launches one forwards, it's spotted and falls short of the hay bale there. An answer is found. The heel came through, the stims on the advantage for 33Z, and an aid leash forwards goes around the side of the hay bales this time, but this looks good for 33Z to take it home. 4-6-2-8, he steps up.
way!
This is bold, this is big, and it is brash as anything, but 33Z chopped to bits with that one. Blows them to smithereens.
They just do it different in China. I've never seen anyone jump on top of the hay bale. That was certainly a bad boy play if ever I've seen one. But for S2G, just like their day-to-day, up in smoke right now with that vehicle. It looks so close to being an unreal game as well. But Nongshim Red Force, from a tough spot, managed to get themselves a second place, chasing towards the top side of the lobby. But at least 6-8, they don't go down without a fight.
They don't go down at all in the end. 6-8, able to gather some of those points. Nongshim Red Force, I mean, with that game moving into the Miramar section, they might have been able to find something, right? If they'd have been able to get that chicken dinner with the extra 3 eliminations they got there, that would have been 13 and a 14th on top. Would have put a 24 point game on the board. It could have changed a lot. It could have put them in that conversation blank. They would have been within striking distance in the way that 4MV and Weibo Gaming are. But they denied that opportunity.
It's a really good match though. 33Z, you can see there, 816 damage done. What a champion. The rooftops, it wasn't done with the high ground just yet. Straight back on top of the bales. Love to see it.
It's crazy that.
But that's even fighting off versus Alpha 7 as well. So they did a really, really fantastic job in this game. For Nongshim Red Force, it's still a huge amount of points that they were able to garner on that match. And where they were in the leaderboard, that takes them around about to 110 points, roughly, let's say, which gives them a massive chance towards that top 3, right? With Alpha 7, Stalwart, and DXavier, IHC all not having the best of games there. Woo! It's getting spicy up towards the top.
It's all going to come down to Miramar's, Blank, and we've got that double serving of Desert Dessert to look forwards to, because it is going to be delicious towards the top of those tables, I am sure. Because that top spot, like you said, a lot of those teams just having a honestly bad performance in these last few games. I mean, it's just not quite adding up for anyone involved. Alpha 7 looking to chase. They were the last team to look to be able to do so, but it could not quite happen for them. Instead, it was denied at every turn. 33Z dominates on the Yasnaya field finish.
Well, 6-8. Unexpected to say the least. We saw 33Z on top of the building. Was able to rotate back in and finish things off and potentially shut down any chance Nongshim Red Force have of getting back into this. But a big game out of the South Koreans either way. And not so big of a game out of quite a few other teams here, Seven.
Yeah, one of the teams that I'm going to be thinking of, it's going to be, oh, wait for it, DXavier. I feel like this team, we felt like that was going to be the biggest threat at the start of the day, especially in regards to teams being able to challenge with what we saw in regards to improvements from day 1 to day 2. DXavier right now just not being able to cut the mark. And by the way, Alpha 7 with 6 points again. They did some good rotations, and something that we didn't notice, Max.
Yeah.
S2G might have been hunting.
I think S2G are like, you know what, we know we're not winning, but we're going to embrace the dark side. No, we're going to become the Sith Lords of PUBG Mobile. We're going to be taking down a team that can contend for a trophy right now. And actually, we're going in such weird rotation. We're like, but that's where Alpha 7 would typically come into, on the northwestern side of that river. So why the hell not? And it could have worked out, but I think Alpha 7, just like in that previous game too, understand that teams are going to try and ruin their chances of a win. So maybe they also got to be just a little bit more cautious on their movement.
And that's when their scouting became so important, because they realized that they were going to be pretty much being gatekept there of the bridge west of Yasnaya. And then being able to rotate to Rosshog, then the circle switch, they decided to wrap around north of Yasnaya. Great play by them, just ended up getting destroyed by 6-8. And for S2G, I mean, if they were even going to try to make a push, they were going to have to win 3 games in a row. So it's very unlikely for S2G, but I did enjoy seeing them kind of take their future into their own hands and maybe chasing Alpha 7.
I mean, look at our match rankings here, right? If you look at our top contenders, Alpha 7 and 6 with 6 points, IHC at 8 with 5 points. Going down the list. Already Sports in 13th place with 1 point, DXavier with 0. So not too many points being built up here for Alpha 7 to potentially build up a lead here. It still keeps things in reach of all the others. And honestly, doesn't matter what happened in that game now. It comes down to these last 2 matches.
Yeah, and actually I wanted to bring up a very interesting prospect for the last few matches we've had, because the top 6 teams have been doing so well throughout today. Yeah, that kind of situation where the top teams aren't really creating that much of a lead for themselves, and it's really enabling teams like Nongshim Red Force to somewhat catch up. Like these points they just got maybe puts them back in the conversation again. I think it was done, but a big game like this, 7, might be exactly what they needed to be potentially competing, and Sport in particular had some great individual moments out there in the fields.
Yeah, and I think Nongshim Red Force is going to be kicking themselves for not being able to secure that that win, right?
It would have
Those
been
extra
big,
4 points would have been even bigger. But even with that performance, you mentioned it, they are going to be in contention now when we start talking about Miramar and how these teams have been doing in regards to Miramar. For Nonchalant Red Force, it's not one of their best performing maps. In the 4 matches that we have played, they've only been able to get 11 points. When we go to Alpha 7, they've been able to get 32 points. So you know what? Definitely a lot better. And they have been improving from what we saw day 1 to day 2. But now we're going to be going towards the other team that didn't really have one of the greatest Erangels. Is going to be Star Wars Esports. They had to move around a lot. They kept getting caught a lot during their rotation, whether it was MRPX, whether it was Loops. Whoever it was, just didn't work out for them. But this team has been able to perform really well in Star Wars with 41 points in Miramar. And, I mean, going in with the lead, that's going to be a confidence boost.
Last year, we knew in the last game who was going to win. We knew it was going to be S2G. I don't think we're going to know until that very last game here, Jason.
Yep.
The last game, match number 18, is going to be the one to decide who's going to be crowned the world champions for this 2023 PMGC. And we know Alpha 7 from yesterday on Miramar, right, 7, they had 2 really, really strong Miramars. They got 2 third places in a row. That might be the map that helps them stand out and climb back in first place.
And that's going to have to be the case. I mean, if they even want to get a chance at being able to pass Star Wars Esports, because of what I was mentioning with Star Wars, they are able to get a lot of elimination points. They are able to get those placement points. And they're a team that's currently on the lead. And Star Wars is not used to being one to know to choke, especially with only 2 matches left.
I mean, Nonchalant Red Force, 25 points out of first place. It's possible. They had to have 2 back-to-back amazing games, with one of those pretty much being a win to even, like, obviously close that gap. But from there down, I'm starting to lose faith in any of those teams. And obviously 3 points separating first to third place. It's really going to come down to the final match, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
I think it's really unpredictable right now. It could be any team. Whichever team gets that big pop-off could be the team to become the champions. Like, it's impossible to predict.
While they are champions, they can use their all-new RP-A4 Victor Dance as well, supporting PMGC. You guys can support your favorite teams as well while you pull this one up. When you get a win, if you get a win, more in my case, probably never going to get a win. Unless I'm playing with these 2 to carry my butt through in this one.
We got you.
Which has happened quite a few times. Also, you guys have the Frost Festival currently going on. We had a great game of riding the reindeer to jump on top of a gas station yesterday. We got to use, well, we didn't get snowballed, luckily. We didn't get turned into snow. Oh, I didn't get turned into snowman. Did you get turned into snowman?
No, I'm just using the snowball, like the blaster, to just create some nice little cover for us.
Yeah, but we did get to the castle, and we did open the magic crate.
Yeah. We won that fight.
Yeah, we did. I mean, he won it. I was just there to assist him. We also have the annual gala happening for PUBG Mobile for 2023. You guys can win in your 1v1 matches, win some exclusive rewards you can show off to your friends, your enemies, your family. I was going to say all things starting with F, but enemies doesn't start with an F. Your frenemies.
Huh?
And then it works that way. Also, you can pick up the new Pagani collaboration as well with the Zonda R and the Mola models. You can confirm those eliminations, Max, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to confirm those eliminations in style, Jason.
Oh, yeah.
If I get it.
If you get it.
If I get it.
It could happen.
I'll try.
Will you? Will you try it for me as well?
On your account? No. You get your own UC, Jason.
I thought you were a true friend.
No. I carry you in game, okay? That's more than enough.
I'm not, you know what? I'm going to let you have that one. Because you and I both know I can turn this one around.
I know you can't turn it around.
But can teams turn it around?
Yes.
Xavier, struggling. Luckily for the teams, they have a short little break here to get their minds reset, their mental game back on track. And we have a chance to take a break as well. Go get some food, go get something to drink. So we'll be right back for some more PUBG Mobile action.
...2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final Showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. Who will emerge as the ultimate winner? New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
I'm hoping the sounds can go through the microphone. I'm pretty sure they can. One thing you cannot knock Istanbul about is the dedication of their fans towards their team. S2G, no chance they're going to take home the title, but they've been with them every step of the way, cheering in their highs and their lows. And obviously S2G, you can see behind us, giving the love back to the fans. But it comes down to a new champion. We have 2 matches left, and honestly, there's quite a few teams in contention of getting it. Maxmem, you've got your stalwarts. 7, you've got your Alpha 7s. Me, I've got you too. So it's a great finals for all of us.
That's the
That was
nicest
I didn't
thing
expect
he's
that.
done in a PMGC.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
John's just jealous over there. I didn't say him.
How dare he? Oh, my Miramar delight. Oh, no.
Oh, that was such a good voice. That was spot on.
Oh, look, he gave me the death stare.
You
Oh.
wish he's about to hit you with the cane.
All right, well, let's focus up here on the game because we don't have much time. Well, we don't have any time, actually. So let's get into Miramar. 2 matches left to go. Let's find out who our New Year champion's going to be.
I'm not muted. There we go. I didn't like that. I didn't like that one bit. I've got to turn my microphone on. That was how Mad Max made me just then. Goodness me. Just wait until I get my impression of you in there. I'll get you back for this one. But I'm going to have to wait because he's right. We are in for a little bit of a treat. It's the double helping of desert desserts.
Yes, it is indeed. I'm excited for it. Obviously, Miramar coming right at you. And we're not stopping this train of PUBG mobile action. We're going straight ahead, all the way to the end here, John. I'm ready for it. Obviously, not much change in terms of the leaderboards last time around. A lot of other teams were taking those points, taking those wins. IHC, Stalwart, as well as Alpha 7, all still in the running here, looking for that lead.
A really large group of teams, I think it's safe to say. There are still those outside chances as well, coming through from as far down as Nongshim, as Weibo Gaming, right? You have got that outside chance with 2 matches left to play. It can change, topsy-turvy. Obviously in that last match, Nongshim racking up a lot of eliminations, denied that full chicken dinner that could have really put the cat amongst the pigeons for them. But at the moment, I think we're up to 7 teams in the final 2 matches who could take it all home. And it is going to be all the way. I'm super excited for it, to see who's going to be able to find this one. A team that may not be winning the actual trophy, but certainly has won the hearts of everyone in this stadium. S2G, their uniform change didn't cut it, but they're still going to go home heads held high.
Yeah, I think either way, what we can say is that the fans have been absolutely unbelievable here, supporting S2G all the way to the end. Which is lovely to see. I mean, a really, really nice crowd in general.
Had to give Max some evils there, sorry.
That's all right.
He was walking past us.
But we still have further to go. 2 more matches ahead of us over on the dusty deserts of Miramar. And we're in the plane, waiting to set off right now.
The burning heat of the desert will beat down on these teams, sweat on their brow as they try and lift it for the first of 2 on Miramar. The plane path right down the middle, diagonal, all the way from Trailer Park down to Puerto Paraiso. Everywhere very much available here. Teams looking to put the final shift in. Open up the gas tanks because the sprint is on.
64 players dropping in with us here for the penultimate time before we head to that final game on Miramar. A very kind playing path here, but we have seen some properly mean circles and alternatively some very kind circles to certain teams. Nongshan Red Force almost with their second chicken dinner on the day, with them winning the first match on Sandhawk. But I'm excited because a lot can change in a short amount of time, John.
Especially with these teams, 7 of them have been in that contest, in that competition, towards the top of the tables. I was looking at who was top performing on Miramar as well. Weibo top that table.
Yeah.
They are looking to try and keep these last 2 in the back pocket to bring it out when it matters most right now, because they are right towards the back of the pack when it comes to that chase.
Yeah, I mean, for Weibo, still got it in them. And take it further. Nasty circle, though, heads down towards this south side. Minesta vai de mar, but still a lot of water involved, so down to those craggy, uncomfortable positions on the south side of the map. Major Pride already dropping down here alongside with Udo Alliance. Weibo Gaming a little bit further towards the north, but it is 4MV. It's also in this location. Might be able to get themselves some cheeky points. Take a quick look at the overall standing. Stalwart still in the lead by 1 point only.
And only 2 points ahead of IHC as well on 128. It is so closely fought. I think the surprise entry for most coming into this tournament is IHC. This is a team that, when you look at the Mongolian, well, to be fair, you look at the Mongolian region, and most people just quake in terror at this point with the amount of presence they've had so far. But absolutely, IHC, a name that I don't think anyone would really have expected coming into the PMGC, certainly into the league stages, to be able to have this contest, be able to perform at the level they have done. Well, they've got to be proud of themselves. Certainly plenty of their fans are. IHC, brutal, very aggressive. That's really what's been characterizing their performance so far. Really very aggressive, very willing to take fights, and very willing to win them very, very frequently.
Yeah, I think for IHC, it was their final match on Miramar as well that got them into the PMGC Grand Finals. Really down to the wire for them there. But potentially we see some kind of repeat going into our final match of the day.
Here's the breakdown blank on the tiebreakers. At the moment, IHC, out of this chasing pack, sit on 1 chicken dinner, as do Weibo, which means that they are behind of everybody else on these tiebreakers should it come down to it. 2 chicken dinners for the rest of them, except for Stalwart. 3 chicken dinners on side there. And as close as the tables are, blank, I would not be surprised if the final moments come down to one of these tiebreakers.
With how close it is, I mean, you do look at that top spot and you think to yourself 2 points between first place and third. It's not really anything that you would have expected at the end of the day. Usually we have a very clear winner in PMGC, but it has been giving and giving and giving. We can only be pleased by it, to be honest with you, and I bet all of you at home very happy to see this be a little bit more a closer grand finals.
Certainly
this time
exciting.
around.
Certainly a thrilling watch. I think that the quality of PUBG Mobile has been displayed from, I think, pretty much every team. I'm not going to say every team, and I'm not going to name which team I'm talking about, but I feel like you could probably guess. It has just been so incredible to see these teams fight through so strong as well on so many fronts. Different play styles coming into conflict, and it's been an incredible journey to watch these play styles come into conflict and sometimes triumph, sometimes fall by the wayside.
I mean, 40 points between first place and 8th just seems silly to me at this point in time, where it really is so close on the leaderboards. You know, you kick that up a notch. It's 25 between first and 6th. And that's just one good game. 25 points, 15 elims on a match, chicken dinner. Easily done. More easily done than most would think it would be. Nongshim Red Force were on for it last game. They're able to finish out versus 6-2-8. Not possible. Those final moments. Stalwart hasn't moved yet from Hacienda. Xavier also having to leave through La Cobradilla, but El Pozo left it open for Alpha 7 to go for a very quick rotate. And I have noticed this a fair few times with Alpha 7. When we get circles like this, they will just wide wrap far down towards the edge of the circle, furthest away from their starting point. It's a smart tactic. Sometimes just leave them out in the open in a scary position. We saw it there on our angle. They sent all the way over towards Yasnaya. However, still were able to do something with it.
The nerves have to be ramping now into the final 2 matches. And this is the test of that mental improvement that we've seen from Alpha 7. Being able to do well when you're in the lead, great. A lot of teams can do that. It's when you're not in that leading spot that defines a champion. And a challenge now for Weibo and Nongshim Red Force. Right in the back of that chasing pack, 25 points behind for Weibo, and they've just put that first dent in it with the first elimination going their way. 3 players to face them from Nongshim. Weibo 103 points, goodness me. The top performing Chinese team here wanting to keep that train rolling. Gap close by to Wings, inside the building, the nade's starting to come on through. As they breach through the door, the M249 up the stairs is one beefy weapon, but is it going to be able to withstand the full force of Weibo Gaming turning the corner? The answer is no. Su goes half HP, but they get that trade, they get that knock and flush, and that's 2 points on the board. They've drawn level.
CG Evos here, we're fighting off against versus Major Pride, but you're right. The Weibo Gaming fight versus Nongshim Red Force is pretty big deal, honestly. That was one hell of a nade over the top side. Just catches him on the retreat.
Fortunately, it's only Misery. Sorry, only Luxy left standing for Pasija Evos. Major Pride. They have 3 players alive, but Luxy gets the first. A buggy over the top doesn't go for the full roll down, and a second for Luxy as well on Miramar. The old school performance for the Twins. Let's see if Nomi can be able to stand the test here against Luxy, because the flush onto effect looks close. In hand, the nade. The Molotov starts burning off the cover there. And another to follow it up. Close by now for Nomi with the SK-12 in hand. Luxy can't find the final shot. Major Pride are able to slow things down, but at the cost of 3 of them. This might be drawing it to a close. Last player, Nomi, survives.
Yeah. For Major Pride, oh my days! What is
Wow.
that circle?
Oh my God.
Los Higos finish. Second to final match here on PMGC.
This is huge.
Is unreal.
Weibo Gaming in an excellent position to get across. If they go to the compound on the south side of this bridge crossing blank, they have a chance to have a magnificent game here.
Everyone in vehicles. Everyone moving as fast as possible. Alpha 7 in the water.
Smart.
Stalwart losing action to 4MB. Top's at least able to send a shot back towards East, but action is flushed. And again, Stalwart start their game on the back foot.
We have had an uncharacteristically large amount of case studies for circles like this in the last few months, Blank. There have been several times where we've gone all the way south. I think 2 have actually finished on this island so far in recent history. So teams will have had this freshly developed in terms of the strategic position. I'm looking at Weibo. They did make that rotation south of this bridge. They are in a priority compound. It is still possible that we go back north, of course, and not go to the South Island. But Alpha 7 making this crossing as fast as they have done is such a great move for them. They have made that champion play. Can they weather it out?
Morph, though, flying through on their western side. Could clip their wings here. Not all the Alpha 7 players are across just yet. Carrillo takes shots, but Boboho's already up and personal. Nade in his hand as well.
Boboho loses it towards Senab. Doesn't catch it. Not just yet. Revo through the window finds Boboho, but Revo's caught lacking there. Swept the leg there underneath him, and the nade goes through yet again. Senab could go down. Alpha 7 trying to get on through. They have got the top floor still under control. Senab dodges the nade once more. Boboho's low. The heal allowed to come through. Morph not quite fully coalesced now, but IHC across the bay, looking to maybe have a chime in onto this fight. Senab caught yet again. Upstairs he goes. He's allowed through and could look for the flush. Alpha 7, they're down to just Senab now, and the knock is crucial to keep them alive. 2 players on the outside looking for this flush. It will go through to IHC, also looking for that chase. 3 players on the inside, and Yoru from Morph. The bottom of the tables could have an impact right all the way to the top. A resounding chance here for Morph, and all 3 of them are there. A nade from Cleon, blankets through the window. Good spell disaster, and Alpha 7 have more to worry about. The nade in doesn't find it, but there's Yoru to shut it down, and Alpha 7 out for the first of 2 Miramars. They make a good crossing, but Morph are just too quick.
16th place reverberates through the tables, and almost certainly will crush the chance that Alpha 7 had here. Circle cleans up, but it's not confirmed. Over towards that south side. Further up towards the north, Stalwart still out in the blue. Technically still ahead. Xavier in the blue also. Down towards the south side of Los Egos. They prioritize space. They'll have to take down Morph on their pass through. Stage 3 doesn't hurt too much, but certainly tickles on that blue.
Don't want to be locked in a fight in the blue zone at this stage, you're right. You can get through it if you're clean on the rotation, but getting stuck in a fight when you're starting to take a bullet or 2, those clutch bandages just aren't there in time in phase 3. It's where it starts to get dangerous to play towards the edge. Loops in the meantime being caught out for MV as well, being spotted by S2G, but IHC are still on this warpath blank. They leave such a trail of devastation behind them. They're looking to put up that 100th elimination on the board, and I think they've just done it. They had 97 at the start of the game. Blank, not only that, they've just taken the top spot.
IHC now first in the rankings. Doc, who did a huge amount of work for 4MV last time around, looking to have an equal amount of impact. But Stalwart, with their 3 players rocking up behind IHC at the moment, and IHC has to come off from their high ground. Loops removed by S2G with the help of 4MV.
S2G starting to rack up a couple of eliminations in the final throws of this one, but a little bit too late there. Morph suffering. Xavier able to pepper the backlines. Remember, this is another team looking to chase. There's so many to keep your eyes on, but they are still there. 4 eliminations for 4MV as well now. And they have kept up the pace at the start of this match. Xavier now have the bridge crossing under control. This South Island consists of 3 or 4 positions that you can really take control of. There's a hilltop to the west, a hilltop to the east, the compound on the bridge, and the compound that Rocky currently sits in for Morph. Those are the 4 major player positions, unless you get a super hard south shift, but that basically never happens. I'll say never. I won't say completely never, but it's very, very unexpected. You're going to be looking to those positions if it goes south. But at the moment, the majority of the landmass does sit back up north. So Weibo are making that early rotation might come back to bite them.
Yeah, I think you have to make that gamble, though. We talked about with 4MV down towards the south side of Sosnovka. Sometimes you got to roll the dice and hope they come up 6s. For Weibo, perhaps it's not come to bear here on Miramar, but there's still a chance. Stalwart desperately needed the wet eastern shift. Maybe Weibo gets the south. Ooh. But it's a cruel, cruel mistress, the circle. Not determined on either side. IHC floating down over towards Stalwart. Perhaps Icy gets a nasty surprise.
In the meantime, though, there's plenty more surprises on the card. 628 taking a fight, a scrap with Titan. Shadow looks to try and keep Bamboo safe on the highland. 33Z is down on a trade. Hero is there. A nade over the top. This could be disastrous if it's cooked long enough, but it's not there. And the challenge 97 will fall down in the face of it. 628 doing well. The DBS lighting them up as well. And now it's just Shadow behind the vehicle to stay alive. Gets the heal off and a chance to take down 628 as well. Into the buggy. Rolls forwards. Might be able to get a rundown, but gets to the other side of the vehicle. Trading around the US. But there's the spray down with the DBS. And a 1 versus 1 for Shadow. Titan now have a chance to spoil it for 628 on the engagement. Around the bonnet, he goes, and Shadow puts them to sleep. It's darkness for 628.
Envelops them there. And that is not an embracing hug at all. Shadow removes 628, who were looking to flow their way up towards the top side of the lobby. Now it's IHC, #1 spot versus 4MV, Docks down.
Trying to keep themselves alive here. 4MV, with that 4 position eliminated, they'd already lost another player. Everybody on IHC is now rezzed up. So they're facing 4v2 on this angle, but East is still here. And this guy's been a machine for the roster over the course of this tournament. But can you withstand the might of IHC? That's the question. Alex goes, but there's a trade. Baron now down the hill for 4MV to try and keep the third Mongolian team in the running. They're in 5th place, and they're the 3rd place team for Mongolia. It is absolutely insane what this region has brought out today. And IHC sat at the top, now has Stalwart to deal with. It is Mongolian madness on the northwest side. Another nade over the top from Icy as Godless tries to fend it off, but he just can't weather it. And another knock, another flush. IHC starting to fall apart. They're vying both for this top spot. 7 eliminations already found for IHC, and they are down to 3 with 1 knock on the forefront.
Weibo taking shots over towards Xavier, able to at least find a couple of knocks towards him. Here comes Silas. He knows the exact location.
Ooh.
Demo won't go down, but he'll step up with the UMP and put him down. And that's IHC out at the top. 7 eliminations, and Stalwart can carry on further into this game.
With the 7 eliminations they found, blank, they sit 5 points ahead of Stalwart. With the 1 point that Stalwart already have, that's bumped down to 4. It is still so close at the top. Alpha 7, they're going to be a little bit disappointed with this one because they also sit 5 points behind the top spot going into the final match. Unless Stalwart can take that from them, then it will start to push up a little bit higher.
Honestly, an exciting match here for all the players involved. But it has just been the wildest PMGC we've had in a long, long time here. S2G, you're right, the 2 stands for 2, with Silas and Hamzy G to carry the baton. And next circle goes north for Stalwart. Here's the big money game.
Unfortunate for the early rotation from WBG. I feel like it was heads up enough to make something of, but that's just how the circle goes sometimes. 2 hard shifts up back to the north after that south. It's just going to be disaster for WBG on their chase. They were right down towards the bottom end of this chasing pack. They've got 4 eliminations already. If they can make it across the bridge, maybe fight off against Udo Alliance, there's a chance, but it is slipping away moment by moment. Every tick of that second hand of the clock brings them closer to a sealed fate.
For Weibo, though, 4 players. Udo Alliance and the last player from Titans Gaming. This is a really decent path for Weibo to get in. Udo Alliance, though, is not making it easy. And Wymao's driving so slowly that it is easy.
I mean, somehow, the slower you go, the harder it is to hit, maybe. You're expecting them to go faster, and you're jerking your aim ahead, but not second time around. So, gets through, and Flax not catching them. Still slowly making their way in. They're establishing that line of fire. They're making sure they're being methodical about this, but the blue zone's a little bit too close for comfort on this engagement, and Udo Alliance can start to flex out to that eastern side of their position. Left of them on the screen right now. You can see Weibo just slowing down. Xavier denied entry to that main island. They're going to have to swim. FaZe are there to receive. Where WBG making the cross, and it is being torn to shreds by Udo Alliance.
This might have been made easier, but Udo Alliance's compound, famously RRQ, Athena's roots back in the day. Such a strong position, though, to hold out the bridge side. And WBG just cannot make this crossing. Smokes are down, but vehicles are in flames.
Dear Ming takes another knock for WBG, but they've still got 3 players active. The blue zone now a major issue. You can see it creeping ever closer to WBG. Gap trying to reposition, but Olio just such dominant angles onto this area. He's going to have to move as well, but not before they do. Xavier are going to be spotted out in the water by FaZe. And this is really Stalwart's chance to keep this under control, but they're only playing as 3. WBG caught Su trying to swim. Gap and Mao underneath the bridge can make a little bit of headway here.
Yeah, there's a possibility to get in, right? And actually play from the circle side itself. FaZe might have angles. Levi's knocked now as well. The last player remaining for Xavier is Paragin, with Lamborghini and Levi's both knocked in the water. Mormon repositions to assist.
Next circle coming on through. Xavier trying to lead the water. It's not going super well. They will be shut down. One last match for them to chase. It is still close. But they're a little bit further behind than they would have liked. They will need a big game from Xavier, the team from Vietnam that you pinned as a 3rd place prospect, and I think rightly so, given their performance here, deserving of that accolade of being one of your predictions there. They're going to have a tough time of it. Not quite as tough as WBG in this circle, though.
I think when we look at it, you're right, the big surprise has to be IHC. Full Miracle vibes, people expect them to do very well during this tournament, and they have. A 5th place is great. But Weibo Gaming want to go a little bit further here. I think a lot of hopes from the Chinese fans were in this team. 4 eliminations found, and they have lived it. But for Stalwart, this match matters so much because it's such a huge opportunity here. With only the 1 elimination, they go down within the next couple of teams, it'll all be for naught. Right now, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th place teams are all out. This is a gateway for Stalwart to push back into that 1st place spot.
Remember the tiebreakers as well. Stalwart currently 3 chicken dinners, the most of anyone in this tournament right now. They do win all tiebreakers with that extra chicken dinner. That is the 1st tiebreaker. The 2nd, placement points, which is bad news for IHC. So even if they get another chicken dinner on the back of this match, they could still lose out because of their focus on those eliminations. They've been able to rack up, Blank, over 100 eliminations on this tournament so far in 3 days of games and not even 18 matches.
It's probably a record. Probably a record in terms of the placement points, 2 elimination points that will never be broken again. Unless IHC return. In which case, maybe. Stalwart here, this is what we're talking about. It had to be good. Nade explodes in the face of Mela. Has to retreat back down the hill, but for Stalwart, there's also S2G on the high ground. Icy understands the position though and can hold him off.
Hamzy under pressure from Icy, doesn't face off for too much longer. They're trying to break through. They've left Nerzed on the back lines for Stalwart. Top trying to face off against Mela. But it's just these smokes starting to fade. They're creeping their way across the mountains, across these slopes that feature so heavily on the south side of Miramar. FaZe have got one of the better spots here. Udo Alliance, I think, sitting opposite them, looking to try and keep control. FaZe, I mean, what a resurgence today. This team has made a name for themselves as those last chance Andys. They have really come through in all these stages, but it's too little too late for the top spot. Nerzed, though, falls to the rifle. And Mela looks to find the main cohort, the duo up top. It is Icy and Top for Stalwart. I don't know if they're going to be able to get Nerzed back alive.
For FaZe, they are just assaulting Stalwart right now. Circle moves, and FaZe want to clean up this fight quickly, so they're going to start to get a little bit more aggressive with this one, as they need to get further towards the eastern side right now. In comes Stalwart, though. They're just going to send across, and S2G have something to say about it. They will take down top here, up to 3 eliminations now.
Top just under cover. Actually, potential to crawl back. The timer is ticking away, and you don't have a lot of cover, but there is still a maybe there. There's a question mark on the flush onto top. But being down to 2, still far from ideal. He manages to make the crawl, and Icy tags that res. FaZe not yet cresting the ridgeline towards the roadside. They're going to have to move further east as well.
Somewhat worried about facing off versus S2G's position. Realistically, Stalwart can play from here, right? It forces S2G to play into their hands, and the question is, how much util does S2G have remaining? Do they have the nades to make this work? Hamzy G sends down, and this is where he could just get absolutely obliterated. Surely they know.
7 nades for Hamzy, though. The first is unleashed, and he moves forwards off the back of it. Icy under danger, but he stands tall. He holds his nerve, and Icy's cool as ice. We'll be able to find Hamzy. The spray down, and S2G are eliminated now. Stalwart have a decent position. A third party just too late, but top is spotted. Udo Alliance stop his forward push, and an aid from Mela over the back of the buggy should be the final thing that Icy sees, and that is Stalwart out in third, but they have kept up pace. 6 points they found. I think that keeps them right on this top spot, Blank, but only just. Going into the final match, it is still all to play for.
Stalwart, necessary game there for them. Salvage at least something. Udo Alliance, FaZe, and Titans. Shadow has really come a long, long way. Remaining hidden and out of sight. Ventores, though, gets taken down by Flax. A nice spray.
A good opener for Udo Alliance to find those lines. They have got the road to cover them. They can move forwards, but getting down to that roadside in the first place, really, really tough. You can see Cluck trying to enact that forward position, trying to get within that nade range. And as you say, you've always got to be worried about Shadow. He's always creeping around. He's always lingering. Cluck, nade in hand, over towards Ventores. Looks for Mela as well with it. Cluck not going to take a damage from the response as well. Mormon's close by, though, with that DBS. Might be able to find an angle, and he does. Able to take down Cluck. Doesn't get knocked in response. Gets back to safety, and Flax doesn't have the angle.
That is a great shot with the DBS. Had a very limited window there to pick up the damage onto him. And the nade followed up with it. Seeing that they've got a lot of util still on board. Mormon nails it once again. Mela and Mormon. This combo is so deadly.
Nading out the forward positions, trying to keep control. FaZe with all 4 of their players alive. Onsense the anchor that's keeping them safe on this flank, but Shadow is still there for Titan. If this goes hayward, it could be an opportunity for Titan to sneak on in and claim something here, but would be a very outside possibility in a 3 versus 4. You've got to imagine they're going to have their wits about them. Onsense regroups.
Olio, no nades available. Udo Alliance. Some good shots again from Flax, playing up on as high as possible. Circle will push him out eventually. Shadow still in. Kind of crazy.
He's popped a smoke.
Nice nade.
Oh, huge nade. Olio goes down. It goes right into the tree. Banks off the Birkin. Shreds him down. The forward position isolated. The smokes downhill for Shadow were popped, so position might be more known now to the rest of this circle, to Udo Alliance, to FaZe, but they continue their march forwards. They've got 9 eliminations. They're looking to put up 10, 11, 12, and 13 with this final circle. If they're able to find everything left, would be a great way to get towards the end of this day with a chicken dinner, a 13 elimination one at that. You would be happy for Thailand. We said they're representing proudly for them. Onsense, though, tickled towards the backlines. Mormon and Mela dancing around one another, and 2 players from Udo Alliance are there. Olio flushed away, and 10 eliminations for FaZe.
Massive game for them. You can hear the comms behind me as well, and they are shouting.
Play zone. took that one away. An 8 over the top though, won't find Iftar for the play zone. Instead, Mela claims that. He's forwards. The Mischief Maker himself looks for the challenge on Flax with the DBS on the cliffside, and it will be good. The road rash is strong, and FaZe drag it to victory. 13 eliminations denied by the play zone. They'll take the 12 though, and a 22-point gain.
For FaZe, it always is last minute for them. They've got Naruto on their back, and it seems like that is just their ninja way. Always at those final moments. And they'll bring things back into focus. That top side of the lobby though, that top side of the leaderboard, that is where things count. It is so tight at the top, tighter than a yoga store, and I'm honestly not entirely sure how this is going to pan out over on the last Miramar.
Who's going to be able to pull out that FaZe jutsu and claim that final chicken dinner, a last-minute resurgence? Going into the final match, there is still one more to play, and I think we're still at about 4, 5, 6 teams that could claim this one. Blank, it is absolutely mental here in Turkey.
We've really been placed now in one of those pivotal moments of PUBG Mobile history, where we've got 6 teams from different nationalities, all with a shot at getting into that first place to take the trophy home, take the pride and glory back for themselves. Talking about pride and glory though, Thailand must be pleased with FaZe and how they've represented them here. They're a team that really no one had their eyes set out for early on in the PMGC League stage. In fact, they looked quite bad at the start. Yet, with time, patience, and some real grit, they have evolved into what you see now. And they still give it large, even at the end. Final day of PMGC.
And with that huge point-scoring match, Blank, they might also be within striking distance of this top spot. With the top of the tables performing as they have done over the last few matches, there is an opening for FaZe to maybe sneak it on through for Thailand, but it is going to be stiff competition. It is all down to the final Miramar.
Can FaZe Clan become our new Hokages? Well, we'll find out as we only have that one match left to go. As you heard John and Blank say, so many teams still in the running for that first place position, and right now none of us can call who's going to win.
Giga unpredictable. No, it really is up to so many teams right now in the top of the rankings. Who's going to make it, 7? I think that everyone is going to be supporting their home team or their favorite team right now, but I can tell you that the amount of pressure you're going to feel when it's so close between so many competitors at this level of play on the final game, on the final Miramar, on the final battleground.
On the final day, on the final event of the year. It's the final countdown.
On the final month of the year.
No, but IHC, I feel like, has been one of those teams that has surprised me. Not only with the way that they've been able to frag out. Yes, they did end up finally getting a chicken dinner. I feel like they have definitely improved in regards to placement points. But I'm with you. I don't know who could actually win, considering we have had Alpha 7. I feel like I'm losing hope on Alpha 7 with the way they've been playing, especially on the last game. I did enjoy how quick the rotations were from a Poso going all the way west down. But then after that, it just kind of slowed down because he was in... They were kind of set up in a bridge, and I don't know if they were trying to figure out if they were going to bridge camp. They just weren't committed to one spot, and I wish there would have been a little bit more commitment. And then with Star Wars, I do enjoy the change that Star Wars has been able to do. We always were wondering, okay, this team needs to be able to get in the middle of the circle. This team needs to be able to get set up.
Yeah.
But they've been playing a lot of edge, and it's been working out for them.
But man, Alpha 7, 1 point here. Like, that was such a big gamble to go for the Los Higos Island. I do not know why they went that early on. I think they could have gone actually for FaZe's compound instead. And just maybe swim across if it keeps going down on the island, but they just commit to it so early. Fight more for like a first place team taken down by currently the last place team. That is a really big upset here. And when you have Stalwart still getting points, IHC popping the hell off, especially That sets, again, a scary kind of situation for Alpha 7 in this final game.
And then on top of that, you have our MRPX crashing on them and being able to beat them. That was very unpredictable. And then on top of that, you have Sanab deciding to go into the smallest room and start healing when he should have been able to set up. I saw him trying to throw a Molotov, trying to defend it, but overall, I think it's the pressure's now starting to get to Alpha 7, and I don't know if they're going to be able to shake that off going into the last match.
I don't know how you shake this off with the performance they've had today. Subpar, unfortunately for them. It doesn't really represent how well they played throughout this entire event and the changes they have made into their own gameplay. Carrillo stepping up, them being more respectful and not being so aggressive. But FaZe, 12 eliminations. I mean, it puts them in reach. We'll see our overalls in just a few moments here, but I want to know, did Stalwart do enough to pass IHC? Are we going to see FaZe Clan within how many points of potentially being in first place? There's so many variables, there's so many unknowns right now.
Actually, a really smart play from Stalwart in that game. They saw IHC fight for Miracle Vibe. No, IHC fighting, for Miracle Vibe at one point, and they just see this is a great opportunity to eliminate two teams competing for that first place and also maybe getting eliminations, which unfortunately did end up going the way of S2G. But that really good awareness from Stalwart that we are witnessing is going to be a big difference maker at the end of the day. But as we said, didn't quite get the elimination, so maybe it's going to be a bit different.
Oh.
1 point.
Going into the last match.
Oh my word. Okay.
I think what's also impressive here, IHC, they have almost more eliminations than our 8th place team has total points. That's ridiculous. 31 placements. I mean, if you were to look at placements alone, that put them on the 2nd page, probably in around 11th place. Like, this is an insane performance out of the Mongolians, but let's see. FaZe Clan, 112, so they need 24 points to catch up to Stalwart. Possible? Realistic?
No.
Not so much.
Yeah, I don't see that happening for FaZe Clan. 4MV, I don't think they're going to be able to do now. With DAX, a big disappointing day, final day here for them. We expected a lot more out of them. And then IHC, I mean, have we ever seen anything like this where the placement points are just so much lower than either first place or any of the teams near them, but they're just being able to frag out so much?
The last time we saw this was like an inverse when a chicken dinner was like 20 points.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, man, this would be one of the biggest comebacks for IHG, though. Like, in the history of PUBG Mobile Esport, where they qualify from the last game of last chance in the league stage with a double MG3 push onto Reject to qualify into the grand finals and maybe bringing the trophy over back into Mongolia.
A double MG3 push to win PMGC as well.
Yes.
Oh.
Give me the same circle. I would love that.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, right, we've been harsh on Alpha 7 in the position they went to in those Hegos, but what about Xavier? They went down towards the island as well. They tried to swim across, and they swam right into the open arms of FaZe.
I kind of understand why you would want to commit to the island. Like, just for Alpha 7, I get it, because when you saw that phase 2 circle, you were kind of expected to go down, but it's such a big gamble, and it goes back up. You just got to swim through. FaZe were in such a strong position 7 that they're just going to gatekeep every single team trying to make their way through. So Xavier, just like Alpha 7, went for the gamble, and it did not pay out.
The thing with Alpha 7, though, is that I don't even know. They were kind of questioning their own play, because you saw them go circle, but they still stay within the bridge.
Very
just
hesitant.
waiting to see what was going to happen. There was no actual, okay, this is what we're going to do. They decided not to do any of that. And honestly, as much as I'm hating to say it, I think it's going to be between these two teams. Star Wars Esports has been really, really consistent when it comes down to Miramar. I feel like they are going to be a tough spot to beat in IHC if they want to become the winners. It's going to come down to those placement points as well. I feel like if they are able to get those placement points and continue to frag out the way they've been, they might just have what it takes, but Star Wars just looks so strong right now.
I'm trying to tell what people on the screen who are watching at home can actually see. Okay, you do get a little bit of it. You can see IHC currently sitting behind your boys of S2G. And they're looking cool, calm, collected right now. I mean, we actually even have a fan base section here over towards my right-hand side who are just chanting and screaming for IHC. They have Mongolian flags out as well, so I'm assuming they're here for all those teams. It's great to have that hometown support. I mean, not quite to the level of S2G at the moment, because that's kind of impossible when you're in Istanbul, but to play for them, to play for the pride of Mongolia as well, which we've been talking for years about how strong a region they are, and to have two teams, not just one, in contention for that first place finish is honestly fantastic to see.
And for Miracle Vibe, they had also a really good run, right, for the entirety of this tournament. And I feel like a lot of people were supporting them in the chat, and we understood that they are a real threat in this kind of lobby. But as you said, I think it's between IHC and Stalwart now. Alpha 7 could still be like a contending for that one, but it is going to be down to the last game. We keep saying it's unpredictable. We're trying to predict, but we just can't do it.
It really is. It really is unpredictable. And also, the other unpredictable factor is going to be which one of the other teams, right, that are not fighting for the championship are going to try to be that dark horse. They're going to be the last game. Are we going to see teams maybe trying to BM a little bit on some of those teams that are currently going for that championship? It has happened in the past.
I wanted to bring it up, but I'm glad you did, and I didn't have to be the one to do so. It's very possible.
Yep.
Thing is, it's like it's a tough call, right? You want to be fair, but you do have the ability in a battle royale to hot drop teams if you want to. And you could ruin the surprise.
We saw it a bit earlier with S2G trying to gatekeep Alpha 7.
Alpha 7, yeah.
So anything can happen here, and I feel like some of these teams are, you know what? S2G might want to put on a show for their fans.
Yeah, and we did see also, we talked about Stalwart
S2G hot dropping Alpha 7. You heard it here first.
we saw the previous game, Stalwart going for the third party on IHC versus Full Miracle Vibe. It really goes to show that the moment in the elimination feed, they see one of these big teams going out, they kind of change their approach. They kind of change the entire mental game because they're like, okay, these teams aren't here anymore. Let's slow things down. Focus on that late game stage. If we get the win, we might just become the new champions.
And for IHC, for Alpha 7, for Stalwart, their main concern is going to be if they do get into fights, finish them quickly, because we have been seeing a lot of third party.
That's true.
I'm taking a look at the timer. We got about 2 minutes left till we hop in the game. I mean, I'm looking around at the players as well. It is getting very intense in here, and hope for you guys at home as well. But it's time to find out who our champion at PMGC 2023 is going to be. Is it going to be Mongolia? Is it going to be Brazil? Let's find out.
The final edition of Miramar, the final edition of matches here in Istanbul. Blank, we've made it all the way. Match 18 of 18. Divide them together and you get one hell of a tournament. It has been incredible to see these teams take each other on so far, and I don't think it's going to stop there.
Waiting for this game to start.
I think we've been missing you a little bit there, Blank, on some of the audio, but you're right. We are waiting for these players to start. We just can't get enough of Miramar. They'll need to hold their nerve now. More than ever, Stalwart 1 point ahead at the top of their countrymen, IHC. Alpha 7, they've fallen off a little bit today, but they have kept up pace with the top tables. They are still only 6 points behind. It's so crazy. 6 teams really have a chance. FaZe, obviously, with that last performance, if they can run that engine and keep it hot, there may be a chance. I mean, it's 24 points difference, right? We've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, there's realistically still room for these teams to switch things up, to get towards that top 3. Realistically, it's sort of in that 5th place spot that have a chance at the trophy itself, with 4MV, 116 points, 20 points behind Stalwart right now. Alpha 7 desperately looking for that win. They've been so close multiple times, yet never quite there. But this is the year for Brazil.
Blank. There's only 6 steps up to that trophy. But those are 6 steps that Stalwart have yet to be able to make. Miramar, the final hurdle, the final barrier to maintaining this top spot. That's all they need to do. Take a look at these tiebreakers as well. 3 chicken dinners for Stalwart. They win out against anyone. I brought it up last match. It's even more prescient now, because they do win those tiebreakers. IHC, even if they win here, they still lose out on that tiebreaker against Stalwart. If they both have a big game, it could all come down to it. With this tight table at the top, I mean, it could be all important. Alpha 7, if they get a chicken dinner though, they win out on the tiebreaker. And guaranteed, no matter what, that they would beat Stalwart on the tiebreaker, because they're only 1 point behind on that placement points. They would be even on chicken dinners, and they would get an extra at least 4 points on those placements.
In the air right now, Plane about to finish his path. Teams dropping out. Alpha 7, El Pozzo, Stalwart, central side of the map, near Hacienda, the Xavier and La Cobreria, And down towards the south, we have 4MV.
I'm getting flashbacks of the plane path to last map, Blank.
Ooh, okay.
Similarly cruel, diametrically opposed, other side of the map. Why not? We're going on a world tour for the global finals.
Moving off towards our eastern side, El Azahar. Interesting place to finish this one off. A lot of high ground available. Teams will have to get a move on. Nongshim Red Force sending out that way. Chance for them to get towards that top 5 possibly during this game. And Alpha 7 looting up. It's going to be a nervous start to this game for a lot of players, for a lot of teams. But there's still happy smiles, and quite a few of them. S2G looking comfortable in their final game of the day. Yes, I didn't come too close towards the top, but I think 94 points is still a pretty damn good result for them, considering how close this tournament was and how packed we have. The amount of teams that are so unbelievably strong. I think 94 points, 10th place, compared to 136 in first. It really is a ridiculously stacked tournament.
The power being demonstrated from every single region represented here is, you're right, staggering to behold. And it makes me pretty happy to think that this is all coming to the United Kingdom next year, our home country, Blank. We're going to be in for a treat, I'm sure, but there's even more of a treat in this final match where it is so closely fought to lift that trophy. I knew it was heavy, but I didn't realize it was this heavy.
FaZe blowing the doors down, just like they've kicked the doors open for themselves to get further into this tournament. Lamborghini drops back down on the concrete, will take down Bubble Hope. Last time I get to say his name in the tournament. Feels sort of bittersweet there, as DX find themselves 1 point further towards that top side of the lobby.
Only 13 points behind that top spot. You've got to start somewhere. Every single point will matter. Again, they're on 2 chicken dinners, meaning they still place behind Stalwart on that chicken dinner count, but they don't come behind anybody else on those tiebreakers. It could all come down to it. And I'll keep bringing it up as long as these teams maintain that proximity to one another and keep their strength going. Morph having an impact onto the tables last match, Blank, with taking down Alpha 7 on that crossing, on that swim. Senab kind of fumbling the bag as well as the rest of Alpha 7. Not all the blame lies at Senab's feet, but Alpha 7 definitely should have been able to take Morph on in a straight-up fight. Just didn't come through. Let's take a look at the teams moving early into this circle, though, because you've got Titan Esports Club and Nongshim, both in El Azahar now.
Nongshim and Titans as...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've still been calling them Titans.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. They feel like Titans, honestly.
Certainly do.
Shadow does, that's for sure. Both central now towards that high ground. Alpha 7, though, I think is the main worry for me, personally. Pretty much on the opposite side of the map right now to the circle. Have a long way to go, and it's not a case of being able to do any of those cheeky rotations where they wide wrap round. No matter where they go on this wide wrap, they will run into teams. IHC underneath them in Monte Nuevo. Probably not the fisticuffs that you want to walk into, honestly. I'm most likely sensing a northern rotate.
Stalwart making their approach now. Nearby to Loops. Off in the distance, you see their nameplates pop up. They are being so careful. They just want to maintain their course here, because 1 point behind them, IHC. Goodness me. These last few games for most people towards this top side have just not been what they wanted. That is going to be one hell of a mental fortitude test.
Stalwart here on their rotate in. Like I said, just underneath the Loops at the moment. Keeping a watchful eye on our current #1 spot team. DXavier rotating in alongside Morph right now.
They've been fencing back and forth with them, already taking one of those Morph players down. Behind on the queue, it's Alpha 7. Their seeming rivalry from the fans between them and S2G might come through to a head in the final match, because they're going straight through the middle of this S2G line. Carrillo close to Hamzy in the building. Are they going to take shots? Are they going to look for it? Because right now there's a response from S2G. Hamzy's close by. Has got that M16 and SKS. Not ideal to hold off a push in close range. Ooh. He wants to keep them at arm's distance.
A7, big test for them. S2G's consistently been able to take down top teams from the outside edge. Nade sent directly through the middle. Carrillo down. The start of a nightmare here for Alpha 7.
Potentially at the hands of the home ground heroes, but IHC are on the south side as well of this blank. They are a little bit close by, a little bit too close for comfort. However, now the rally through for Alpha 7 is here. The high ground is dealt with. Dispatch to Senab holds his nerve. Mafioso not so much. And now Silas has the chance onto Senab, and it is going to be backed up as well. Alpha 7's dreams could come crashing down here. Brazil were at the top, moving into the final day, but now it's disaster. Razy with the nade. And Revo, the last to stand for them, wants the challenge. It's Razy with it. And Alpha 7 fall. Mongolia with the top 2 spots in hand. And they're going to fight off against one another.
Brazil, right at the post once again. Failed to make it to the end. Heads down, disappointment abound. A cruel finish for Alpha 7 before the game even really has begun.
We always knew that Alpha 7's major opponents were themselves, blank, and it seems like they were victorious in that pursuit. It has been so unfortunate for them to get to that top spot, to smell that winner chicken dinner and have it snatched away. No afters for them. It's an early bedtime, but now IHC on the chase on the west side. The circle with a hard south shift. We've still got some water in there.
South shift on the circle. Stalwart happy about this one. Quick little regroup. Reassess the scenario. We'll move south towards where FaZe are currently playing. Major Pride taking shots over towards Udo Alliance. Finning the herd towards the center here right now. FaZe equally losing players. Another team with that shot to get towards the top side of the lobby, but losing players now. Not ideal, but again, a team that can leave this game with their heads held up high.
Major Pride taking shots over towards Udo Alliance and not quite over towards DX Xavier as well. One of the outside chances of jumping up those tables sat at the start of the game 13 points behind, so they want to keep themselves nice and tight together, but they are embroiled on the northern edges right now with Loops, with Morph, with Titan as well on that edge. Gonna have to be careful. 4MV picking up a knock as well. Can't count them out. They are from Mongolia after all.
Paragen removed for DX Xavier. 123 points total. More damage pouring in. Chua goes down, a 4th place team. Goes down to just 2 with Levi's left low and alone. His teammate far away in the distance in the Lamborghini.
But no matter the result here, blank, Vietnam and DX Xavier can hold their heads high for the run that they've had. The impressive displays that they've given us so far in this tournament. Can they pull something else out of the bag? It would be miraculous. I'm not expecting it, but there is always that outside opportunity, especially when Levi's is involved, but unfortunately he's pulled straight out of the buggy. It seems like Morph have started to decide that, no, we're going to have an impact on the top of the tables today. Taking down Alpha 7 last match, now starting to impact DX Xavier as well. It has been rough being at the top.
Lamborghini needs 7 points if he wants to ladder into 3rd. 4MV losing players equally. But here are your top dogs. IHC, the legends that have changed PUBG Mobile itself. Eliminations is where it's at for them. Truly deadly.
Speed, violence, momentum. IHC's tenets here. On the west side of this Miramar, the circle again to the water. S2G. Day ruiners, year ruiners for Alpha 7. Now turn their attention to the other contender at the top of the table. What a way to play for the crowd. In the final moments, they challenge two teams who looked terrifying and looked to topple them off.
S2G making enemies of multiple countries right now.
If we can't win it, no one can.
That seems to be the mantra. IHC still carrying on though. They had a long journey themselves, just like Alpha 7. Circle moves far down towards the southeast and cuts into the water as well. It's a grim place to finish the tournament. But when hasn't it been today with the circles that have been on display?
Spray from Yoru. And Morph just keep it ticking over. Yoru's on 3 eliminations, taking down some crucial picks as well. Great stuff from this team. The Indonesians did need a little bit of something given over their way because this tournament has not been their friend. The grand finals here at the PMGC leaves Indonesia at the bottom of the tables. They still have a chance to ladder up somewhat, but it's really not going to be that far, I don't imagine. IHC, in the meantime, with that 1 point difference between them and Stalwart, creeping down on the western edge, close to 4MV.
Mongolia has had such an unreal run this tournament. Quite confidently the strongest region in the world right now. Morph, Yoru goes down. Morph has just been on a warpath at the moment, causing problems all over. And Alpha 7 on a map that they do so well on.
There's the equalizer.
Taken down, it's depressing. Stalwart, IHC, neck and neck now.
But remember the tiebreakers, blank. 3 chicken dinners. For Stalwart, IHC will not conquer that tiebreaker. They need more than a tie here. There is no chance for them to jump up to 3. They only have 1 chicken dinner because of that elimination-heavy focus. So they'll need more than just that tie, and they're looking for it. Over towards Weibo Gaming on that northwest edge, but S2G are there. They're waiting in the wings, ready to strike. While the iron's hot on that northwest edge, looking for a third party. It's worse for Weibo Gaming in this position, though, for it. On that third party, IHC, the backstop to this south edge.
S2G like a rocket arrive on the scene. But Waimau quickly dispatches the majority of them. Zhou looking to take them off. IHC instantly up to 3 elims.
Now they can turn their attention over to Weibo Gaming as well, who only have 2 players alive. Mao and Su, the top spot claimed by them for the time being. And they are still as 4, but that's careful for Alex. Get away from that nade as fast as you can, sir. Over the top, Weibo Gaming looking to fight on, fight strong. The top performing Chinese representatives here in the grand finals. And IHC just looking to keep it together into the vehicles. They have to go further. They have to find some ground to make their way on in.
Ming down, Su up to bat. Stun grenade popped. Zhou immediately looks away. Does not want to be blinded by the light and will instead look for the boogie out of there. Waimau though steps over the top side. Spots the retreating player, goes for the spray down, but Zhou on a swivel will hit him with a 180.
Xavier out in the meantime as well. No chase for them, but we're back on board with IHC as well, as Yol has been leading on the damage, and he is leading IHC from the front as well. Ming, very, very low, but pops the heel on the off angle, split in twain. Now, as IHC move north, they want to encircle Ming. In the meantime, Stalwart in a battle of their own against Besieger Evos. It is just Lynx, but he's already taken one of them down. Blank, 3 players remain for Stalwart.
Feels like this every time, doesn't it, John? 3 players for Stalwart. Does not look good. And with Nurse going down as well. Pasija Evos rattling Stalwart.
Indonesia did not catch the memo, Blank, that they're at the bottom of the tables, because today they have been devilish to these teams looking for that chase. IHC already in the lead. Blank, they have a 3-point advantage right now against Stalwart. If they go down in a bad fight, it could go completely down the drain, but if they can hold their nerve, they could take it away and deny Stalwart another title here. Top is close by. Zyol, he's got the power. Can he bring it through? Top is crawling closer. He needs to be so careful. No nades in hand. He crests the ridge. Zyol, he stands up. He spots Top. And there's the knock. There's the flush as well. And Stalwart are looking to equalize. Looking for more. Turns his attention to Demo. Sees him dash for the shack. Gets behind the cover. But he's split from his teammate. Action is down in the meantime. And it is all up to Top. Can he keep things ticking on over? If he goes down now, it's all over.
Demo up, running towards him. Shots are coming through. Top so low.
There it is.
Vehicle's over the top. And Alex takes him down with a vehicle. IHC, the annihilators of the lobby.
How can you do this at PMGC in the grand finals? Over 100 eliminations. And with the rear axle, clothesline their opponents. Time and time again, they are into the battle. And they ride strong. They lose Zyol, but they prove that they have depth beyond measure. These fights just keep going their way. Mongolia at the top. The only team that can take them down from here comes from Mongolia as well. A Mongolian 1-2 guaranteed. But will we see that third?
Pasija Evos looking to put to bed the nightmare that has been IHC. The demonic beast that was summoned to PMGC, that has left teams ravaged.
Spray over to Godless, the last player from what is very likely to be your champions here in the grand finals. IHC, a team that unexpectedly made it happen. All the way to the top with a 7-point match. They take down Stalwart themselves. What a way to close it down. It's all up to 4MV. Can they push Alpha 7 out of the top spot?
You can see them on our screens. They look sad. They don't know if they've made it. Alex is unsure. But they'll be called up to the plate soon.
2 points on the cards for 4MV. Alpha 7 only getting the 1. Means that those 14 points that they were behind at the start has shrunk measurably. They were 15 with the extra elimination point that Alpha 7 were able to get. But they're down to just that 13-point gap right now between them and Alpha 7 in 3rd place. And they're into the fight now with Major Pride. They pick up another. That's 12 now. But he goes down to Dino. He's been on a tear a little bit today. He's been malevolent in these tables, in these totals. And you can see 4MV just want to find these reses. A banked nade, but Dino's in the stairwell. Puts it in through the other window. And there's a res onto East. The backstop is there. Dino with a DBS. Sees the window side and he goes down. They're looking to put more through, and Apex adds to their tally. They are slowly dragging themselves tooth and nail for a Mongolian 1-2-3 here, Blank. But they still got a way to go as they lose Doc on the backlines. East has fallen as well. It could be Major Pride to ruin that dream.
Effect out in the open here. East needs to be brought back up. Doc, the main man, removed. Pasija Evos. Again, the Indonesian squad's ruining the chances of teams today. 4MV down on their knees, looking for that 3rd place. 11 points away. And maybe then some.
The tiebreaker, Blank, will go Alpha 7's way, should it come down to that. So they need it clear and free. They'll need everything right now. all your support. The Mongolians already happy, chuffed to bits. But can they get even more? For the first time, it is possible for one country to do it all.
The three-piece would be an unbelievable story. All the fans in the crowd from Mongolia are all stood up, chanting their name. They've gone from the stalwart chant to the IHC chant, now to the 4MV chant. They need to deal with effect.
Into the smoke, out breaks through the smoke, and he will fall down in the face of 4MV, a 5th elimination. And the crawl continues. Bloody, dirty, streaking their approach. But it is there.
Still doable for 4MV. Redface taking shots, tagging away at the vehicles, making exit hard now for 4MV. But his face, out of nowhere. From on the low ground, and Lynx is completely out of position. Procedure Evos is going to have to regroup with them to help him, but Mormon spots him out and will take him down.
The final match coming to a close now for all but 5 of our teams. Mormon and Mela. Rightly so. The last 2 for FaZe. They've really gone for it. East up on high ground. Has an angle now onto 628. They've made their move up and into this circle, but Baron's down. A nade trying to answer it with a flush, and it will be there. Apex is out, and it's all up to East, really. Apex might be able to get the heal on, actually, if he can maintain. But East on the high ground, spots 33Z, keeps them alive for a little bit longer. They just don't go down without a fight. East on the high ground, split from his teammate Apex, who gets that first aid off. Redface behind the tree, peeks out. It's dangerous. It's a full face. He needs that tick. He needs that last shot to come on through. Up on the top, it's Redface still taking the shots with a Mini 14. I can't quite land it. East too fancy.
Apex finishes off 33Z. A spray from East. Just pre-firing onto Redface's position. Tags him hard. One more shot would do it, and he'd be so out of position, able to get down, dodging and diving out of the way.
Finally, does fall. And 4MV down to 1. Redface might have been looking for an opening there, and the spray down onto Redface from Sunan keeps Apex in the running. I don't know if there's enough points left in this lobby for them to make it, Blank, but by God, is it close.
With only 2 players on FaZe, 3 on 628, and 1 over towards Procedure Evos. They can certainly try ladder, but they would need eliminations here to make it happen. Sunan goes down to Misery. And it is going to be between FaZe and 628. The hero spotting out, Sunan down. Should just be down to 2 players. There's a possibility that we're in a very limited count of players remaining, but Apex still has to move forward.
4MV have the outside chance, but FaZe also there with the 3rd place potential for Thailand. A little bit further away. Procedure Evos, 7 eliminations, all down to Misery. A maximum of 2 players. Apex has to move under the purview of Misery, but that high ground is going to get pushed off slightly earlier. For Procedure Evos, and Apex can hold for a little while longer to make his approach.
Apex moving through now. Procedure Evos, Misery, healing up with the bandages.
Apex is in. He's made the crossing. FaZe only on 2 eliminations. I don't think there's enough points in this lobby for them to make it.
8 eliminations for 628. We're down to just the top 3 now.
It could be there. 131 Blank is the point mark that Alpha 7 sit at in 3rd place.
They need a chicken dinner, essentially.
I don't know, man. 4MV were 15 points behind with that extra point.
They had 6 points. 6 points from the elims. A chicken dinner. They'd need 1 point after that, so they would need the final elim and the chicken dinner to make it.
Oh, it's so close. It's too close to call, Blank. If they're able to get all the way. It is all up to Apex here for a Mongolian 1-2-3 that I don't think anybody would have seen coming. But he has to get past FaZe. He has to get past 6-2-8. And they all know that there's a player still on this side of the road. They certainly should do.
5 nades in hand for Apex. We'll continue crawling forward. 0 here for FaZe, 6 for 6-2-8. Technically, Apex has all the bells and whistles to get him through to the end game. It's just getting there. And with 6-2-8, with such an awesome compound, really hard to deal with this.
If FaZe bring the aggression over to their side, Apex has an opening. This valley might give him a little bit of cover for the time being to crawl forwards, but as soon as you turn around it, look at the openness that sits in front of you. That window that Shin currently sits near, very daunting. Needs to be careful, but it seems like he's managed to escape the first volley, but position now completely known. You see Xing is calling that out. Teammates readjust. 6-2-8 do not want the Mongolian teams to find those top 3.
Apex not quite in yet.
Hero's pushing out.
Yeah, pushing out with a nade. He gets on target with the end of Apex. Goes far.
Too far. Goes for the peak. Apex spotted. And that's it. 4 MV down and out. Not able to achieve that gap, but they've put on one hell of a show. FaZe, I don't think there's enough left for them to make that top 3. As the final moments close, Blank, we see IHC rising to the top. The best team in the world, redefining what it means to play PUBG Mobile.
Miramar to close it out first between 6-2-8 and FaZe. A good chunk of change between them, and laddering up potential still there for both these teams. For FaZe, the last minute Andes at it again towards the final matches of the day. They did it in survival stage, last chance, and their league stage as well. For FaZe, been a tumultuous journey, but they are still here. Mormon, Mela, the double M combo, the mischief makers themselves, looking to finish out this game strong. The circle will push both of these teams together.
With that high ground advantage, with the MG3 in the hands of Xing, the blue zone's the only thing that's going to take him down. Both standing in their own respective 1v1s now. In the final moments of the final Miramar, 10 eliminations for 6-2-8. It has been a resurgence from the bottom of the tables today, Blank, but you've got to wonder where the top teams have gone. A lot of them falling down and allowing these openings. Except for IHC. They keep it going, keep it on trucking. Mela forced to move a little bit, start his shimmy, drop out the smokes.
And this is the thing we were talking about towards the start of the tournament. The fact they get eliminations game after game after game makes them so hard to stop, even when they go out early. Like this nice nade from the hero for 6-2-8. Mormon crosses the road.
He has
looks to spray him.
Across the road he goes, but no further than that. From the top rope, it will be 6-2-8, but let's take a look at IHC. They know that they've done it. Obliterating their opponents. IHC are your champions for Mongolia, denying their countrymen yet another title, stomping on the face of Alpha 7. Brazilians denied as well. It is IHC to claim the top spot. Who will take them on next year? Because this is a statement, Blank.
Zeus denied in the past. They just missed the net, but this time around it is a goal for Mongolia. Not quite a hat trick, but there's still the duo up there. An incredible performance from this team.
IHC, your champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 PMGC champions, IHC! Gentlemen, come over here. Step with me at the front of the stage right here. Congratulations, what an incredible performance throughout this day, and what an incredible performance throughout the entire weekend. Congratulations. We're gonna get some microphones over here for you so that you can chat with me. First and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, I just want to talk to you right now, how you guys, try and put into words how you're feeling right now and how proud you are of your team.
I'm very good.
За хамгийн ихний асуулт нь танай баг одоо ямар хөө мэдрэмж төрж байна? Одоо ингээд өөрхөн багаар хэрэг бахархаж байна?
Багаар бол маш их бахархаж байна. Энэ үйлдэл бас амархан байгаагүй. Маш их юм туулсан. Багаараа амар их бахархаж байна.
I am so proud of my team. We have gone through many things. So like we're like all proud of this moment.
Takımımla gurur duyuyorum. Şu anki atmosferden çok mutluyum. Takımımın her bir birey üyesi için gururla bu anı yaşıyorum.
I guess it's safe to say that you were fragging like absolute crazy this entire weekend. Was that always the plan, to go for the gunfights rather than the placement points?
Танай багийн хувьд энэ 7 хоногийн турш ингээд бос багуудаас оноо түүсэн энэ хамгийн ингээд давуу талтай. Танай багийн хувьд ингээд зүгээр survival-аас оноо аваагүй, бос багаас оноо авсан. Энэ тухайг та нар ингээд анхнаасаа төлөвлөж орж ирж яасан уу? Эсвэл ингээд цаанаасаа ингээд тохиолдсон зүйл болчихоо?
Яг сайн сонссонгүй, гэхдээ энэ байлдаг тоглоомыг байлдаж энэ дэлхийн аваргын гранд финалыг дуусглаа.
I couldn't hear a lot, but the fighting game, we just finished it as fighters.
Hafta sonu boyunca çok iyi bir maç çıkardınız. Öncelikle tebrikler. Silah noktalarına atlayarak savaşmayı, sıralama puanı almaya tercih ettiniz. Bütün planınız bu muydu? Takım olarak bütün planımız aslında bu değildi. Fakat silah noktalarını atlayıp agresif bir savaş yürüterek oyunu kazanmayı hedefliyorduk ve kazandık.
Now, finally, before I let you go, you have so much support out there. You can hear it from the crowd as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who have supported you throughout this entire journey?
За зөвхөн энэч хэлэхгүй одоо ингээд дэлхийд даяар та бүхнийг ингээд дэмжтэйгээ үзэгч нар чинь байна. Одоо ингээд энэ бүтэн жилийн турш танай багийг дэмжсэн үнэч фэнүүдэд хандаж хэлэх үг байна уу?
Унсан ч болсон ч үргэлж дэмждэг фэнүүдэд баярлалаа.
Through everything, when we're down, when we're up, thank you all for supporting us, and we all appreciate that you guys supporting us. Thank you very much.
Bütün yıl boyunca, bütün turnuvalarda çok iyi iş çıkardınız. Yıl boyunca sizi destekleyen taraftarlarınıza, fanlarınıza söylemek istediğiniz bir şey var mı? Bütün taraftarlarımıza, fanlarımıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu galibiyeti hepimiz için aldık. Hepinize tekrar çok teşekkürler.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time, Istanbul, for IHC. And with that being said, we're going to head back over to the desk so they can break down the final moments of the PMGC Grand Finals.
Making history here, live from Istanbul, putting Mongolia on the map when it comes to a grand finals. And Max, I know it wasn't the team you necessarily had out.
There you go.
But you have to be damn proud of them.
It's the right country, so I'll take it. But what a story from IHC, going from qualifying in that last game of the last chance with one of the most insane finishes against Reject to now becoming your PMGC 2023 Grand Champions. And what an insane story individually for Zyol, playing back in the 2020 Grand Finals of PMGC, barely missing out on that championship, securing third place, and now able to finally lift that trophy. What an insane story for Mongolia. for IHG and for Zhou.
For IHG as well. I mean, they were here last year. They were able to get 5th place, and for them to come back to the grand finals and get that chicken dinner, a lot of people doubted them because of those placement points. It didn't matter. It came down to their fragging power. They were able to showcase it there at the end. It was a bit poetic, too, them being able to defeat Star Wars Esports at the end and being able to eliminate them. That pretty much crowned them the champions.
Yeah. I mean, you look at our top 5 here, gentlemen. 3 representatives from Mongolia. Hands down, has to be the strongest region now in PUBG Mobile Esports by far. You got Alpha 7 coming in 3rd place. A little bit of an unfortunate day for them. And of course, Xavier, have to give a shout out to them from Vietnam. But it's all Mongolia today.
Yeah. And S2G won an absolute warpath. They were like, if we can ruin it for Alpha 7, we're going to do it.
Didn't we call
Game in
it?
and game out, yeah.
I felt like we called it. I felt like we saw it too earlier in Erangel as well. S2G seemed like they were trying to stop some people from becoming champions, especially Alpha 7. The crowd went absolutely wild whenever they were able to beat Alpha 7. And there we go. We have the MVP, Max.
From being MVP too. I mean, you couldn't write a better storyline for this individual player, becoming the best player at the biggest stage PUBG Mobile Esports has to offer right now. I'm really, really happy to see it for Mongolia.
You heard it here first. 2025 PMGC live from Mongolia. Okay.
That'd be kind of cool.
Hey, though, looking at Star Wars, 7th, 4th, 2nd, maybe.
Could happen, man. This has been a wild ride for them as well, just considering how IHG has played this out differently than every other team out there. They have placed the placement points day 1. What was it? 7, 8? It was abysmal.
Yep.
110 eliminations to end off this entire event. They looked for blood, they found blood, and they came home with a trophy.
It's something that we were talking about yesterday with IRC. They needed to get at least 1 win today. They needed some placement points. They were able to get that check mark, and after that, they were able to continue with those eliminations. And then you were talking about Star Wars being able to improve right throughout the years at the grand finals. We have some individual awards there for the Grenade Masters. For Alpha 7, I feel like it's such a disappointment. You could see it on their face of the players as well. This team has been the only team that's been able to attend to 4 grand finals of PMGC. They got 9th place, 9th place, 4th place, and now 3rd place. It's just such a disappointment, especially with how they were acting. They were so confident. But the big question mark for Alpha 7 always comes down to the last day. They seem to just not be able to get it together. They seem to become a completely different Alpha 7. To be fair, though, at the end, that circle was absolutely crazy. But I don't know, it's just a completely different
They were
Alpha
out
7.
for blood. They were out for revenge, and they found it in the form of Alpha 7 and eliminating their chances to take home the title.
Yeah, Alpha 7 were just very desperate. You could see it. They understood how much was on the line for every single one of these matches. And not only them trying to play their own game 7, as S2G were just trying to ruin it. Xavier were hyper aware of how they were going to rotate in these games, trying to ruin their drop spots, trying to ruin their rotations. Alpha 7 had everything stacked against them, and unfortunately, they were not able to prevail at the end.
From the beginning of the day, whenever we saw Sandhawk wasn't going to go their way, and then after that, Erangel, it started being a little bit sketchy. They were being able to get those elimination points, but they weren't able to get it together in regards to the placement points. And then S2G decided to put a target on their back and say, you know what, we're going to make it so you don't become the champions. If we can't become the champions, you are not going to become the champions in our home country.
For Alpha 7, though, I will say this. I am so happy to see the change in their play style, the change in the mentality and the approach to the game here. I hope for them that they maintain that kind of level and maintain that kind of form going into next year, because I could easily see them lifting the trophy over in the UK.
I'm with you. I'm hoping it continues on. We saw some great changes. We saw how they were able to pace it back too.
Max?
Yeah, I'm excited for PMGO2 to see how Alpha 7 might be able to do that if they go to PMGO.
If you guys at home could obviously hear all the fans here through our microphones, Brazil is on a whole nother level. They are the loudest fans in esports in the world. Oh, wow, what a great finals. You guys at home are watching. We do have our play party now open. We have a chance to win up to 6,000 UC with top 500 getting a chunk of the 154,000. Just head over to Face It there. You can see at the bottom of the link, and that will, of course, start up right when we're done here with the show for you guys at home. You know what? I mean, I kind of want to go play it, actually. I feel like, you know, IHC, they just won. Can they go back into that? They don't even need the UC. You know what? Take all the money they just won, make it have all the UC in the world. But, I mean, that again, for them, that's life-changing money.
Yeah.
We talk about Vampire all the time with PMWI, but to win here at PMGC, like,
Yeah, and having money like that, you're going to be a lot more comfortable engaging yourselves in the 2024 format. Also, you're just going to know you've got that little bit of blank elf comfort. You can just keep improving in your regional tournaments now in PMSL for them. And I would love to see them maybe make it to PMWI too.
Yeah, and you guys at home, of course, a big congratulations to IHC. You can redeem your in-game skins here with the code CHAMPION. So make sure you guys go do that right now. Not yet, 7. Again, we're not eligible.
Can you let me borrow that phone so I can log into my account?
Let you borrow my phone? But it's been a fantastic show, and it just kind of shows that if you're pre-qualified, doesn't matter. Going through that gauntlet that IHC had to do to get there was phenomenal. Coming down to the last game, like you said, Max, it could not have been a better story for IHC.
I think you have to go through the league stage. You just have to. It's just it really forces you to adapt as much as possible. I feel like without that last game of the last chance, IHC might have not been able to have what it takes to.
I love the fragging power that we saw out of them.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. Of course, Blank and John as well, and all of you viewers at home for participating and watching PUBG Mobile Esports. But let's go crown our champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible journey it has been throughout the 2023 PMGC Grand Finals. Now it is time to honor and to celebrate the outstanding achievements of our top performing teams and individuals.
Değerli konuklar, sevgili izleyenler, sıra geldi bu başarılı süreci başarılı bir şekilde tamamlayanları ödüllendirmeye. Hazırsanız başlıyoruz.
Let's begin our award ceremony by recognizing our third place team. Please welcome Alpha 7 to receive their well-deserved award. Accompanying them, we have the General Manager of PUBG Mobile Publishing, Emerging Markets Publishing and Global Esports at Tencent Games, Herman Zhao.
Üçüncü olan takımımız Alpha 7'ı sahneye davet ediyoruz. Ödülü almak için, ödülleri vermek için ise PUBG Mobile Genel Yayın Müdürü Herman Zhao'yu sahneye davet ettik. Kendisi de geldi, ödülleri de veriyor.
Congratulations to Alpha 7 for their remarkable achievement, a truly well-deserved third place finish. You may now exit the stage.
Tebrikler Brezilya temsilcisi Alpha 7. Güzel bir oyun ortaya koydular, istediler. Bu süreçlere de kolay gelmediler. Bir kez daha tebrik ediyoruz onları.
Next up, let's extend our appreciation to our second place team. Please put your hands together and welcome Stalwart Esports to the stage. And to present their award, we have the producer of PUBG Mobile and Deputy General Manager of Lightspeed Studios at Tencent Games, Rick Lee.
Sıra geldi turnuvanın ikincisine. Stalwart'u ödülü almak üzere sahneye davet ediyoruz. Ödüllerini ise PUBG Mobile yapımcısı Rick Lee veriyor.
Congratulations, Stalwart Esports. Hold your heads high as you performed so incredibly well throughout this competition. Congratulations.
Stalwart'u tebrik ediyoruz. Dileriz ki İstanbul uğurlu gelmiştir. Evet, kendilerine salonun dışına, badge'in dışına alıyoruz. Evet, devam ediyoruz.
And now it is time to invite our first place winners, your 2023 PMGC champions, IHC. Please step forward and accept your well-earned award. And to present this award, please welcome back to the stage Rick Lee and the Senior Head of Publishing, Business Division at Crafton, Raphael Lim.
Kocaman bir alkış alalım IHC için. 2023 İstanbul şampiyonu IHC oldu. Moğolistan ekibi IHC'nin ödülünü vermek için PUBG Mobile yardımcısı Rick Lee ve Craft'ın yayın bölümü başkanı Raphael'im ödüllerini takdim ediyor oyunculara.
Congratulations, IHC. Your consistency was unmatched. A well-deserved victory. You may now leave the stage. Thank you so much.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz IHC ekibine. Gerçekten renk kattılar. İstanbul, Moğolistan ekibi IHC'ye ayrı bir şans getirdi. Kocaman bir alkış alalım mı onlara?
You may now leave the stage and we will continue. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. You may now leave the stage, but wait there. We will see you very soon. Wait there. Finally, we come to our FMVP award, recognizing an individual's exceptional performance and impact throughout the grand finals. This prestigious award goes to Zyol from IHC. Congratulations.
Sıra geldi turnuvanın en değerli oyuncusunu seçmeye hazır mıyız? Zyol geliyor IHC takımından. Ödülünü vermek üzere PUBG Mobile Genel Yayın Müdürü Herman Cav'ı sahneye davet ediyoruz.
And welcoming back to the stage, we have Herman Zhao to present the check and the trophy. Congratulations to all of the winners and the teams who participated. Your passion and dedication have made this tournament a truly unforgettable experience. Congratulations.
Zyol'u tebrik ediyoruz. Sadece takımının değil, aynı zamanda turnuvanın da muhteşem bir oyuncusu, en değerli oyuncusu oldu. Tebrikler Zyol.
And now, for the final time, please welcome back to the stage your 2023 PMGC champions. Take your rightful place in the PUBG Mobile Esports Hall of Fame. Embrace this moment. This is your year. Make some noise, Istanbul, one more time. IHC, lift that trophy.
16 takım arasında şampiyon olan IHC kupayı kaldırıyor.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible journey it's been throughout the 2023 PMGC Grand Finals. We've witnessed astounding displays of skill, teamwork and sportsmanship from all the participating teams. I'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of the teams, the players, the sponsors, the organizers, and of course, our dedicated audience. So, for now, my name is Barney, and this is Denise, and we will see you very soon. Good night.
Değerli misafirlerimiz, sevgili izleyiciler, 2023 büyük finallerinin bu muhteşem maçlarla, bu muhteşem şampiyonuyla sona gelmiş bulunuyoruz. Sponsorlarımıza, sizlere, izleyenlerimize çok teşekkür ediyorum. Başta bana her daim yardımcı olan Barney olmak üzere herkese çok teşekkürler. Yeni turnuvada görüşmek üzere, hoşça kalın.